gonna play an interesting game today, I suppose, chat, which is just kind of hope the internet functions literally at all. This is probably the most disappointed I think I've ever been in Spectrum, seeing as the Spectrum tech left literally 15 minutes before I started stream. After testing everything and giving us a brand new modem and stuff. 15 minutes before I started stream, the Spectrum tech walked out the door. I started stream, and my internet immediately dies completely. So that's has also caused Streamlabs to crash. All right, hold on. It's okay, I can fix that. I can fix that. I can fix that, like so. There we go.
Squidling.
That's what we're looking for.
Pool.
That's what we're looking for.
This seems like a good way to celebrate some
Exactly.
Pathfinder.
Hold up. Hold up. Where the hat? Where the hat? Where the glorious hat of triplicate? You with the shiniest squidling. 32 months in the pool with the tier 3 with the pentasub. Thank you for the continued supports. Alrighty. But the good news is that regardless of how much Spectrum wants to crap on us today, they can only screw us up so much. And do you know why? It's because the Advanced Player's Guide exists. The Advanced Player's Guide exists, ladies and gentlemen, which means we are gonna dig through this. We're gonna dig through this because it has all kinds of super awesome stuff in it, and it is finally out today. Today it is finally out, and to celebrate all for games, I'm gonna take the throne. That was a long throne, actually. Holy crap! I think Sane 221 had that for like 221 weeks. That was a chill throne, but all for games, take that, absorb, glorious badge. Yeah, it can literally drop to like 1 FPS, and we don't really lose anything. So that's cool. So my $1 million question here, for simplicity, is there a way? There does not appear to be, no. I wanted to see if there was a way to have 2 copies of the same PDF open, because if there was, I was gonna have one for navigation purposes off on the other stream, and then I could just jump around. But I have something. I have something for everyone to commence our investigations into the new Advanced Player's Guide and what powers it has. Something to make everyone probably really, really depressed in their life. It definitely made me really, really depressed in my life. The concept of this feat's existence. We're gonna get all kinds of stuff like this. Like this. Like Friendly Toss. Which... F for a feat that would have made Zerg Batsky and the Lizard Man the happiest pair of Pathfinder 2nd Edition player characters that could ever have been imaginable. For the absolute flawless, perfect fit. It's like this feat was made specifically for Zerg and Lizard Man. But Lizard Man did not live long enough to see this glorious action. It's okay. It's okay. They saw the stream, but they were too slow. They saw the stream, they had the idea, they're like, hey, we should make that a feat. That's great. But it was too late. It was too late, Paizo. It's too late. Zerg can't throw his lizard friend anymore because his lizard friend's dead. But man, that's a sick feat. And there is a huge litany of similarly cool things we're going to be digging through today. So for those of you unaware, one second, give me one second. Hold on. Let me blow my nose. Oh, damn allergies. I've actually like been out the majority of the morning outside doing outside things. And my allergies are very upsetty about it. Anyway, for those of you unfamiliar with what this is the Advanced Player's Guide for Pathfinder 2nd Edition, which has been a thing that I and many other people have been hotly anticipating for quite some time. Because this adds a lot. This adds a huge quantity of new dope shit to Pathfinder 2nd Edition. From 4 brand new classes, well, I mean, due to 2nd Edition, classes from 1st Edition that are coming over to 2nd Edition. From that, there's new races. There's an entire litany of new feats and abilities for every single class in the game. A huge host of new spells and skill feats and general feats and just everything. It has everything. It has everything. Literally waiting day by day for this whole month. I know. It has been a difficult wait for the Advanced Player's Guide. But this is going to increase the amount of dumb stuff that we can do in 2nd Edition exponentially. We are going to get entire slews of new and exciting dumb stuff to do. Get out of here, Nergigante. Get out of here. We need Pathfinder music. And I have Pathfinder music, so don't worry. We need Pathfinder music, and we need to check out some new goddamn content. Now, we've done a couple of these kind of things on stream before, where I go over, usually with playtests. We did this with the playtest, actually. So we looked at the base concept of the 4 new classes before. The Investigator, the Witch, the Oracle, and the Swashbuckler. And my original thoughts were fairly mixed across the 4 classes. I didn't really look at the Witch because honestly I don't care. A hardcaster is a hardcaster, and I've never really felt the Witch brings anything particularly interesting to the table that you can't do with any other caster. I was underwhelmed by the Swashbuckler, but have since reflected upon that and really changed my mind even on how it was presented originally. I thought the Oracle was super cool, super awesome, just dripping flavor sauce. And the Investigator, I thought the Investigator needed some pretty big changes. I thought the Investigator needed a bit of rebuilding. And I think that class didn't hit good with me in the playtest. I thought that one needed some life. Now I know of one major change they've already made to Investigator. I already know. I mean, I've read the new classes. I've read most of the stuff. But I've read, even beforehand, one of the big changes they made to the Investigator that really addresses a huge amount of the problems I had with the class, which largely boiled down to the Investigator playtest claimed its key ability was Intelligence, and Intelligence gave the Investigator almost literally nothing. They got nothing from their key ability. Absolutely fucking nothing. But I know they've added the ability to Robert Downey Jr. Sherlock a fight as the Investigator and get your int to the attack roll. Which is fucking awesome. That's so cool. And also immediately addresses the Investigator gets absolutely nothing about their key stat. So I think obviously we got a big ol' list of things that are new in here. we have all these new ancestries. The Catfolk, the Kobold, the Orc, the Ratfolk, the Tengu are all brand new. Changeling, Dampier, Planers, Scions as Asimar and Tieflings. And then they also have new stuff for all of the existing ancestries, and then they've also got new backgrounds. So this is all obviously cool. But the big draw here are the new classes. We are also Dustwalkers. I forget Dustwalkers. We are definitely going to look at the classes first.
Welcome,
because that's where the cool stuff. I don't care about this furry crap. But four
Best
new classes.
stream to do this in.
Oh man. Stage light speed, 61 months in a squiddy pool. You with the shiniest squidling. Thank you for the over 5 years. Although I will admit Tengu are pretty neat. And full-blooded orcs are always there to do the cool thing about full-blooded orc is that it means there's a huge new pile of orc racial feats that half-orcs can take. So Zerg just got a giant bucket of options if he's interested in any of those. We're gonna go directly to the investigator. To the iconic investigator here. This man with his pimp cane looking to do some slap. And we're gonna jump down to investigate the investigator. As Zerg's manager, I can tell you he's not interested in any of those. Really? Are none of the orc feats something that Zerg the Barbarian would be interested in? There's no way. There's no orc feats Zerg the Raging Barbarian is interested in. That's impossible. Anyway. Investigator. You're Sherlock Holmes type here, right? You're man who does think good. Key ability, still intelligence. You get a boost. You get 8 hit points, which is equivalent to like a rogue. It's a kind of a squishy sort of melee lad here. Experts in perception, obviously. Experts in reflex and will saves. Their keen insights regarding foes make them more dangerous than your physical strength would suggest. After spending a moment to study your enemies, your perceptiveness allows you to act quickly, striking them where it hurts most. You often assist tougher members of your party, wisely protecting yourself while providing vital aid. These guys are gonna do some interesting stuff. We understand, I'm sure everyone is familiar with the general concept of the investigator archetype. It's your Sherlock Holmes. It's your I fight with my brain. And that Robert Downey Jr. Sherlock movie thinking out the fight thing is exactly the investigator fantasy. So let's see how they do it. Investigator's main thing, and we'll just go ahead and zoom this in a lot. Move over yonder as we look through this. Their primary thing are their cases. That's how the investigator works. You get one activity and one reaction, which is pursue a lead and clue in, this is kind of like the main meat of the investigator class. Once every 10 minutes, you can spend 1 minute examining the details of something. Designating a subject related to the clue as a target of your investigation. So the investigator is at their prime when they are not just opening a door to the next random encounter. They're at their prime when they have any real idea, even any kind of clue what they're after. Because the subject doesn't have to be a creature. It can be a small area. It just kind of depends. But they set themselves up for whatever they're heading into with a quick 1 minute's very fast. 1 minute's a very fast setup. Just not something you can realistically do in combat. You don't have to know specifically what you're after. You just have to know it exists. Finding a footprint's enough to investigate the creature that left it. A sketch of an item or location can be enough to start your investigation. Having, for instance, a great example from Age of Ashes. I'll use examples from our 2 perception campaigns because that's like the easiest one that I can throw out that will hopefully resonate with the most people. An easy one would be Kobold Grandma that they spoke with last weekend, who told the party that there is a giant crocodile named Sweet Tooth protecting the swamps around the Cinderclaw Fortress. An investigator is aware that that's a problem they're going to have to deal with. So, off of that description, I would certainly let them pursue a lead with that crocodile as their target. And before they even arrive at the fortress, already have his stuff ready to deal with a giant goddamn crocodile. Whenever you make a perception check or skill check to investigate a subject, you get a +1 circumstance bonus. And it applies to, you know, mental things to investigate or know. And you can have 2 investigations at a time, which I'm already pretty sure is a double from the playtest. The playtest, I'm at level 1, I'm pretty sure you can only investigate 1 thing. This is a huge amount of flexibility because you can have 2 going. And then to pursue a new lead, you have to switch one of them to go after something else. Doubling the amount of investigations you can have is a massive flexibility booster, and that's a super solid improvement. And this doesn't really, I mean, it gives you the +1 circumstance bonus, but it doesn't do much of anything. It really just sets up for you to do your cool stuff. The first one being your reaction clue in, which goes off once every 10 minutes. You can use this when another creature also tries to investigate a lead you're pursuing or try to know anything. Yeah, that's your hunt prey, is that first one. If they're making a knowledge check, they're making a perception check, any of your allies are doing anything after your case, honestly, with it explicitly being a perception check, I feel like this would even be able to apply to initiative against something that you're investigating. But you share your bonus with that ally. At the moment, like at the base level, that's just a +1. But again, +1s are much larger in 2nd edition. Oh, here it is, my boys. Here it is. This is the new one. This is how they made Investigator a real class coming out from the playtest. Devise a stratagem is how they fix this. This was the big change. Once per round, as 1 action, this is Discombobulate. Assess a foe's weakness in combat. Pick a creature and roll a d20. You ready for this? With this action, you pick a creature that you do not have to be in range to strike. You just think about a guy 20 feet away and say, I'd like to punch him. And you make your attack roll right there. And then, if you want to strike them later, you already know what you're gonna roll. You can plan around it. The into attack was something else. I think that's coming in later. But this lets you move or take your turn already aware that if I go to attack that person, this is what I'm gonna get. This is what's gonna happen. If you roll a 1, you can preemptively plan around knowing that it's not worth it to swing at that creature, because it's 1 creature. If you're in a fight with multiple enemies and you devise a stratagem against 1 and you critically fail, you're like, well, just hit the other guy then, because like that's not gonna work out. That's sick. This icon right here means it's a single action. This is the action indicator. And yeah, the strikes automatically take this. Use your substitution only for the first strike and not for any follow-ups. Oh, here it is. It's the rest of it. And also, you can add your int modifier instead of your strength and dex. This is the thing I was thinking of. Okay, it's the second part of it. So not only that, it also gives you intelligence to attack. So you get int to attack, and you get to preemptively roll your attack roll before you actually attack. And you can do it with a freaking ranged weapon. And if the creature you chose is the subject of a lead you're pursuing, it's a free action. So that's cool. So here's the setup, right? Simone Spinozzi, thank you for the follow. Here's the setup. We're going to go back to the alligator example. We've been told there is a gigantic, like, prehistoric crocodile defending the outside of his fortress. So our investigator opens a case, pursues a lead, declaring that crocodile the target of his investigation. When they eventually arrive at that crocodile, should things come to blows, not only will they get a +1 to their initiative because that's a perception check that is part of their part of the subject of their investigation. At the start of each turn, because why not? It's a free action. The start of your turn, you can devise a stratagem as a free action. Roll your attack roll, gets added in, and then you still have your whole turn. You have all 3 actions, knowing that if you try to strike the crocodile, you already know what your first roll is going to be. So if it's really bad, maybe you do something else. Maybe you just spend the round repositioning, maneuvering, taking cover. If there's anything else to fight, maybe swinging at them. And if it's great, well, we're going in, boys. We already know. We got a nat 20 loaded. Get me over there. I'm fighting the crocodile. This is the big addition from the playtest. You can do this every single turn. Start of every turn is devising a stratagem against your case, because there is literally no reason not to do it. Every single turn. Start, roll, devise a stratagem. If you don't take the hit, you still take the penalty. All this is rolling the strike in advance. The strike is still an action. You still have to go up to the crocodile, and you still have to make the strike action to whack it. But you won't roll. You'll use what you already rolled when you devise the stratagem. The downside being that it's going to be a little more difficult to play like a big lay into them kind of fighter, because this is once per round at level 1. We haven't seen their feats yet. They might get to expand on this. It is initially once per round, which means that you'll only get your intelligence to your attack once. So if you wanted to hypothetically hit them twice, your second hit would be using strength or dex as normal, in addition to the multiple attack penalty. But you get the int on your big swing, you get to know what it is in advance, and you get to plan your whole turn around that. That's freaking cool. And you can still use it on stuff that you're not investigating, it just takes an additional action. That's pretty neat. That's pretty neat. So methodologies here are the class archetypes, basically, the barbarian instincts or the champion codes. So the first one they can get is they can be an alchemist, and they can be trained in crafting. They can get alchemical crafting for free. They get a standard formula book. They get 2 extra things, which must be elixirs or tools. They explicitly cannot be bombs. Every time you gain a level, you get a formula for 1 new elixir or tool, and you can create a number of versatile vials that can be quickly turned into elixirs and tools. So you can be an everything but bomb. That's a really great way to stop them from kind of encroaching on the alchemist's class territory, because it can never be bombs. But you get everything but bombs with the quick tincture action, which is, I'm assuming, quick alchemy, but not for bombs. 1 vial single action lets you immediately create an elixir or tool without having to use anything, and it just makes infused tinctures. So that's cool. So with this archetype, and elixirs are valuable. There are a lot of elixirs, such as, I don't know, freaking elixirs of life, healing potions. Like, you can play healer investigator here. You play this crocodile encounter, you start your turn, you discombobulate, you roll a 2. You're like, all right, I'm probably not whacking the crocodile this turn. So instead, I'm going to quick tincture, make a lesser healing elixir, and give it to one of my friends that the crocodile ate last round. Or drink it myself if the crocodile ate me last round. Or prepare any kind of a buffing elixir or tool that you might want to use to prepare for when your discombobulate rolls a little better, and not waste any actions on going out with a strike. That's pretty sick. Empiricism, calculating statistics, running numbers, inductive reasoning. You am smart man, iconic guy. Sorry, we're super zoomed in right now so I can see the text. Train in 1 intelligent-based skill of your choice. You gain the That's Odd investigator feat, which we'll see later, and exhibitions inspection, which allows you to... Ooh, that's actually really nice. You're already an intelligence-based class. That's your key ability, and now at the start of every fight, you can recall knowledge. Not every fight, as long as you're getting in fights once every 10 minutes. Once every 10 minutes, you can start a fight by recalling knowledge for free. Seeking as a free action's also a huge deal. I think this one's less valuable. I think it's very rare that sense motive comes up in a situation where action economy is currently relevant, but it may be sometimes. but being able to seek, it is once per 10 minutes, but if something disappears or makes a sneak check to hide or turns invisible or something, you can seek without using one of your actions. Look at how much you can load up before you start your turn. You're investigating something, you're fighting it, they end their turn by turning invisible or going to the fucking ethereal plane or whatever. You devise a stratagem and seek as 2 free actions. You use 0 of your resources. You try to find them, get a free shot at seeking, and you get to know what your first attack roll would be on them if they're part of your lead, a lead you're pursuing. And you haven't spent a single action yet. This is absolutely, you can plan out your whole damn turn before you invest anything. All right, hello, Iconic Investigator, man. We're gonna go down here. Zoom this out a little bit. This one's a bit bigger. All right, and then Forensic Medicine is the more direct healer one. This is there's the Alchemical, you could go Alchemical Healer with Alchemist Studies, and then this is Mundane Healer. Criminals tend to leave more evidence of the crime on the body than they'd like to believe. You're trained in Medicine, gain the Forensic Acumen and Battle Medicine skill feats. Battle Medicine at level 1, always good. When you use Battle Medicine on a success, the target recovers additional HP equal to your level, and the target becomes immune for only 1 hour, not 1 day. That's dope. That is strong. That is a strong healer. Because let me tell you a thing. Medicine is good as hell in 2nd edition. If you haven't been watching our 2 perception streams so far, non-magical healing is bonkers good now. And Battle Medicine only having a 1 hour cooldown so that you can continually keep, and Battle Medicine is a 1 action. Oh yeah, let me hop in Discord, Zindon. Oh, I haven't been in Discord, I'm not smart. You should still be able to just jump up in the Vera Games channel, I'm pretty sure. If not, just jump in literally whatever and I'll drag you up here. And come hang out and fangirl over some stuff. But yeah, with what they did for Medicine, I guess I can just come down here, that's fine.
That works too, yeah. Are you ready?
Well, I'm pretty good now. Holy crap, dude. Forensic Medicine is sick.
Yeah.
This is actually
Investigator is
crazy
a really cool class.
Yeah, Investigator became incredible. They, I thought, were very weak and did lack direction in the playtest, and they have addressed the hell out of that. They are fantastic now. This is great. I mean, this was in the playtest too, but I mean, if it was all you have, it's kind of weak, but you can also have all this other stuff going on.
Can you do me a favor really quick?
What?
Can you go to the catfolk page? Just for a brief moment, it's all you need.
What page is it?
Let me have a look. I think it's page 9.
Okay, hold on. I'm on 58 chat. Remember this because I'm gonna look at Forensic Acumen real quick because that is a part of it's a large part of this. All right, so it's just this Forensic Acumen. You can perform a forensic examination on a body as described in a Recall Knowledge in Medicine to half the normal amount of time. If you succeed, you can make an immediate check to recall knowledge with a +2 bonus. It's usually related to the cause of injury or death, such as a crafting check to identify a poison or weapon that was used, or an additional medicine check to identify a specific disease. Or you can recall knowledge about the type of creature whose body you're examining. Okay. Okay, that's interesting. All right, you said 9?
I think 9, yeah. It's like at the very start, it's the catfolk. It's just a fucking art, dude.
What a magical creature. What a majestic being.
Oh, God.
You know what I thought was really funny? If I want to scroll up a little bit from here, on the table where they have the new classes and the new races, I don't know if there's like ancestral iconics, but the frickin' rat folk, dude.
Oh, dude, he is fancy as shit.
Look, she is majestic.
Yeah, what a god.
Look, behold her in all of her beauty. Rat in a dress. Rat in the fanciest dress. Alright, so let's go back over here. Let's go back over yonder and see some stuff. So, interrogation. People can't help but trust you, whether through your inherent likableness or your firm insistence on sticking to the truth. You're trained in diplomacy. You gained the no cause for alarm skill feat. Well, we have to look at that. What's no cause for alarm? You attempt to reduce panic. Attempt a diplomacy check comparing it to the will DC of creatures in a 10-foot emanation around you who are frightened. And you reduce their frightened.
It's the one where it's like from the Leslie Nielsen movie where the fucking fireworks factory is
Move
going on in the
along!
background.
Move along! There's nothing to see here! Oh, that's magical. That's magical. That's a beautiful feat right there. 3 actions is gonna be.
Ugh.
That's hefty, but I mean,
It's funny.
it's really funny. Funny is the point, and also the frightened condition's a -1 to your everything. So removing that off of some teammates is actually pretty valuable. And if multiple people are frightened, I could absolutely be worth 3 actions.
Do you ever watch the movie Airplane?
No, I know of it, but I haven't seen it myself. No.
There's one scene in it where a lady's freaking out, and it ends up being like a conga line of people going to fucking shake her. It's like, calm down. And that's really what it is, right? You're shaking someone away from their panic.
I mean, kind of. You're shaking everyone within 10 feet away from their panic by yelling at them.
Right, but you could also slap them.
You could also slap them. No, they're not. There's no immunity to fear in their chat. They're immune to the ability. You can't just spam no cause for alarm, like yelling at the door once. You can pursue a lead over the course of a conversation rather than spending dedicated time looking in the lead if the conversation lasts 1 minute or longer. So while trying to make an impression, you could pursue the creature you're conversing with as a lead. You could pursue a lead about an object while someone is telling you information about the. Oh, okay. So, all right, never mind. So the thing that I've been using is the example where they were talking to Kobold Grandma and she told him about Sweet Tooth. That is actually the interrogator's specialty. A default. This is you can't because another archetype specifically can. So you wouldn't actually be able to have somebody tell you about something and then start a lead or pursue a lead about that unless you're an interrogator. So the biggest value of interrogator seems to be it's dramatically easier to pursue a lead about something because you can just be told about it. And if you're told about it, because otherwise you need something. You need something to go on. More than just, conversation. You also gain the pointed question action. Ask a question that charms or needles someone just the right way. Ask a question of a non-allied creature you can see and have been conversing with. Diplomacy. If you succeed, they have to directly answer your question. Doesn't have to answer truthfully, but you get a +4 bonus to perception DC if they try to lie to you. A +2 if it's a regular success. So you can use an action, and they have to answer directly. They can't skirt it. They have to straight answer, and they can lie to you, but you get a bonus to read it. And if you critically fail, they don't like you anymore. So I mean, that sounds about right to me.
Yeah.
That sounds correct. There's a crocodile named Sweet Tooth. Here's a picture of me killing my friends. Hold on, I trained in potions. I had to pursue a lead here. That is true. It does specifically say that, like, a sketch or a picture. So, like, well, an interrogator could just get it from being told. If you weren't an interrogator, you could just ask Kobold Grandma, like, can you draw me a picture of this crocodile?
And then it says no, and you're like, shit.
Damn it. Can you please draw me a picture of this crocodile?
My one weakness, I need a facial representation.
Do you have a picture of the crocodile, ma'am? I can't follow up on this lead correctly unless you draw me a picture of the crocodile. I'm sorry. It's my area of study.
Could be really funny to play a rogue that acts as an investigator, but they just want a really big scrapbook of shitty pictures.
Alrighty, and then you get class feats, and then we also, is this first level Strategic Strike? I think it's still first level, yes. So also at first level, when you strike carefully with forethought, you deal a telling blow, and making a strike that adds your intelligence, you do. Oh, wow! Okay, so also when you devise a stratagem, you get sneak attack. Yeah, it goes up at 5, 9, 13, 17. This is straight up sneak attack. So, Investigator also gets sneak attack off of devising a stratagem, which means it's a once per round sneak attack. Level 1 anyway, it's once per round.
Yeah.
And it is contingent on a one single strike. So you don't have to set up any circumstances for it, which I feel like is better than Rogue early game. But Rogue gets access to things like Gang Up relatively early that makes it somewhat trivial to get sneak attack most of the time.
Yeah, it's very nice having Gang Up. I can attest to how good that is.
Gang Up is, yeah. You are always sneak attacking. Selwyn gets 100% sneak attack uptime now because somebody is going to be in punching range of that thing.
Yeah, and I don't have to go around them because I'm a coward.
Alrighty. At third level, they get proficiency. They get proficiency in all skills they're untrained in to recall knowledge. They get their level to any of those recall knowledges. That's cool.
Investigator also gets the same amount of skill increases that the rogues do, which is interesting.
Yeah, and they also get bonus skill feats. I believe this is half as many as the rogue gets, because every odd-numbered level starting at 3. It's half as many, and it has to be a mental skill-based feat or the skill from your methodology. Okay, interesting. Yeah, ability boost, blah, 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 normal stuff, master, normal stuff. Okay, now this is nothing fancy so far.
No, actually, they get the same amount as rogues. It's just half of them have to be
half
intelligence.
To be. Okay, yeah, I see.
They get skill feats at second and every even as well.
Right, because even is what normal people get.
Yeah.
That's fair. You can attempt any check that requires you to be trained in a skill, even if you're untrained. You can attempt any check that requires you to be an expert so long as you're trained, and you can attempt any check that requires you to be master as long as you're an expert. That's interesting. So at 11, they can be within one level of proficiency of the requirement of a thing, because that is, I think level 7 is where that really starts coming up bigger. Level 7, when people unlock master, is when you start. I feel like the game really starts introducing stuff that requires you to be an expert and occasionally requires you to be a master. They're not super common, but that's definitely a thing.
I think the most common application, right, is for skill feat specifically, right? You could attempt a higher level battle medicine, for instance. If you're only expert, you could attempt a master level check.
Huh. I didn't think about that. I was thinking about disarming traps that like require you to, because there's definitely traps that require you to be an expert or require you to be a master.
Right, yeah.
But I guess you would also be able to do it that way. This never interacts with legendary, but they get legendary perception at 13. That's so early. You Googling when you start getting legendary stuff on Rogue? Or?
I'm looking, because a lot of the things for Investigator are really in line with Rogues. So
I feel like yours is a lot later. I don't think anybody gets legendary at anything this early. Is it standard? Am I off? Maybe it is just perception. That might be standard for high perception.
Yes, perception becomes legendary at 13 for rogues.
Okay, I guess that is actually standard. Murnay, 11, 16, 31 months. You were the shiniest, Squidly. Thank you for the continued support. So that's normal for high perception to get evasion. They get weapon specialization and greater weapon specialization, so they can be a fully competent melee fighter. Light armor mastery. And then at 19, you get to kind of pick up some stuff automatically.
Yeah, a lot of like the investigator stuff is really just built off rogues, which I think is really smart.
Yeah, no, it is, because it was literally a hybrid class before, wasn't it? Wasn't it just rogue alchemist? Hybrid was investigator in first edition. Why is my phone going off so much?
No, investigator. Well, yes, it was. I think it was a hybrid investigator. Yeah, I'm doing it too. Shit.
Words.
Yeah. I think it was a hybrid class in 1E.
Yeah, it was alchemist rogue. I'm pretty sure. So, and I like that they have the alchemist methodology that kind of harkens back to that. So, what
and
I really want to see,
right?
Yeah, exactly that, Ponticon. I want to see what kind of classes they have that interact with their devise a stratagem or some of their methodologies. Here we go. When you devise a stratagem, you can also attempt to recall knowledge as part of that action. So that's already great. If you critically succeed at recalling knowledge, you gain a +1 circumstance bonus to your attack rolls from devising a stratagem. If you also tell your allies, they also get a +1 bonus to their next attack roll. That is an amazing feat. That's actually an incredible first level feat. Just the combined recall knowledge and devise a stratagem together is great.
Yeah.
And then you also, if you critically succeed there, you end up with a +1. This is permanent. Oh, it's whenever you devise. Oh, you have to roll it every time you devise.
Yeah.
I guess.
Of course, yeah.
So you would realistically, I mean, you get a shot at it every time, I suppose. And yeah, circumstance bonuses so early are pretty rare. I feel... What's a critical success? Critical success is generally rolling a natural 20 in simple terms, almost always critically succeeds. Or if your result is 10 higher than the DC. So if the DC is 12 and you get a 22, no matter what you roll in the die, that's a critical success. I'm seeing a bit of a kind of a growing concern with Investigator, which is just, it is kind of a minor issue that Pathfinder 2nd Edition has in general. Which is, this is all really cool, but it's starting to look like every investigator's turn is going to start by rolling like 6 different checks before they even start making actions, which is going to lead to very, very slow turns. This I feel like would go in the summoner pile of I don't know how I'd feel about anybody that wasn't like Manshaw or Zindern tier games understanding playing an investigator. Because there's definitely a lot of potential to really slow the game down and how this class plays.
Right, you need to know
so much free stuff.
Yeah, you need to know what you're doing on your turn before it comes around to your turn.
Yeah, you have to be prepared, you have to know in advance, and you got to be able to roll that stuff fairly quickly. Because if you are starting every turn by devising a stratagem which rolls an attack roll and then making a recall knowledge check which rolls some knowledge check, and you haven't taken any actions yet, there's a lot of dice. But that is Pathfinder 2 is there's a lot of dice to video game. Takedown expert. Use your intelligence modifier attack rolls. Oh, this lets you expand what you can use your devise a strategy.
Yeah.
And you can also make any strikes non-lethal without the penalty. Interesting.
Yeah, it's not a little consolidation.
That's odd was something that was given for free to one of the methodologies. I don't remember which one. I want to say it was Empiricist got That's Odd for free.
I think so, yeah.
When you enter a new location, such as Remember Corridor, you immediately notice, this was in the playtest, you immediately notice one thing out of the ordinary. You get just something automatically.
Yeah.
And it skips things that are incredibly obvious that literally anyone would notice. You get something is suspicious, but not why it's suspicious. If you enter a study with a large blood stain, it's so obviously suspicious. Yeah, it's basically you walk into a room, if there's anything out of the ordinary, you just know. You know immediately that something is off. It's pretty
metagaming defeat.
There's a lot of investigator stuff, though.
Yeah.
There's a lot of like actually codified metagaming to represent, and it's an interesting problem with tabletop. Is like it's really easy to play an 8-int character, hard dar me no smart. It's really hard to play a 20-int character. You can make yourself dumber to roleplay. You can't make yourself smarter, and a lot of this stuff really, I think, is a great like in-game simulation of having a character who's a fucking genius and like is way smarter.
I'm already 24 in real life. It makes it so easy to play any class.
Yeah, well, not all of us can be you, unfortunately. Not all of us are so blessed. Okay, I don't care about Trap Finder. These are both rogue feats.
Yeah, rogue.
I don't care about Athletic Strategist. What the hold on.
Red herring, hell yeah, let's go.
Look at this bitch. There's a doppelganger the whole time. Oh no, he caught me!
I bet he said objection before he went up there.
You know he's gotta have the wisecracks, right?
Yeah.
That face, there's no way the iconic investigator doesn't have the shitty one-liners constantly. Alright, red herring. When you pursue a lead, the GM tells you if the lead you chose is inconsequential.
Hell yeah, more metagaming.
You found a splatter of gray mud on the wall and thought it was suspicious and pursued it, the GM would tell you, no, it doesn't fucking matter. Like, that's actually great. Oh. That is, yeah, I like these metagaming feats. I actually really like the metagaming feats. You're smart.
Oh, shared stratagem is really good.
Shared stratagem, when you hit a creature on an attack for which you substitute your attack while devising a stratagem, pick an ally, the creature is flat-footed for their next attack. That's pretty neat.
Yeah.
Solely once per day when you give up the subject of lead during pursuing a lead, you can designate the lead you stop pursuing as your solid lead for the day. Even though you stop following, you can switch back to the solid lead at any time, any number of times with a single action. All right. And then you can maintain that during your daily preparations. All right, that's cool. So this, even at as early as 2nd level, gives you a flexible kind of a 3rd line of investigation that you can follow. That's neat. It's more flexibility. I like the flexibility. Alchemical discoveries, I don't care. Detective readiness. You get your circumstance bonuses to pursue a lead on saving throws against the subject of your lead, and you can use the clue in reaction to assist an ally's saving throw. That's hot. So we're getting some.
If you get a lead against the boss, right?
Yeah, really, because generally those are you will. Like, you usually will be able to get a lead against a big boss before you get there. Lie detect there, I'm going to assume it does what it says. Ongoing investigation. You can move at full speed while using the investigate exploration activity, and you can use a second exploration activity while investigating. That's cool. Scalpel's points.
Ooh.
When you critically hit with your devised stratagem, you deal bleed. That's neat. Strategic assessment. When you critically hit a creature with a strike when you devise a stratagem, you learn their highest weakness or their highest resistance or their lowest saving throw or 1 immunity.
Oh, nice.
That's neat. This tells me I should be giving you guys way less information when you make knowledge checks, is what I'm learning here. Which I know. You're supposed to learn one thing. But man, that's so little. That's so little when there's so many things on the card.
It is true. There is a lot of things on the card.
We're getting uncommon class feats already. That's interesting. You'll be pursuing at least 2 leads. Spend 10 minutes considering 2 different leads. You attempt to check to investigate how connected the 2 are. Alright. And then this is what the check is. You can never try to connect the dots in those 2 leads again. If you succeed, they tell you how connected they are. Highly connected, somewhat connected, tangentially connected. This is literally divination. This is augury, but non-magical. You learn one specific way in which they're connected if you critically succeed.
Yeah.
That's
like
really
the Trogs
neat.
and Duskblade. You could have used them for.
Yeah, exactly. You could absolutely use this with the Trogs and the Celestial Menagerie, even. And the way they're connected would be Mistress Dusklight if you got a critical success. This is non-magical augury, and that's pretty cool. But that's also why it's uncommon, because a whole lot of their augury and divination type magics have become uncommon now, because some people don't like casting solve the plot. So I get that. But that's not the reason that's uncommon. Hey, where's Manshaw? Where's Manshaw? It's the bag of plot convenience, boys. It's back. So prescient, planner, and prescient consumable are 2 general feats that anybody can take now, and predictive purchase gives you both of them. And also lets you draw them as 2 actions rather than it taking a minute for you to get your plot convenience bag. Oh, I love the plot convenience bag. It's so great. When you succeed, you learn 2 things. When you critically succeed, you get more thing. All right, so I really need to start giving people less information on knowledge checks.
No, keep giving us.
Blind fight exists.
We rolled so few anyway.
That's fair. You guys don't fucking recall knowledge on anything. Clue them all in was in the playtest. Your reaction applies to your whole party. Who done it? When you pursue a lead, you can spend 10 minutes instead of 1 to ask 2 questions. This is augury again. All right, we have more augury. Some more non-magical investigative divination. No. One more thing! All right. You try to feint, request, or demoralize and fail, but don't critically fail. And you can ask another bit of information. Reroll the fail check using a new result. And if the target of the failed check was the subject of a lead you're pursuing, you double your lead bonus. Okay. So this lets you retry. I'm glad so many people in chat get a Jackie Chan Adventures reference. I didn't know if I dated myself super hard right there. I didn't remember exactly how old that was. I was worried that this was going to be another Steve Irwin situation.
See, I missed the reference, but not because I don't know Jackie Chan Adventures, but because I was so young when I watched it that it was in Danish.
Oh, wow. Fair enough. So I don't know if they still had the one more thing meme in the Danish version. With the,
I wouldn't be able to tell you.
Jackie Chan's uncle. I'm kind of dating myself. It's okay. So being able to redo fainting or demoralizing can be really good. Those can be interesting and quite powerful. Notable, it is a fortune effect. and you can only benefit from one fortune effect per turn. Fortune sharing its trait with things like True Strike and using a hero point. So you cannot one more thing in the same turn that you use a hero point. But this is basically a hero point, but you're spending an action instead of your hero point.
Yeah.
And a smaller pool of things. Which the more... I originally house ruled out hero points having the fortune trait, but the more I get into Pathfinder 2nd Edition, the more I realize everything I've been trying to modify is stupid, and I should have just gone with what they said in the first place. Because the point is to avoid a bottomless repository of 50 rerolls a turn, so nothing means anything. You generally only get to reroll one thing per turn. I'm actually totally okay with hero points having the fortune trait now. Alright, ongoing strategy. You study small aspect, any strike which you didn't devise a stratagem. You still get the precision damage. Okay. So so let me get this straight. This is literally just you permanently get sneak attack, period. There's no longer a condition. You just get it all the time. Right?
Yeah, it seems that way. It's confusingly written.
It is somewhat confusingly written. Oh, you deal damage equal to the number of damaged dice.
Oh,
okay. So you don't roll them. You don't roll. Okay. I was like, I have to be missing. There's no way this is just you always get sneak attack. There's no way that's a feat. There it is. It's always minimum damage. So you don't roll them. But it's still damage is damage. Yeah, damage is damage. Suspect of opportunity once per hour. Deep throating a potion. A foe takes a hostile action against you. They're your lead. There it is. There it is. And it does not end either of your current investigations. You just set one aside, and it comes back at the end of combat. So it's at 10. At 10, you can start an investigation as a reaction. It is once per hour, I think it said. It did have once per hour.
Yeah,
once per hour. But that's pretty good. Like, wow, this fight's harder than I thought it was going to be. You're my lead now. So you can go in nuts on somebody. Foresee danger. Oh, this is it. You perceive every possible way your foe's attack could land and attempt to avoid them all.
Discombobulate.
Discombobulate. Oh my god, investigators, so cool. Are they good mechanically? Don't know. Hard to gauge that this fast. But they're so cool. They attack your perception instead of your AC. This allows you to avoid taking penalties to your AC because they're not hitting your AC. Oh, that is neat. So if you were prone, or flat-footed, those specifically reduce your AC. You could dodge that. And you get legendary perception at 13.
13, yeah, so your AC is going to be super high, right?
Your perception DC, yeah.
Yeah.
That's great.
What would it be, like, in the 30s? Yeah, it would be in the 30s.
It's going to be, yeah, it's definitely be in the 30s by 12, for sure. So that's sick. Oh, man, that's good. That's a strong reaction. Yeah, it's only against one attack. It's a reaction. Yeah, you could do it if you're grappled or restrained. There are no conditions other than you get hit and you can see them. That's it. That's the only restriction. You can literally be paralyzed.
So 8 from proficiency, 13 from leveling, and then what? It's the wisdom, or do they get to put it on instead of wisdom?
It does still come off wisdom. They don't get perception. So
31 at base and then wisdom plus.
Yeah, 31 plus wisdom. It's gonna be high as hell. That is not gonna land. If it's not their first attack, they're not hitting you. Like, that ain't happening. It lets you shrug off conditions to your AC. That's a strong. That's super dodge. That's really cool. Reason rapidly. You instantly use up to 5 recall knowledge actions.
Nice.
You walk into a room. There's Kobold Grandma, a group of Shiruka, some boggard swamp wizards, and a dinosaur in a cage. Also, a totem is shooting lasers at you. You spend
for-
one action, and you identify all of them. What are we up against? Oh my god, that's cool.
Yeah.
You
They got some really cool feats.
And there's no conditions. There's no frequency. You can make 15 recall knowledge checks a turn. What a legend. Plot the future. The uncommon tag already tells me this is just an augury type effect. Choose a particular goal or activity you plan to engage in within 1 week. You
Yeah,
analyze whether it's likely to come to pass. You also gain a piece of advice. Yeah, this is another metagaming feat.
Yeah.
Alright, fair. Sense the unseen. Reaction when you fail to seek. Even though you failed, you sense them anyway.
Sweet.
No follow-up roll. Reaction when you fail to seek, you, instead of failing, don't. Just see them, forehead. Like, what? That's amazing. You can recall one dude 17 times, right? I don't remember if recall knowledge is a frequency restricted. Recall knowledge is not. No, it is actually, it is in fact spammable. So you could recall not like if you get into a boss fight, you could spend one action to recall knowledge on the enemy 5 times. Because you get 1 fact when you succeed. And just learn a bucket of things. Just learn everything about them. Yeah, I'm looking pretty. It definitely is not restricted. You can. All right, that's crazy. I rolled a nat 1. No, fuck you. I sensed them. No, you wouldn't have failed. You would have critically failed. You can't crit. You had to fail.
Yeah,
That is if you roll this won't come back from nat 1, but it will come back from anything else. But also because it is triggered by failing, you can't accident waste your reaction. You can't roll a 3 and be like, well, I sense the unseen. They're like, haha, your 3 still critically failed because it wouldn't meet the trigger condition, so you just couldn't do it.
There's a follow-up to predictive purchase.
Yep, because there's a follow-up on the general feat, too. Once you bring out magical items and scrolls and shit. Strategic bypass. You ignore resistance equal to your int modifier when you devise a stratagem. Sick. Didactic strike. You share your strategy with a bunch of allies. Yeah, implausible purchase. Which you pull stuff out as a single action, and you can use Prescient Planner even after you were supposed to use it, and 5 times a day you can just pull up consumables. Like, it's crazy. Reconstruct the scene. Spend 1 minute surveying a small location, get an indistinct mental impression of significant events that happened there. This gives you clues and details of the past, including the overall events and their time frame, but it's not a perfect record. It isn't enough to identify who was involved in the events if you weren't already aware of them.
This feed is actually like GM headache to fucking feed. Like, I'm gonna use reconstruct the scene. What the fuck happened in this random ass room?
I don't know, dude. They came in and they made lunch. Like, it's the kitchen, dude. Nothing happened. You see a Cinderclaw cultist with a bag of Doritos. Lead investigator. With Glutamol, you spend 1 minute briefing up to 4 allies about a lead you're pursuing. They get your whole ass pursue a lead check, lasting
Sweet.
for the entire day. Trickster's Ace. Oh, is this? What's the conditional spell thing? Contingency? This sound because to specify a trick when you make your daily preparation sounds like it's contingency.
It's contingency.
It's contingency. Yeah, this is absolutely contingency. You. Wait, what? You don't act. Wait. You literally cast a 4th level or lower spell with no magical ability. What?
I mean, it says Trickster's Ace, and that sounds like something a trickster would do.
Yeah, it just targets you, but you can just cast 4th level heal on yourself. How? Shut up. Instead of falling unconscious, I cast 4th level heal or mirror image. You get critically hit, you cast mirror image immediately. Just It just happens. I ain't gotta explain shit. I cast mirror image.
It just works.
It just works. Hold on.
And again, it just works.
I don't understand, but I love it. 20th level. Everyone's a suspect. You're so suspicious of everyone you meet that you keep mental notes on how to defeat them all. Okay, Batman.
All right, Batman.
After interacting with a creature for at least 1 minute, you automatically pursue a lead. You can have any number of such leads at any given time. When you pursue a lead again, you don't give up on any of those automatics. This is literally just, I'm Batman. I have a contingency plan to take down everyone, including myself. You have to know how to deal with me if I'm compromised and become a rogue element.
But wouldn't you know how to deal with you and customize an extra plan? Shut up, I'm Batman.
I'm Batman. Okay. This class is amazing. Investigator might be my new favorite class. If I ever get to be a PC, I might just roll an investigator. You fundamentally understand everything to the point where your research can't possibly be wrong. You're
That's just
permanently
academia.
quickened and can use the extra action to recall knowledge. Your checks to recall knowledge, the GM doesn't roll them anymore. When you recall knowledge, you're 1 degree of success better. And if an effect would give you inaccurate information, you know which information is inaccurate. Whenever your allies recalls information and gains a false information, you already automatically know they're wrong.
Actually, the feat.
Actually, the feat. That's exactly what it is. 20th level Giga actually. Oh man, dude. Oh, Cinder, I'm so glad you joined this call. I don't know how I would have missed that one and lived eternal shame. I don't know how I would have missed it, but this is actually feat 20. First thing we gotta do is just Photoshop this. I want exactly this block of text here, but just the facts replaced with the word actually. And that's all I need. That's our new development.
Actually, like an ellipses.
The Tengu Oracle.
Oh, well, I love that fucking burp.
He actually looks sick. Like, I mean, Tengu look dope. Like, I like Tengu. Tengu are
They're cool. I love the
They
burp
get a
people.
pass.
They don't look stupid like money.
Yeah, they actually look dope in this game. All right, the Oracle. Standard 8 hit points. Your key ability score is Charisma. So for those of you unfamiliar with the Oracle here, we'll just read the top blob. You're a conduit to divine power, eschews traditional channels of prayer and servitude. You instead glean divine truths that extend beyond any single deity. You understand the great mysteries of the universe, embodied in overarching concepts that transcend good and evil or chaos and law, whether because you perceive the common ground across multiple deities or circumvent their power entirely. You explore one of these mysteries and draw upon its power to cast miraculous spells, but that power comes with a terrible price. A curse that grows stronger the more you draw upon it. The Oracle is a class that comes with a mystery. And the source of their power is that mystery. Zindern's original Skull and Shackles character, Crispy Hands, was an
Crispy
Oracle.
Hands.
His crispy hands were his curse, and fire was his mystery. Oracle wasn't great.
Other
in
way,
first
actually. Fire was my curse.
All right, that was what gave you the crispy hands. Is because you had
Yeah,
fire as
yeah,
your
it was
curse,
the black
your
and
hands were
curse.
burnt. Hands are burnt.
I was actually
inside.
Heavens.
You were right, because you had the rainbow wall.
Yeah.
I remember now.
Yeah.
Yeah, Oracle 1E was not great. I didn't think I thought the flavor was pretty stupid, because your curse and your mystery had nothing to do with each other, which was kind of wacky at best. But now, your mystery and your curse are one and the same. And beyond that, it's not one little, like, the whole of your curse was you took a -4 to attacks with weapons. That was your curse. It was a single, right? It was a single sentence and a single numerical penalty.
It was really bad in like the first 4 levels, and then it never came up again.
The curses are now very heavily ingrained into the class and the mystery, and they're really freaking cool. And I know one of the big things that they took away from the playtest was you don't KO yourself if you overdraw your mystery. The highest level of exerting the power of your mystery in the playtest was just instantly unconscious. It doesn't.
Yeah.
I don't know what they replaced that with, but you don't instantly unconscious yourself anymore. It does something different, which means that
Interjecting a little bit, do you remember why I wanted to play an Oracle in the first place back on Money?
no.
Well, let me tell you, because like Ren was, the first like real roleplay character I played,
Right.
with Armstrong being a meme.
Armstrong.
But originally, I wanted to make an Oracle to Calistria called Horacle.
Yep, I remember Horacle. Okay, yep, I remember Horacle. I remember Horacle. Horacle was the original idea. I thought like your motivation was for Ren, for like something real. I remember Horacle. I didn't think that was what you were going for.
No, that was what it started, but then it's like I read into Oracle more, and it was a really cool class.
Yeah, Horacle is a solid meme. Okay, so let's go down here. You get divine spellcasting. You do magic. You are a magicer. You are a magic person.
You're spontaneous, just like before.
Yep, still spontaneous, guys. You don't have to prep your stuff. You just have like you're a divine sorcerer. You don't need a material component. A couple of spells. You do spontaneous. You cast spells. You do spell stuff. You can heighten your spells.
Yeah.
Blah 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 blah. You get cantrips, spell repertoire. And it's just like a sorcerer, pretty much. I'm gonna assume. I'm not reading it. I'm just assuming it's the default.
It is
Spontaneous caster stuff. So we can get to the mystery. They're guaranteed divine. Yeah, it is an interesting decision to have added the occult spell list and make oracles divine. I get it. I'm not saying I entirely agree with it, but I
think maybe they get access to some spells throughout their mysteries, and that would
their
just solve
mystery
it
gives
on
them,
its own.
if it's like the playtest, it gives them new powers. It's like the champion focus powers, or like the.
Oh, I was thinking it might have been like how Warlock works in 5e, where it's like the pact you've made gives you access to like spells from other schools.
Maybe. That's really Sorcerer's niche in 2nd edition, though, which I think is why they didn't want to give them access to 2 different spell lists. Because Sorcerer's thing is that they can be any spell list, and that they can cross between them. So the mystery. You have thing. The mystery can be anything. You pick a mystery, and this is the source of your oracle power. It grants you revelation spells. It might give you divine domain spells at a later occasion. It tells you how your curse works, gives you a cantrip, and gives you some trained skills. Cool. Unlike 1st edition, how many do we have? Ancestors, Battle, Bones, Cosmos, Flames, Life, Lore, and Tempest.
So all returning from
8.
1e with slightly different names than some of them. Cosmos
8
being
whole
heaven,
ass mysteries.
Yeah,
I think there were
Tempest
3 in the
being...
playtest. We had Life, Flames.
Oh, was there only 3 in the playtest?
Yeah.
Ooh, that's a lot.
The playtest had
Not bad.
Flames, Life, and Battle? I feel like it was Battle. I don't remember. It was Flames, Life, and something. And the Revelation spells give you a bunch of stuff. You start with 2 focus points at level 1. Which is interesting because you can only ever have 3 unless Oracle's about to overwrite that. Period. Full stop. It's a hard restriction of the core rules of Pathfinder 2, is you can never have more than 3 focus points. And you start with 2. The Revelation spells cost
no,
1.
they specifically call out that they can also only have 3 in Revelation spells.
Okay. Yeah, you can refocus in 10 minutes. You'll get your focus point back. So they have focus points now. They didn't have focus points in the playtest. They just ramped up their curse by using the Revelation spell, but now they have traditional focus points. Interesting. They're automatically heightened. They don't take spell slots. Yada yada yada. Stuff. Yeah, that's how a focus spell works. No, you can never have more than 3. All right, fair enough. Still can never have more than 3. Revelation spells have the curse-bound trait. This trait means they increase the severity of your curse when cast. You can't ever cast one. If you somehow manage to attain one of these spells, but you don't have a curse, you can't cast them. Shut up. You get 2 spells at 1st level. The first is determined by mystery. The second is a domain spell you select from a domain associated with your mystery.
Cool.
Okay. So they've doubled the amount of revelation powers you get and given you a lot of flexibility in the second one, because in the playtest you just got your revelation spell from the mystery. But now you also get a domain spell from a list of possible domains. Cool. You get more things. It is interesting that if you were either doing an Oracle dedication or playing an Oracle using a dedication for something else, that your normal focus point pool is your revelation powers. It's interesting. I don't know if it's positive or negative. It's just interesting. It's just an observation at the moment. So the curse does curse stuff. Every time you use your magical powers, your curse-bound spells, your mystery does bad stuff to you. But it's not all bad. If it's like the playtest, it's double-bladed stuff to you.
Yeah, it seems like this is as well.
Curses always give you a malleable constant reminder you carry their power. As you cast revelation spells, it intensifies to a minor effect. Once your minor curse manifests, it remains in effect till you rest and for 8 hours and re-prepare, so it's the whole rest of the day. If you cast a revelation spell while your minor curse is in effect, you become a moderate. And you have the minor and the moderate. The higher levels, you can progress to major and extreme. All these stages are cumulative. While you refocus under the effects of moderate or worse, you get your focus point back and you bring it back under control to minor. It doesn't go down one stage, so you refocus from extreme straight to minor. But once you're once you're at the minor stage, you can never leave it until the end of the day. And previously, when your curse was at its worst and you drew and you cast revelation spell, you fucking knocked yourself out until it was the following day. But now, what does it do instead? You are overwhelmed. While overwhelmed, you can't cast or sustain any revelation spells. You can still refocus to reduce the effects of your curse, but doing so does not allow you to cast further revelation spells. So if you overdraw, you just are cut off from your revelation magic for the rest of the day. Okay, fair enough. I feel like they've gone from a very... I mean, I guess playtested, but they've gone from a very major drawback to overdrawing to just... Stop. You can't do it anymore. Which is literally nothing, because you still have all of your regular magic and abilities. You just specifically can't
right, but then it means
anymore.
your spammable spell disappears for the rest of the day.
Yeah, you lose your focus point spell, but I mean that's a big departure from your unconscious until tomorrow.
Of course it is, yeah, but it is still pretty severe, right? Like it is.
You lose them, period, for the day. So yeah, it's
if
still pretty
Aura couldn't cast his what? What's his
His
focus?
elemental toss.
Elemental toss or Tempest Surge does pretty good both.
That's fair. Okay, fair enough. You can't overcome the curse in any way. There's no. This is the legally mandated. Paizo has learned a very valuable lesson over the course of first edition, which is that everybody who plays Pathfinder sucks, and that you have to spell shit out very directly for them, or people will continue to suck. So this entire paragraph is saying, stop being a shithead. You can't negate the downside of your curse. You shithead. It's part of your character. Stop it. Bad. And there is text like this included in basically everything in second edition, which is honestly a large strength of the system, is that GMs don't have to deal with shitheads because the rules go out of their way to try to shut the shitheads down immediately. So, we got that going for us, which is nice. And then here's you get magic.
Yeah.
Signature spells, you get some standards. Any cool stuff in here? Any cool stuff?
Major curse and extreme curse just means you can go one step higher.
Major curse at 11, you can start using your major effects. And at 17, you start getting your extreme effect. While affected by your extreme curse, you become doomed to. Oh my god. Okay, so doomed reduces the dying value at which you die.
Oh god.
Doomed 2 means if a critical hit reduces you to 0 health, you instantly die. Because you will go to dying 2, which is dead, because doomed 2 reduces your dying from 4 to 2. It means if you go down and fail one single dying check, you die. That's a spooky fucking thing right there.
Yeah, but you get free hero point, which is nice.
Once every 10 minutes, yeah, you get a hero point. So you get a hero point every 10 minutes. Yeah, if you're doomed 4 is dead. Yeah, exactly. Link 1429. Yeah, doomed 4, you die. So,
unless you have Die Hard.
That's true. Unless you have Die Hard, then you have to be doomed 5. So if you're doomed 2, every 10 minutes you get a free hero point. If you cast a revelation spell while under the effects of the extreme curse, you remain doomed 2 even if you refocus.
Oh god.
And at this point, you get 3 focus points back when you refocus. Jesus, that's terrifying. Oh my god, you have to be doomed 2 in addition to whatever your extreme... This is playing with fire. The extreme curse is you are willing to lose your character right now. Like, self-inflicting doomed 2 is I am ready to die for this. Take me. Full fucking stop. Holy
Very in line
crap.
with like an oracle, doesn't it? Like
It is very, it's very
flavor.
Oracle, yeah. It's absolutely fitting to the class. But oh man, that's terrifying. Did the major one have something like that? Because I did just skin over it. It did not, no.
I did not know.
Okay. And this just gives you 10th level spells. Instead of they replace KO yourself with kill yourself. I'm wrong. All right, mysteries. Here is the meat of the Oracle. I'm going to be honest, I'm not even going to read through the Oracle feats. I don't really care that much. This is where the meat of the Oracle lives. Investigator was largely, it's a fairly martial class, was largely defined by what their feats do. And while there may be some cool Oracle feats, I'm going to skip them for now. So the mystery does stuff, trains you in a skill, gives you a cantrip, gives you some revelation. Help. Gives you some revelation spells. Gives you some domains you can choose between. My PDF is freezing very hard. I'm gonna reopen this.
Ooh, Ancestor's pretty nice.
We're gonna relaunch it because it's dying.
Ancestor's
stop
mystery
dying.
benefit is just to get an additional ancestry feat at first level and one more at 11.
Where were we? We were down here. Oh. What is picture? Tengu Man.
Yeah, fighting
Tengu
against
Man
the...
is here to fight Hellhounds.
Oh no, it's fighting the Hellhounds for Witcher 1. Stay away, Tengu, it'll kill you.
I have, that was literally the only part of Witcher 1 that I've seen.
Oh
was
my
you
god,
doing
it was
that fight.
awful.
Probably because you were there for like 4 hours. That's
Oh.
all I've seen of Witcher 1 was that fight.
Oh, it was awful.
Ancestor, the voice of generations of the past speak to you when you hear their words. You might resent the constant interruption, or you might revere the spirits of those who came before. You might commune with powerful psychopomps who shepherd souls to the afterlife, with the river of souls itself, or with those spirits who become trapped outside the great cycle of spiritual rebirth. Mystery benefit. You get an additional ancestry feat at 1 and 11, and they can't grant you a physiological bonus. So you get 2 ancestry feats at level 1, and you get another bonus one at 11. Train in society, you grant the guidance cantrip, and you will have to go look at the revelation spells.
Yeah,
We'll have to at least go look at the revelation spells, which should all be sorted together, but alphabetically. So I'm hoping they follow this naming convention, that they're all name of the mystery second word.
I will say there's about a 0% chance of that happening.
I know. I know. We're going to have to go find them manually. All right, remaining domains are death and family. So the curse of ancestral meddling. The ancestral spirits you commune with haunt you and meddle with your belongings and actions. Your hair, clothing, and belongings constantly shift and stir, seemingly of their own volition. So that's at all times, period. Your shit is constantly moving around, your clothes are getting readjusted, your hair is moving. Minor curse. One of your ancestors becomes predominant in their meddling. Roll 1d4 on a table on, I assume, the next page to figure out how that goes. The predominant ancestor guides you to use their preferred type of action. When you try to use one of the actions listed for the other ancestors, you have to make a flat check. On a failure, you spend the action but gain no effect.
Imagine having Serg as a fucking ancestor. It's like, dude, you should use athletics right here. You use athletics. Bro, I can't grapple that dragon. But you should still do it.
Do it. During combat, another intense round-by-round encounter, other ancestors wrestle for control of your actions. When you roll initiative at the end of each turn, your predominant ancestor changes.
Oh,
And DC 4 flat check means you have to roll a 4 or higher, which means a 1, 2, or 3 fails. So it's a 15% chance on any action that isn't part of the predominant ancestor's area of expertise to lose the action. 15% chance to instead do nothing. Where's page 75? What are we on right now?
that is harsh.
There it is.
We are, 75.
Oh God. One of them is strikes. Oh, one of them is cast the spell. Oh God,
no.
These are large categories. Okay. All right, so you have, if you roll a 1, hit a guy. If you If you do not hit a guy, then you have to roll a flat check. 2, do a skill. If you do not do a skill, you have to roll a flat check. 3, cast a spell. If you don't cast a spell, you have to roll a flat check. Oh man, so there's a solid like 50% chance that they're gonna screw with you. That's
Well, at moderate, it becomes a 30% chance.
yeah, this is we're going right there. Right,
And
so
then at major, it becomes 40%.
Oh, jeez, yeah, it goes up to 6, and then goes up to 8
Yep.
at major. Holy crap.
Stop fucking with me, Grandpa!
What I fucking tell you, boy? Hit him! Alright, and, but you do get bonuses at moderate and major if you do what they want. If you succumb to them. So, at a moderate, you get a +1 to attack and damage. And at a major, you get a +1 to attack, +2 to damage. At major, you get +1 to attack and +6 to damage.
Oh, damn.
Moderate curse and the major just give you a +1 and a +2 to all skill and perception checks. Non-cantrip spells, not a duration, gain a status bonus to their damage and healing equal to the spell's level. And then equal to the spell's level +3. So, the curse and this all, they do stack. Which is weird. I don't think these ones don't actually stack because they're all the same type of bonus, which would mean they natively don't. So while you technically would be getting a +1 status bonus and a +1 status bonus, those don't interact.
Getting a +1 bonus.
So yeah, so this does just go straight from here to here. This seems to be the exception. Love it when the first one's the exception. It's the exception because they don't really stack up. So you have a 25% chance to get to pick what you want to do that turn. Otherwise, if you do what your ancestor wants, which changes every turn, you get this. They are also status bonuses, which again do not stack with other status bonuses. So like, yeah, if you have a bard inspiring courage on you, that does not stack with the martial ancestor's bonus to your attack rolls, because that's already a status bonus to your attack rolls.
It's because you can't hear the bard trying to inspire you.
You can't hear the bard over your fucking grandpa yelling at you. Like,
Yeah.
that's huh. Yeah, that doesn't actually explicitly says you get the major curse instead of the moderate curse. Alright, that's an interesting one. That's an interesting one. It seems kind of, I don't know, what's the word I'm looking for? Bad? Am I wrong? Did we lose Zindern? May have lost Zindern. But this curse kind of seems not good. It seems pretty not good. Battle. So this one existed. I mean, but there is still, we have to see what it gives you.
Welcome, Squidling.
Optimistic
to the
Weasel,
Squiddy pool.
43 months in the pool. You were the shiniest Squidling. And yeah, there is a 50% chance you get to do what you want every turn. Because you can roll the ancestor that agrees with you or a 4. So there's a 50% chance. It only has a 50% chance to fuck with you. Realistically. Where do these spells live? Revelation spells. We gotta find the revelation spells. 229 is where the revelation spells start. Alrighty, so Oracle. So access.
I got one more thing to say about ancestors.
What's up?
I think they would make incredible boss fights. I think they would be really interesting.
Oh, absolutely. These are going to be amazing NPCs for sure.
Yeah.
So we haven't actually got into the powers that they get yet, because the powers are these spells. We've really just looked at the downsides, honestly. So let's see what they get for that. Ancestral Touch is their level 1 ability, and it's a single action that targets a living creature. You touch a creature and force them to see and feel the ancestors surrounding you. They take D4 mental damage and make a saving throw, which is a basic save, but also they're frightened if they fail or critically fail. And it's the D4 scales every level. So, I mean,
Every level? Or
yeah,
every spell
every
level?
level. Every spell level, I just want to, yeah, I mean, like every
Oh,
spell
right.
level is what I mean. So
That doesn't seem that powerful.
next season is very weak.
Yeah.
It is one action. I mean, the ability to give them a save against your spell DC as a single action to frighten them.
How severe is the frightened?
1 if they fail, 2 if they critically fail. But every frightened, it's -1 to everything. Like that lowers their AC, lowers their saves, lowers their attack. Like frightened is a good ass condition in 2nd edition.
It's true. It's just you go straight up to like the next part of the curse, right?
But it's
That is
also
kinda scary.
touch. You have to touch.
Yeah,
them.
touch. Ooh.
That
I don't know.
is-
1d4 just seems very minor.
Yeah, 1d4 plus nothing. I mean, the goal is to frighten them. The goal is definitely, like, the money here is the frighten. The damage is a little bit of gravy. But, Alright, Ancestral Defense is a reflex save when you're about to attempt a reflex when you're about to attempt a will save. And it gives you advantage.
Sweet. That's good.
That's pretty solid. Although, as a reminder that this is spending a focus point and it bumping your curse up. So that's a thing. It also, in an encounter, immediately rerolls your ancestor. So,
Okay.
because your ancestor changes at the end of your turn, and this is a reaction. So if you end your turn on a bad ancestor, you can both get roll twice, take best on a will save, and you get to reroll your ancestor for that 50-50 of getting the one you want. So it's interesting because it also interacts with your mystery, but also still kind of.
I think the
Whatever.
defense is a lot better.
Yeah, it's definitely a lot better.
Yeah.
I still don't think it's. I haven't seen anything. It seems like it's really worth dealing with how bad the curse effects are. Ancestral Form. Oh, it's worth noting that your moderate curse, while you have the spell ancestor up, will add flat damage to Ancestral Touch.
Yeah.
Because
That's
it adds
true.
flat damage. Ancestral Form is at 6, 2 actions. Take the form of your ancestral spirits, becoming invisible and quasi-corporeal. Getting resistance 10 to all damage unless they have ghost touch. You become, that's whole ass incorporeal. Resistance 10 to all damage except ghost touch, and doubled against non-magical and precision is incorporeal. You gain a fly speed equal to your land speed. When flying, moving upward isn't difficult terrain for you. Today I learned flying upwards is difficult terrain. You can't move through solid objects. There's the quasi. But you can float through tiny gaps. You cannot cast spells, attack, or activate any items.
Oh, that became way more lame.
Yeah,
at the end,
that
didn't it?
fell apart. That fell off a fucking cliff at the
That
end
was
there.
so
Holy crap.
cool, and then just hopped off a
That
cliff.
just was like, hey, that sounds pretty cool. You can't do anything. Oh, well,
Oh no.
good day. Have a good afternoon. I'm out.
Yeah, see you later, ancestors.
So,
Yikes.
am I overstepping to say the ancestry curse
Seems worthless.
sucks dick? Am I rushing to conclusions here? Because
Hey, wait, no, there could still be the possibility that the entire class sucks.
it may be the class, not the curse. But that sure sounds really bad. That seems super weak. Like the ancestry curse seems really, really, really weak. All
Also,
of their
attacking
abilities
isn't
seem like
really
they
a
blow.
thing, right? When you can't attack, you can't take reactions. They just walk around you. Like,
Yeah, you
What are you
can't
gonna
take
do,
any
cry?
reactions or anything. Like, what are you gonna do?
you can't even
there
cry
are
because you're
things you
corporeal.
can do. Because I know there are abilities like, I know this is other classes obviously, but champion and monk both have abilities that turn the area around them into difficult terrain for enemies, which is just a thing that happens passively. So like, there's stuff like that exists. And you're still quasi-corporeal, which means things can't move through you for free, which means they'd still have to acrobatics to tumble through you. You just
Yeah.
couldn't do anything if they failed. You wouldn't provoke, but you're still in their way. Well, they can't do much to you. And if you end up in a very bad situation, it's a decent defensive tool. It gives you flight, but like, man, their abilities don't seem good. Battle! You battle! Mystery benefits. You're trained in medium and heavy armor instead of just light armor. And at 13th level, you also get expert for those armors as well. Choose
Very
a
nice.
weapon group. You're trained in all martial weapons of that group. You get weapon expertise at 11. You get expert proficiency for martial weapons, and you become trained in that group's advanced weapons.
Sweet.
Neat. This is for you are a cleric. Is this the old iconic oracle? This is the old iconic oracle, isn't it? It's on the splash opposite this.
Wait, opposite.
So
I don't know actually.
right out of the gate,
Looks great though.
expert's not very good. If you're wanting to play as like a frontliner,
Yeah.
you're gonna be. It never goes to mastery. You're gonna be pretty heavily behind the rest of the actual martials, which is fair because you are still a full spellcaster. So I mean that's totally a fair trade-off. I'm just
You also
saying
get
it's
cantrip shield.
you are going to very lag behind your fighter and your barbarian buddies because you're only going to expert and you're not doing it until 11 and 13 for weapons and armor. You're going to be very behind them. It's gonna be pretty tough to hit people, and your AC is definitely not going to be as good as theirs.
Do you know when like you realize you're a really, really big nerd? Because I recognize the Flamewalker staff. That it looks like the one from Moonstill Hall, doesn't it? Like the symbol.
The symbol of Erodin?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is actually large. It's a winged eye. Yeah, it's largely a symbol of Erodin. That's what that is. Yep. Your training skills: athletics, your cantrip is shield. You get battlefield persistence, call to arms, and heroic feat. All right. So before we go any further, let's go look at the things that it gives you that are good. Let's look at their spells first. Call to arms.
Which page is on?
229.
220. Oh my god,
That's
it's
what
so
it
far
starts.
away.
Yeah, I just piped them 229. Okay. Call to arms. Call to arms. Call to arms. Oh my god. Come on. PDF is dying. I try to scroll
PDF's
too far while I'm zoomed in. It's just
220.
stupid. Okay. It's on
Focus
230
plus.
is called arms and battlefield persistence. So your level 1 is a reaction that triggers when you roll initiative. That gives all of your allies +2 to their initiative check and temporary hit points equal to the spell's level. Which is 1 at level 1. But that's pretty solid. So notable that in 2nd edition, you are not your own ally. You do not benefit from this. You call out for your friends. This will scale up to 10 hit points. Like, it's not a ton of HP. That's gravy for the initiative bonus, which is going to scale up to +3 and +4 further on. The HP is a little gravy. Pretty girthy initiative bonuses are solid. And, again, doesn't apply to you, but the entire rest of your party.
Yeah.
Not bad. Much better than literally all of the Ancestor ones. The level 3 one is also a reaction. Battlefield persistence when you are about to make a saving throw. As a reaction, you give yourself a +2 status bonus to the triggering save. And if it's an incapacitation effect, you are treated as if you were 2 levels higher. Fuck no, you will not hold person me. Or color spray me, or paralyze me, or whatever. That is great if you know it's incapacitation effects incoming. If you're if you're saving against a Medusa staring at you, or someone is clearly casting color spray, as a reaction, you tell them to fuck off. Because 2 levels higher is, if you're fighting at level enemies, even slightly above you.
You know what the bad part here is?
What?
You know what the bad part here is?
What?
We don't know what the cost of using these are because we don't know how bad the curses are.
We haven't gotten there
We're
yet.
at the
But
end.
these powers
We're-
are definitely
I
much
know,
better
it's-
than the Ancestors
Yeah,
powers.
we're just at the inverse.
Does anyone remember what the last one was called? I want to say it was Heroic something.
Yeah,
Oh! Fucking
I
face
told
on
you,
it.
there's 10%. Heroic feat.
Heroic feat, yep. It's 2 or 3 actions. You gain the ability to perform a specialized combat technique. Use the action granted by 1. Pick a fighter feat. It costs you 1 action more than it would for a fighter. And the feat's level can be no higher than heroic feat's spell level. So that's going to top out at a 5th level fighter feat. Well, it gives you
What?
flexibility. It's very versatile. Yeah, it lets you like whip
Well,
out
it's
sudden
up-
charge and stuff if you really need it.
Doesn't it top off at 9?
Oh no, I thought it was half for some reason. No higher than feats. Yeah, it'll top off at 10. You get 10th level spells.
Oh yeah, true.
So we'll top off at 10. So you could get things like Cleave and Whirlwind Strike and Sudden Charge. I don't know why I thought my brain put a half in there.
Yeah.
I was thinking because Heroic Feat, the spell level is half of a level, that it would be half of the total, and then my brain put that again. All right,
I mean,
that's-
sudden charge is worthless in this case, right? Because you could just double move and attack for the same amount of actions.
Yeah, I guess Sudden Charge literally doesn't do anything.
Yeah.
But there are a bunch of things fighters can do.
There's a lot of interesting shit you could do with this, I
Yes,
think.
this presents you. This reminds me of Brawler for money. This is
Yeah.
martial flexibility.
That is a scary ass bird on the page before it, though.
So, the question is, what does it do to you?
Oh
What is
god,
it?
where is it?
What does it do? 74.
34.
Minor curse. Your body languishes when you aren't bringing harm to your foes. You take a -2 status penalty to AC and saving throws. But every time you make a strike, the penalties are suspended until the start of your next turn. If you aren't attacking, that -2 to AC and saves is pretty goddamn bad. And you have to be swinging.
I thought you strike once per turn, you're fine, right?
Yes, but there's a lot of situations that can prevent you from striking. I think you are
It's
very
true, yeah.
solidly going to want at the least like a reach weapon here. Because you can strike and cast your average 2-action spell without having to move. And yeah, if you lose initiative, reminder, the initiative boosting thing does not apply to you. You have this until you get to go. Or if you get like CC'd or... I mean, this...
Also, the moderate puts you at
got me, yeah.
-1. Sorry.
So the moderate, strain of conflict wears upon your body. Making a strike reduces the penalty to -1 rather than entirely removing it. But you also get a +2. Okay, you get a +2 status bonus to weapon and just damage. Dang it. I thought it was gonna be attacking damage. I was gonna say that makes up for you not getting master, but it doesn't because it's only damage. You get fast healing equal to half your level while in a non-trivial combat encounter.
That helps.
That's pretty good. Pog indeed.
That
Major
is
curse.
really fun.
Your moderate curse's fast healing is equal to your whole level. You get 6 + 6 to your damage, +1 status bonus to weapon and unarmed attack rolls, but you are stupefied too. This is a cool fucking curse.
What does Stupefied do? I don't remember.
It is your spell attack roll and spell DC is reduced by the value, and you have to
So
make
you
a...
just become, I am Strike.
You also have to pass a DC 5 flat check to cast a spell, period. So you have a 20% chance to fail, and that's you lose the spell failure if you lose it to Stupefied.
That's
So-
so much less bad than what you're getting. in
No, this is
Ancestors.
actually really cool.
Yeah.
You're getting like barbarian damage on this damage bonus, plus the +1 status bonus to weapon attack rolls. We're starting to make up for you not getting master. That is you're in between expert and master now. You're up there. If you're swinging, you're only taking a -1, so it's pseudo raging, and you are healing like a goddamn legend. Fast healing equal to your your level.
Yeah.
That is so much. Stupefied 2 is also -2 to your will saves. That's -2 to anything that comes off a mental stat. I forgot about that. That's a good point. So your knowledge checks, your will saves, diplomacy, intimidate, you become less scary because you're just an unhinged screaming barbarian.
Right, you know how to scream, but you don't know how to apply it.
This battle is okay. You did it. You come around, Paizo. Ancestor was like, oh, are these all gonna suck? But battle is awesome. The battle curse is awesome. I really like battle. It's got some usable powers. Even the curse itself. Like the problem with the ancestors, I feel like the upsides of like these upsides on the ancestry thing, I don't feel like make up
Outworth the
for how
downsides,
annoying it
feels
is.
like,
Yeah. But
yeah, no, I think that's the main issue. That's why I think it's gonna be a great enemy encounter, but really shit for a player. It's
Right.
just like if you low roll a bunch of times where you keep getting the ancestor you don't want, that feels really shitty.
and your flat check goes up to like 8. And the
Yeah.
major curse, it's so high. Yeah, in an encounter, every time you roll a skillful, like, fuck me, I guess. So I guess I'll make knowledge checks and stand here. Like, what? Stop. Just scroll. But the battle curses are great. All right, boons. You
I want my
clever
pizza
leverage the subtleties
boneless.
of life and death. Each day during your preparations, you can choose to become positive or negative. If you can become negative and gain negative healing, which you can just opt to do that at the start of any day and be healed by negative damage, or healed by negative and harmed by positive. Ah. That's
I'm
interesting.
doing us both a favor. I'm writing down all the revelation spells for each mystery.
Thank you, Cinder. Your trained skill is medicine. You get chill touch. All right. Soul Siphon, Armor of Bones, and Claim Undead. All right, let's go. Soul Siphon. It's 229 is where they start. I'm going to go to 235. Dang it, I went too far. I'm in Ranger. Soul Siphon.
Unlucky.
Okay. Soul Siphon. Soul Siphon. Soul
I
Siphon.
saw
Soul
one on Cosmos that excites me.
I'm trying so hard not to look at the ones that aren't what I'm looking at right now, so I can look at them later. So your first
it's a
level one,
callback.
your first level one is Soul Siphon. Single action, targets a creature within 30 feet. You siphon a portion of the target's soul to bolster your own vitality. Then make a fortitude save or take D4 negative damage. And you heal for as much as you deal. And oh my god, this does drained.
Hmm.
If they fail, they're drained 1. If they critically fail, they're drained 2. You
Ooh, that's
also heal
horrible.
from what they lose from the drainage.
That's like the
Holy
Ancestors one,
shit,
but good.
that's strong. Why is the Ancestor one so fucking bad, dude? It's touch for D4 plus nothing, and maybe they're frightened 1. This is 30 feet for D4, and it fucking drains people and heals you. Why is Ancestor so bad? I don't understand. Oh my
What's the
god,
page?
that's good.
Oh.
That's really good. So notably, it's not healing, it is temporary HP, which is worse than healing.
How
But
long does the 10 HP last?
it doesn't say, so I believe that there are base rules for temp HP is 1 minute.
Yeah.
What is drained? Drained is con damage. Drains it reduces your fortitude save by the value and reduces your maximum HP by your level per drained modifier. Like this isn't like amazing, but that's a really good first level 1 action 30-foot range focus spell. Also because the flavor of this is horrifying because it's somatic only. You literally don't say anything. You just look at
raise your
them
fucking hand.
and drain their goddamn soul. There are no words. It just happens.
Oh, I think it's what the fucking bird is doing on that page.
Oh yeah, probably.
Yeah.
You can just do it to 3 people. I mean, if you have 3 focus points and then your curse immediately advances to major, but like theoretically, yeah, you could. These are the
Yeah.
things that increase your curse. What was the second one?
It was Armor of Bones.
All the way back up at A. That's it. You do this. You just just fucking
Yeah.
steal people's bones. Armor of Bones.
Armor of Bones is like, eh.
All right, 1 action. You gain resistance 3 to cold, electricity, fire, piercing, and slashing for 1 minute. And the resistance is so it's 1 per spell level. It'll go up to resistance 10.
It's like, eh. Okay.
Yeah, solid.
Yeah. And then it
Claim
was
it's right next to it. Claim
Undead.
Undead.
Yeah.
All right, Claim Undead. 2 actions. I bet. I don't want to guess what this is gonna do. You attempt
Yeah,
to
hold
wrest
on.
control of target undead or force it to recognize you as its master. If the target's controlled by another creature, the controller makes a will save. Otherwise, the target makes a will save. If you succeed, or if they succeed, they're stunned 1. If they regular fail, they are dominated.
That's
2
pretty good
actions.
against Undead.
30 foot, dominate undead on a regular fail. Assume direct control on regular fail is pretty freaking good.
Yeah, it really comes down to how often do you fight undead, right? Like, if it's semi-often, great.
That's pretty solid. Nope, I didn't mean to go to 743. I meant to go to 74.
And I mean, the critical failure, you still have to sit down until you killed all those buddies.
Yeah, stop. Where were we?
We were on bones.
35. So, bones.
35.
What's the downside? Your body is slowly decaying, even though you
Oh,
are
God.
alive. And using your powers furthers this unnatural living death. You carry touch the grave about you, manifesting as bloodless pallor, a faint smell of earth or death. I like that all of these have a constant physical effect.
Yeah.
That doesn't do anything mechanically, but it's always there. Minor curse. Bones protrude through your skin and your
Ugh, God.
flesh rots. Combining with a stench of decay, I'm gonna hop over here, and an unearthly chill. Non-magical effects that would heal you only heal you for half. And it says restore your hit points, so whether you're positive or negative affinity, it doesn't matter. Well, I guess it's non-magical, so it's not like generally things that are affinity. So this is medicine checks.
That's such a like. It's so disgusting.
But that's not a
It doesn't do
mega
anything to you like
downside.
mechanically, right? Like it just fucks with you on the medicine
It
part.
fucks with like specifically battle medicine. And if you have a time crunch where you've only got like time to attempt 1 or 2 medicine checks to heal, it could be bad. But that's normally not really going to affect you. It's just gross.
But it is really gross.
It is really gross. Moderate curse. Your dead flesh continues to rot, affecting your health. You are drained 1, and this is cumulative with any other drained conditions you gain. It's removed only when you refocus. Effects that normally remove the drained condition reduce your drained condition to drained 1 instead. You also gain poison resistance equal to half your level, a +4 status bonus to saves against diseases, poisons, and death effects, and if you roll a success, you critically succeed instead.
Sweet.
Drained 1's fairly bad.
But the upsides are really good.
Yeah, but the upsides are pretty fucking strong, and it's just
Yeah.
drained 1. Like, so far, this curse is not really big on downsides. So chilling. We're chilling. Major curse. You stand a steps from the grave. You are wounded 1. It's like doomed 1, but not as bad. It's
Yeah.
removed only when you refocus. When you would attempt a recovery check, you can choose to get an automatic success instead of rolling. Hold what?
Welcome,
What?
Squidling.
What?
To the Squiddy Pool.
Recovery is the dying save.
Undead
You
curse
just
is moved.
succeed. You're like, nah. I don't give a shit. Like,
I'll go to wounded too. Who cares?
where's the downside, bro? Like, I'm wounded 1. I don't care. Just stand back up. Like, holy crap. Callan, 01270, 55 months in the pool. You with the shiniest squiddling. Thank you for the continued support. Where's the point me to the downside? Wounded just makes you more likely to die when you go down, but you can't fail. You just succeed automatically.
Well, you go to wounded 2, right? So you've advanced 1 more on that track.
Right, but the extra wounded
Yeah.
can be removed normally.
That's true. Well, I don't know. That seems.
Dude, there's like no downside
Yeah.
in this curse.
Also, it just says it makes the whole failure against disease, poison, or death effects extra good.
Yeah, you can't critically fail either, so it's like whatever.
Yeah.
Like,
Okay.
all right, so bone
You
sounds
take-
like you're just
you
straight
take
up
fast
collecting
recovery.
W's, my dude. The curses are the curse is good. The spells are good. You're a gross zombie
I would never play Bones personally. It's
because
too
you're a gross
gross.
zombie.
Welcome,
Yeah, exactly. It's too
The
gross.
Squiddy
Nothing
Pool.
to do with the power level. You're just a gross zombie, and no one wants to look at
Yeah.
it.
All this stuff be pretty neat.
Wolven
Oh, here we go.
01,
Cosmo.
10 months in the pool. You, the shiniest squiddling. Yeah, this is real good so far. I'm digging it. Cosmos, celestial beings, yada yada. Your
Welcome,
body. Oh my god, though, here come all the fucking
the
subs.
Squiddy
Aragon
Pool.
Rider, 45 months. You, the shiniest squiddling. Thank you for your
Sweet. Scam train.
Mr. Scam Train, mystery benefit. Your body's as much an astronomical one as it is physical. On all levels,
Oh, God,
but physical.
yes.
I am space. Resistance equal to 2 plus half your level against all physical damage.
That's really good.
That's fucking really good.
That's weird as hell.
Especially at low level. That starts incredible and like peaks down to just good.
Yeah.
Because 2 at level 1 is a lot. That's a lot of resistance. That's much more than I think 12 is going to be at 20.
Oh god, look at our relations. Oh, it makes me so happy. It's so beautiful.
Welcome, Squidling.
Oh, Moonlight. Yeah, boy. So this is Heavens. This is Heavens who came back.
Yep.
Moonlight
My
Bridge
boy.
is back, my dude. Interstellar Void. What is Interstellar Void? Ponzacon, 49 months in the pool. You with the shiny squilling. Does the rotting reduce natural healing? No. Yes, except that you. Oh, it would. That's a good point. That's a good point there, Tare at best. Because your curse doesn't subside from minor until after your 8 hours of resting, you would recover half as much HP from resting because that's not magical healing. That's a good point against the zombie pile.
Right, yeah, but you still just medicine all.
Yeah, you can just
night.
medicine twice as many times.
Yeah.
I think that's a huge problem.
It's not like you're going to sleep without full HP in the first place because you have someone with wart medic.
After reading the APG, I said why people still play 5e because it's incredibly simple. That's why. Because I've been reading rules for 2 hours. That's why. Because people want to just click the pre-built class and roll d20s and not do any math or anything else. It is a willing. Also, like Wizards has got at least 400 times the marketing budget of Paizo, and realistically,
There's a lot of cool shit in 5e.
There's a lot of cool shit in 5e, but I mean, like, it's pretty solidly just a fact that you can force a mediocre game. I'm not saying 5e is mediocre. I'm just saying you can force even a mediocre game to moderate success by injecting marketing money directly into it. Storm. So
I can quite catch that. Did it come within the cough?
No.
You get there ready?
No, sorry. I just
okay.
Allergies. Jazzy Blep, thank you for the follow. So, Spray of Stars, Interstellar fucking Void.
Yes.
I'm
No, that's
excited.
not important. Moonlight Bridge. That's the only thing that
Moonlight
matters.
Bridge is the one that Zendrin cares about. Let's go find Spray of Stars.
I killed someone with Moonlight Bridge.
You did a
What?
lot of things with Moonlight Bridge.
I got the off their escape with it at least.
Alrighty.
Where the fuck is
Alright,
Spray?
as a 5e GM, I'm getting kind of burned on how simple it is. Yeah, it seems like you have to be like the reason Critical Role is so great. They're a shining example of what 5e can and probably should be, which is an incredibly character and roleplay heavy game because the game is also like kind of there. It is for good and bad a much looser framework, a game framework in which to run a tabletop game. So if you want it to be like more character and less bound and enabled by rules, I mean there's definitely advantages to that. Anyway, Spray of Stars, 15-foot cone, 2 actions, doesn't get the 1 action discount, 1d4 fire damage, and if they succeed, they're dazzled. So I'm gonna guess, they're dazzled for 3 rounds on a failure, and they're dazzled for fucking just
Forever.
Give me all fucking razzle dazzle. All right, so your
Funnily
damage
enough,
is fucking
Rope-
0, but you're nearly guaranteed to dazzle.
Really well with this.
You what?
There's a gnome feat that synergizes really well with this. When you dazzle someone, you can hide the dazzle by 1 round.
Oh, there you go. That's just some synergy there. And Dazzled is not the dumpster fire that it was in first edition. Because Dazzled is now they treat all enemies as concealed, which means they have a 20% mischance for everything.
And you do that on a success. That's really good.
Yeah, and you do that on a success. So you're almost guaranteed to at least dazzle them for 1 round. Which means it's your entire party is obscuring misted. Like that's pretty good. That's pretty good, honestly. That's not bad. Second one was Interstellar fucking Void.
What a name.
Interstellar Void. Also 2 actions, 30 feet on 1 creature. You call upon the frigid depths of outer space to bring a terrible chill to your enemy. They're cloaked in the freezing void,
Oh god.
which deals 3d6 cold damage immediately. And when you sustain the spell on future turns, they are fatigued, no save, for as long as the effect persists. So it does d6 per spell level, and just, you are fatigued. Shut up, you're fatigued.
And you get to do a damage every round, which is very
And yeah,
nice.
it also does the damage every round. They do get a basic fortitude save against the damage, but still, free damage is free damage. I don't remember exactly what fatigued is in 2nd edition. It's -1 to AC and saving throws.
So they
So
become particular rewards at saving against interstellar void.
that's neat. And it's one action to sustain, and you can sustain it for up to 10 rounds.
Right. That's probably really good on like to cast on a boss.
Yeah, it's honestly, that's a lot of damage over time. You suspend that for 10 rounds on a boss fight, you have at level 3, done 30 d6 damage.
Yeah.
That's a lot of damage.
Lonnie.
All right, Cinder, you ready?
Yes.
You love his return to us. The
Oh,
Moonlight
it's so
Bridge.
good. So beautiful.
2 actions. You summon a bridge of radiant, shimmering moonlight. The 10-foot wide span must start at the ground on a point within range and extends as as a horizontal plane, either in a straight line or at any angle up to 45 degrees. So no more wall.
Wall.
But you can do it at a 45-degree wall.
Yeah.
As it goes up to 120 feet. The bridge has hardness fucking 30. Has hardness go away. 60 hit points, can't be crit. Immune to precision damage. You and your allies can cross. Oh no, Zindern. Oh no, Zindern.
Oh no.
Oh no, Zindern.
No.
No, Zindern, it's
No.
dead. Don't look, Zindern.
Wait, no,
Don't
there's a new level to this. If you're fighting non-flying enemies, you just put this upwards. You keep running up and they
Look.
can't touch you.
Look away, Zindern. You and your allies can cross the bridge normally, but other creatures simply pass through it if they try to do so.
But they can't,
So-
like, if you run up that, they can't shoot you
That's
because
true.
it blocks
The
attacks.
bridge does block physical, ethereal, and incorporeal attacks. It blocks all attacks from crossing. And it can be dismissed. And it gets longer because it gets heightened. Well,
Still worth. I think you can come up with some really creative shit with this.
it's still a solid meme. You can no longer seal the encounter in the corner and ignore it and go on about your day. You no longer get that, unfortunately. But, it does block arrows. It does block attacks, which means, like, rays and whatnot can't pass through it. Oh, no, not magical attacks at all. It's just physical, ethereal, and incorporeal. So, it stops arrows. And yeah, like you said, if they have melee and you make a 45-degree bridge and run up to, like, above them, they can't fucking hit you because they can't attack through the bottom. You also can attack through the top, but... Just,
You can lead on with a railing.
well, so can they. But I mean, it's cover. It's got applications. You can seal yourself in the corner of cover.
I'm still really happy it's here.
Yeah, I'm just glad that it's included. We love you. Well, it wasn't called
We love
Moonlight
you.
Bridge before. What was it called before?
It was called Moonlight Bridge.
Was it?
Yep.
Oh, fair enough. I guess I'm stupid. Okay, so now, what happens when we do this magic? Curse of the Sky's Call. I got a silly idea. Put the bridge flat over a goalie after you lay down on it, and they can't sling a sword down into you. Fuck! Well, they can put the sword underneath it and then kind of just like swipe it back and forth because they can't attack through it, but they pass through it. They just can't like.
Oh my god.
I guess it inherently knows what an attack is. I don't know. You have your head in the clouds, and not just figuratively. Your body is drawn towards the heavens, making you lighter and less substantial than you should be. Your eyes glow with a starry light, and your hair and clothing float and drift around you. That's cool as fuck.
Yeah.
That is a cool visual effect. Minor curse. It's hard to stay on the ground. You're enfeebled 1 and take a -2 penalty to saves and DCs against grapple, shove, and other forms of forced movement.
Because you're so light, you're easy to take.
You're not playing a melee, Cosmos Oracle. We'll go throw that one in there. Enfeebled 1's -1 all strength-based activities.
Oh god, number 2's even better.
Your body is drawn further skyward. You're enfeebled 2. The penalty from your minor curse is -3. You're treated as 1 size smaller for wind effects. You gain a +2 status bonus against trip attacks. You only take half damage from falls. And you gain the effects with a powerful leap and quick jump skill feats. You weigh half as much, and your bulk is half as much. Major curse, you float just above the ground beneath you. You're enfeebled fucking 4. It's -4 to push you around and bully you. You can walk on liquids if they were solid. You get the cloud jump skill feat. You don't leave tracks, trigger weight-sensitive pressure plates, or otherwise connect with the ground below you.
That's really cool.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, there's some interesting downsides to be sure, but if you want to play this as just a full caster, that's not too bad. The Enfeebled 4 isn't really going to affect you. Enfeebled 4 is going to mean that your bulk limit is like 3, so...
Just don't carry anything for it.
Just don't carry anything, forehead. And Cloud Jump. Let's see, like a Cloud Jump.
I think Cloud Jump comes in way later normally.
Cloud Jump is a
Really?
15th level feat.
Yeah.
Triple the distance you long jump. You could jump. You just jump triple what you roll. Though and when you high jump, you use the calculation for a long jump, so you jump what you roll. When you long or high jump, you can spend more actions to jump even further. For every extra action you spend, add your speed to the distance. Reminder, you are enfeebled 4, which means you are going to take a -4 to your athletics check to do the jumping.
Yeah, but you also have a feed 4 levels below what you can normally take it from.
Yeah, but you can just yeet yourself to somewhere else.
Yeah.
And you quick jump and powerful leap both let you leap as a single action, which means you can do it as 3 actions and add double your fucking speed to the vertical distance you can jump.
It makes sense. When you weigh nothing, it's really easy to jump.
You can just jump up a fucking cliff. I must go now. My planet needs me. Holy shit. You will be jumping double your speed plus your athletics check. And the long jump will be 6
Long?
times your speed, because it's triple what you do normally. So you would long jump. Let's say your speed 25. You're long jumping 150 feet plus triple the result of your athletics check.
You can just hop across cliffs.
You can just jump a fucking canyon. Like,
You could have ignored the fucking mechanic and just start with Extinction Curse. Could just jump over. Or we had to go to the Hermitage.
oh yeah. You literally just jump. You're like, all right, well, I'll
Jump
be there.
over.
Like, you
Yeah.
don't jump the gap. You just jump to the Hermitage. Like, you're gone. Okay. So far, the only ancestry, or the only curse that just seems like it's terrible is Ancestor, which just seems like garbage.
The rest have like really cool dichotomies.
Yeah, what?
Have had really cool dichotomies.
Yeah,
Like,
no, that's interesting. It just sucks a lot. It can be both. Things can be 2 things.
Yeah. I'm saying the rest have had. Like,
Right. Yeah. No, it's great, actually. It's really interesting.
Yeah.
Stuff. What have you brought me? What? Chad, did you... I don't know.
Hi, Bryn!
Zendern said, hi, Bryn! Pretty much exactly like that.
Yes!
Bryn, look what Bryn
What's
brought
it-
me. I don't know if I can... Let me show this in here. Bryn
What
brought
is it?
me...
Oh,
You know what this is?
I have no idea what it is.
A date.
A date?
A date. Chopped up. She brought me a date.
What's a date?
It's like a... Well, the pun is it's a date. Har, girlfriend. But it's a fruit, kind of like a fig.
Oh, right. Okay, I know what it is now. Yeah. I see.
No.
Funny.
You may know it from such
Very
hits
good.
as the weird thing that looks like this in trail mix. But that you've never known what it is. That I learned today from her buying a sack of them. There's apparently dates. Anyway. Flames. So,
Lames.
Ren's old curse. Amfire.
I'm fire.
Mystery benefit. You flicker and dance. You have expert proficiency in reflex saves. At 13th, you go to master, and when you critically succeed, so you get 1 proficiency higher. You get like rogue progression on reflex saves. 1 proficiency higher, and you get evasion. At 13, which is solid. There you go. Neat. Trained in acrobatics, your cantrip is a damaging one. Produce flame. That's from such hits as aura every turn. Yeet fireball. And I'm gonna graze over these because these all have the same names as the playtest.
Also, the curse seems awful.
These all have the same names as the playtest. The incendiary aura is just you do fire damage to everybody around you. Whirling flames is kind of that, but you can yeet it. And flaming fusillade was like baby meteor storm. It's a whole bunch of it's blaster caster stuff. They were kind of interesting. They weren't super fantastic. But the curse, the curse doesn't look like it's changed.
Yeah.
Smoke and crackling flames fill your vision. Everyone further than 30 feet from you is concealed. So DC 5 flat check to hit them with anything. And you literally become a cloud of smoke. You're concealed from everything. And everything's concealed from you. But if your spell has the fire descriptor, you automatically succeed within 30 feet. All your visions become imprecise beyond 30 feet, which means everything outside 30 is hidden. Jeez, that's bad. And major curse is, you just start taking damage. An aura of flames 10 feet around you deals 4d6 damage to all other creatures within 10 feet of you. Every turn. All. You also lose d6 hit points at the end of your turn. And you can spend an action to suppress it until the start of your next turn with the concentrate trait. And while refocusing, you're continually focusing. You fall unconscious, your giant fireball turns off. And they resume as soon as you wake up. Imagine your buddy going down and you run over to pour a potion in their mouth to save them, and they burst into flames and kill you.
I would not want to play fire. It doesn't seem very fun for you or your party.
All of the, unless they've changed, which admittedly I'm not looking, all the abilities from the playtest were also very heavy on the friendly side of friendly fire, because they're just big fire AoEs. A lot of them that are just centered on you. So this is either you basically, what this says is you are slowed 1, but you can choose to take 1d6 points of fire damage to suppress that for a turn. Because realistically, the other way around is how you're going to usually be doing it.
Yeah.
But I mean, you do have an aura of fuck off if there's a bunch of enemies around you. It's an interesting one. It's a big heavy blaster caster one. It was in the playtest. I've already read it before. It doesn't seem like it. All the curse doesn't really seem like it's changed at all. So that's pretty much the same thing. Life. You get 10 plus your con modifier instead of 8, so you go up to fighter hit dice. Trained in medicine, stabilize your cantrip.
Sweet.
These sound different. I don't
Let's
think
go
these are the same spells, so we're gonna go look at those.
You know what I really should have done? I should have opened this PDF twice and had one
I tried. I couldn't figure out how to do it in Adobe Acrobat. I couldn't figure out how to open a second copy of this.
Luckily, you shared this to me on a Google Drive, so I'll do it there. It's really easy having 2 tabs open.
There you go. I wanted to just literally have a second one on my other screen so I could find the pages things were on and just jump directly to them. All right, lifelink. Let's go find a lifelink.
Lifelink.
Windows. Lifelink. No, I can't scroll past that without fucking making the sound. That motherfucker. All right, lifelink. Yeah, incendiary aura is, for references, we're rolling through it right now. It is just you have a fire that does, or you have an aura around you, 10-foot emanation that does 2d4 persistent. They catch fire and take 2d4 persistent damage. Everyone, 10-foot emanation for 1 minute. Your party can't come within 10 feet of you without taking a fuckload of persistent damage.
No. Actually, not entirely. It's when something takes fire, they catch fire.
Oh, true. Fair.
Yeah. So as long as you're only hitting enemies.
Yeah, and none of the enemies are doing any fire stuff either.
Right, yeah, the enemies are doing fire stuff, you're just blowing up your eyes, but you know who's counting.
Who's counting? Yeah, the fire curse is very AoE heavy. Anyway, lifelink. 1 action, target a creature that is not you. You forge a connection. When you first cast the spell, the target immediately heals 1d4 hit points. And it says recovers. It's not positive energy. It's not... Oh, it is tag positive. Okay, it's tag positive. Yeah, hit it in the tags, you bastard. But it's recovers 1d4 hit points. It just straight up says they do. It just says recovers. So even though the tag is positive, even if they're negative affinity, I'm pretty sure it'd still heal. Not sure. The first time each round the target takes damage, reduce the damage it takes by 3. You lose 3 health, or the total if less than 3. Okay, that's interesting.
Yeah, I think that's really good. You can share your
third
health
level
with
you
others.
can target 2 creatures, and it shields them for 5 and heals them for 3d4. At 6th level you can target 3, and at 9th level you can target 4. So at 6th, you generally could cover your whole party, healing them for 6d4. As first of all, just healing them for 6d4 is one action, and then also throwing a shield on them. Splitting damage is generally, I would say, splitting damage is always better. But with how strong the 2-action heal spell is in 2nd edition, compared to the AoE heal, it's definitely better for cleaning up afterwards. It's going to be harder to... And this is dismissible, so like you can turn it off if you start getting low. It seems really good. It's really good. It's very versatile.
It's really cool at Marion flavor.
Yeah, it's very in flavor. What was the second thing? Did you get him done?
I did, actually. Let me open up my little notepad here. Delay Affliction.
Delay Affliction. Yeah, I was just scrolling wildly, hoping I'd run into it. Delay Affliction. 2 actions. Push back against an affliction, threatening the target and grant a small amount of hit points. They get 3d8 immediately. That is a 3rd level 1-action heal spell. And then you also attempt to counteract any affliction you're aware the target has, suspending its effects for 1 hour on a success. You don't have to know specifically what it is or its name, you just have to be aware of it.
Right. So as long as you're seeing him, reaching over... assuming like a lizard stung him, right?
Yeah, he's like the poison that the lizard stung him with. You could attempt to counteract that. So, here's the noteworthy. Heightened +1. Every level, it attempts to suspend an additional affliction. You can fucking dispel everything. This is gonna get up to a sextuple dispel at 9th level. The amount of times where you are aware of 6 different afflictions that are affecting one of your allies could probably be counted in a single finger. But, I mean, in a hypothetical situation, that's a lot of dispel. Suspend. It's not dispel, it's suspend.
It is noteworthy you can only do this once per day on each of your allies.
Yeah, the once per day, there is a battle medicine downside here. But the 1 hour suspend is, in a lot of situations, functionally is dispel. A lot of effects that you're going to be trying to remove with this, I feel like, are fairly heavily poison or spells, which aren't going to last more than an hour, so they're probably just gone. Also, Dan, what's up, my dude? 22 months in the pool. Fuck, it's almost been 2 years. You with the shiniest squiddling. How you doing, buddy? We're looking at APG stuff. It's pretty neat.
What's up, Dan?
All right, life-giving form.
Yep, life-giving form.
You know what I spent this whole morning doing, by the way, Dan, was definitely setting up sound sets. I'm actually, like, addicted to making sound sets. So, 2 actions. You get this at 6. You transcend your physical form, becoming a beacon of healing energy. Your body exudes bright light like a torch. Like, that's way less impressive than it sounds, because the torch is very little light. You gain resistance 5 to precision damage and weakness 5 to negative damage. Your unarmed strikes deal an extra d4 positive damage. The distinction between positive damage and healing is an interesting thing. You can't, like,
life-giving
health.
form. Oh god, that's a really good effect.
You can touch a living creature to restore 6d8 hit points to it. And when a creature touches you, you can allow it to gain the same healing. Either way, it becomes immune for 1 minute. You can't heal yourself. The creature harmed by positive damage that touches you or damages you with an unarmed attack or non-reach melee weapon takes 3d4 positive damage and doesn't become temporarily immune. Holy shit.
Yeah, I mean, spell level a minute.
Yeah, last 1 minute. So this is Fountain of Life from World of Warcraft, but the Fountain of Life is you.
Sir, I think you mean Lightwell.
Fucking whatever, dude. Nobody's ever actually used the spell before. We'd have to consult like
all
the
priests
historical
use it, it's just
analog.
nobody touches it.
We have to consult the like historical annals of World of Warcraft history to just look into logs to see what it's even named, because no one's ever slotted it into an action bar before. So this
That's really good, I think.
is heal at 6. This is a 1 action, or this is This is a 3 action 6th level heal spell that that does not affect you like it normally would.
Yeah.
And for better and worse is not dispensed all at once. It is also 2 actions rather than 3.
Yeah.
And it also has some like gravy on there, like the
I really love the fact you can have an ally touch you, and then you can like, be well, my child, and give them the healing.
take from my glorious form.
Literally, yes.
That's that is actually pretty neat. I like it. I like it. It is realistically not incredible because it is a 3 action 6th level heal, but worse. I think it's almost unilaterally going to be but worse than just doing the 30-foot 6d8 heal normally.
Right. But outside of combat, this would mean you could do this twice and then use a medicine check. So you could do 12d8 plus the medicine check over 12 minutes, and then you restabilize, go back down to minor.
Yeah, go back down to minor. It does massively increase how well you can shit out health during a rest. What is this little sidebar over here, by the way? No, it's key terms. I don't care. I know what the fucking key terms are.
Hello.
Okay. Curse of outpouring life. Life energy flows from you, connecting to all living things. You expend your vital essence to do so. Minor curse. As your life force seeps outward, it becomes more difficult to keep your body functioning. Effects that restore your hit points to you take a status penalty equal to half your level.
Ooh.
Now, this is a worse version of Bones, because it's effects that restore hit points, so it's everything. It's magical and non-magical healing.
Yeah. But in another way, it's
But it's
also,
also
better
a
than Bones, 'cause
much
it's capped at
lower.
5. 10, sorry.
Yeah. It's less because they get halved. Non-magical is halved
Yeah.
on Bone, and this is minus half your level.
Yeah. So
It's
10
not-
cap.
Not too bad. Because heals are fucking massive in this game. Moderate curse. The flow of life energy away from you can be reversed. In addition to the effects of your minor curse, you can't be healed by magical effects originating from other creatures. At this point, I would like to highlight that none of your life revelation spells heal you. They only heal other people. If your unconscious magical effects can bring you to 1 HP, you can take potions. When you cast heal and all your targets are living creatures, you roll D12s instead of D8s. Oh my god.
Yes.
Be healed, my children! Okay. Whenever you finish casting a non-cantrip spell, you restore hit points equal to the spell level to your choice of either the target of the spell or the creature nearest to you. Not you.
Never you.
Never you. That's interesting. That is a really fucking cool double-edged blade there. Your party healing is incredible. You heal so much. But your only heals have to come from you or medicine checks, and none of your revelation abilities can target yourself. They only heal your friends.
Yeah.
That's neat.
Super cool.
This is really cool. Major curse. Life energy tears through you to empower your magic. Some of your spells carry positive energy with them. Each time you use a spell slot to cast a 5th level or higher spell, it takes 2 or more actions to cast. You disperse positive energy in a 30-foot burst with the effects of a 3-action heal spell with a level 4 levels lower than that of the spell you cast. Reminder, the moderate curse is also making that D12s instead of D8s.
Yeah,
This
but here's the
healing
downside.
occurs immediately after you finish casting the spell. You don't benefit from the healing because of course you don't. Instead, you lose double the number of hit points rolled for the heal spell.
That's really awesome.
Holy shit! I guide others to a treasure I cannot possess.
Yeah, this is like, I think life, ironically, because it was one of the lamest ones in the first edition, is flavor-wise the coolest so far.
That is so cool. So if you cast a 9th level heal as 3 actions, you will heal for 14 d12 to your entire party and take 24 or 28 d12 damage.
Wait, why are you taking 28? It's only from the free action heal spell that you take damage.
Oh, right.
from,
You take, okay, right. It would
Yeah.
only double the 5, so you take 10 d8. 10 d12.
Yeah, and you would be healing yourself too with the
regular
your
heal would
original
heal you.
cast. Yeah.
But that happens before this.
Which is really cool, so it's like you cast the spell, it erupts, and then unable to control the flow of life, you explode with more healing that hurts you.
Feed from my light, children. Also, your life-giving form is a 5th level or higher spell. It takes 2 actions to cast.
Yeah.
So your life-giving form would start with an eruption of positive energy outward. Oh my god, this is... Oh, Oracle's so cool. Oracle's so cool! I mean, I still think I like the concept of playing an investigator more because their flavor is hilarious, but Oracle is so good! Oh, use a spell slot. You're right, spell slot.
Yeah, yeah.
It wouldn't trigger off of your revelation spells. It's got an expended spell slot. Alright, lure. You are the big brain. Mystery benefits. You have more mystical knowledge. You get an additional spell every level. Train in occultism and a lore skill. You can't just read aura. You get brain drain, access lore, and dread secret. Well, off we go, everyone, to the magical land of the back of the book. Brain drain, access lore, and dread secret. This is brain drain. Brain drain. 2 actions. Target someone within 30 feet. You probe the target's mind to glean knowledge. This deals D8 mental damage.
Sweet.
It is 2 actions instead of 1 for a lot of these focus spells, though. If the targets fail to save, you sort through the stolen memories and detect a single check to recall knowledge. Wait, what? The target fails to save. Oh, if they fail, you also get to recall knowledge. And you use the target's skill modifier.
What's it called? Access lore, right?
Access lore's the next one, yeah. Okay, so wait, hold on. So you hit him with a little boop. And then you don't make a recall knowledge necessarily against them. You get to make a recall knowledge about anything they know or that you want to know using their skill. Huh. Interesting. Access lore is a single action. You sift through the multiverse's divine knowledge, seeking out tidbits related to a particular subject. Choose a lore skill. You gain the same proficiency rank in that lore skill as your proficiency rank for your oracle spellcasting.
That's fine.
Just flavor. Fits, I guess. What's the last thing?
The last thing was Dread Secret.
Dread Secret, here it is. 2 actions. Targets up to 6 creatures until the start of your next turn. You utter a powerful secret at odds with the fundamental nature of the target creatures. Okay? Choose a specific resistance or weakness you believe one or more of the targets have due to recall knowledge or previous experience with the targets. If the information is incorrect, the spell has no effect. They make
That's
a will
really cool.
save. If they succeed, they take 1 damage of the type of weakness, thus triggering the weakness, or lose their resistance until the end of your next turn. That's if they succeed.
Yeah.
If they fail, they're also frightened 1. No!
No, not that I'm a werewolf.
Okay. So while these are... Hope we went too far. While these are neat, none of them are amazing. Let's do the minor curses. Minor curse, you take a -4 penalty to initiative because you're constantly trying to process what's happening around you. Well, that certainly seems worse than the upside of any of their spells so far, and I'm inclined to believe this may be in the ancestor pile. But let's keep going. Let's not write it off immediately.
Oh no.
The attention you divert to process this huge influx of information means you are always flat-footed. At the start of each of your turns, you automatically make one check to recall knowledge as a free action. Using a result of 10 plus your proficiency bonus with no other, so it's worse than a regular recall knowledge. That's okay, alright, so I know this looks bad. I know this looks bad. Well, hold on. Maybe there's some nuggets in the major case.
Well, you get the free action assurance every round. That's not bad.
Yeah, free action assurance recall knowledge. The massive flow of information clouding your mind overwhelms your ability to communicate. You can understand all languages, but you can't speak,
What?
use linguistic effects, or otherwise communicate with your allies. If you cast a spell with a verbal component, you must succeed, so like all of them. You are constantly basically stupefied. You get a +4 status bonus on saving throws against linguistics effects. Well, lore sucks. How's Tempest?
Yeah, I'm good, fam.
I'm good. Miss me with that shit. Lore's ass.
Yep.
All right, so how's Tempest? This
Tempest.
is the Arabus multi-class in waiting, perhaps? All right. You can see perfectly through... Yeah, your benefit, by the way, reminder, are those 3 mediocre powers and 1 extra spell per level. Miss me with that shit. You can see perfectly through wind and water. You can sense electric charges through both air and water. You never take penalties of perception from the weather or looking through water, and such conditions don't cause anything to be concealed from you. When you deal physical damage with a non-cantrip air or water spell, you deal an additional 1 electricity. Someone call Shemu. Where's Shemu? Call Shemu. Get Shemu on this immediately. The air trait is what electricity spells get. So...
Yeah.
Whenever Shemu casts anything he's ever cast, he does addition. This is like exactly what Aura's bloodline is for fire, but for electricity.
Yeah, that would work on a focus spell.
Focus spells are cantrips usually.
Are they really?
I think almost all focus spells have the cantrip trait. At least level 1 focus spells do. But I'm not sure. I have to check. If they don't have a cantrip trait, then it'll work. But hers, actually, I don't think they do. Hers, because they're not like the... No, I don't think there's one, actually.
I'm Googling this right now.
Take a look at it.
I need to know.
Trait of nature, you grant electric arc.
It doesn't.
Surprisingly.
Sweet.
It doesn't. Alright, so she get it on Tempest Surge.
Yeah.
You get Tempest Touch, Thunder Burst, and Tempest Form. Well, I guess Arbus' next class feat has to be the Oracle Dedication. Shame.
Tempest Touch.
Shame for whatever she was planning on doing. Yeah, let's go.
Your touch calls forth
these
a
are
churning
all the
mass
Ts.
of icy water that clings to your target, dealing 1d4 bludgeoning damage and 1d4 cold damage. The target must attempt a fortitude save. And then it takes half damage on success and takes a -5 foot circumstance penalty to its speeds. On failure, it takes full damage and has a -10. And critical failure takes double damage.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
And it's one action.
2d4 damage for 1 action. As a first level ability is pretty alright. And also hampers their speed. And yeah, it goes up by 2d4, so 2d4 every spell level. It's not the worst.
It's Thunderburst.
Thunderburst would be 1 more. Thunderburst, 2 actions. 100-foot range. Is this Thunder Fireball? It's basically Thunder Fireball, yeah. So Thunder Fireball does split damage between bludgeoning and sonic and can deafen people.
Sweet.
Stand by. The height increases the area.
That's really good.
Also, it's better Fireball. It's
Because
it's worse Fireball.
Isn't it 1d6
Fireball does
per...
66. This is the same. The third level is the same level. This does
yeah.
46. So it trades out 1/3 of the damage to do split damage, to deafen, and to get a growing area.
Yeah, but it scales the same way as Fireball does, right? Fireball scales 1d6 per full level, right? Or does it scale 2d6
It just gets
per level?
4d6 per 2 levels.
Yeah,
Fireball scales 2d6 per level, so it's the same scaling.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, but it's every other level. Okay, so that's a spell. I mean, it's Fireball, but it is also going to get to benefit from your mystery bonus, so that's cool.
Yeah, that's true.
All right, so Tempest Form.
Tempest Form.
Body becomes fluid to better suit your surroundings. When you cast a spell, choose to become air, water, or mist. You become amorphous, as does your armor. You lose an added bonus to AC and use your proficiency bonus for unarmored defense. Instead, you gain resistance 10 to physical damage and become immune to precision damage. You can slip through tiny cracks. We've read this before. You can't cast
Oh,
spells,
no.
activate items, or use actions that the attacker manipulate trait. You gain. Yeah, it's the same thing. This is just the same thing again.
Unfortunate. It is really cool though. Like the rest of it. What's the curse?
Yeah, this is the same shit. What was that had this before?
It was. I think it was. Wasn't it Ancestors?
Was it Ancestors? Yeah, it was
I
Ancestors.
think it was. Yeah.
So that's
like,
literally the same shit tier as Ancestor.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's see. Curse of the Perpetual Storm. Minor curse. 5-foot emanation around you and in your space. Puts out small non-magical fires 1 round after they're later brought into your aura. Electrical energy builds up within your storm, turning into a lightning rod. You gain weakness 2 to electricity. And electricity spells or effects that have additional effects for a creature wearing or holding metal treat you as though you were wearing metal. Okay.
All right.
Alright,
That's
so
pretty situational, isn't it?
yeah.
Like it doesn't
Neat flavor.
come up
Doesn't matter, but neat flavor.
Yeah.
Moderate curse. It's now 10 feet. Carries rain on the winds. The whirling winds impose a -2 circumstance penalty on ranged attack rolls using physical ammunition that target you or originate from you. Your weakness to electricity increases to 5 or half your level, whichever is bigger. But you get an equal amount of fire resistance from the rainstorm.
Sweet.
Okay, cool. A minor curse's aura expands to 15 feet and becomes stronger. High winds blowing outward in the aura impede creatures' progress. The aura is difficult terrain for large and smaller creatures on the ground and huge and smaller flying creatures. You aren't affected by this. Okay, that's the downside. Now we're getting beefy downsides. Any allies anywhere near you or difficult terrain. The
There's
electricity
also
arcing through
it makes it hard for enemies to get to you.
It does. The electricity arcing through you becomes dangerous. Any creature that touches you, including with a touch spell or melee unarmed attack, takes d6 electricity damage. It does
Stay
not
off
scale.
people.
Just d6.
Yep.
It doesn't do anything. It just makes them feel bad. Well, all right. I
Static
feel like
electricity.
the Tempest buff is pretty neat in that it gives you the bonus damage.
It has
to
a
spell
really,
level.
really good mystery benefit.
Yeah, solid mystery benefit, kind of mediocre abilities, but the curses are fairly low impact. So, all right.
Yeah.
It's all right. All right. I'm gonna just whip past all the Oracle feats real quick, and we're gonna yeet on down to the Swashbuckler. Gonna buckle some motherfucking swash, which I will say I 100% incorrectly wrote off when we were at the playtest. I wrote off Swashbuckler way too fast because their primary, like what I see is their primary ability, the opportune parry and riposte, only triggered on a critical failure. But critical failures happen so goddamn much. It's just they kind of get written off because they don't do anything for now. A lot of monsters, given the opportunity, will just swing 3 times at you, which means it's all but guaranteed that they're going to critically fail on the 3rd one. All right. Before we dive into this, let me find something. Got to get some appropriate swashbuckling music.
What are
I
you
should
putting on
probably-
Pirates of the Caribbean?
Sure. That's what I put on, yes. Pirates of the Caribbean. That's...
I feel like you're lying to me.
No, it's Pirates of the Caribbean. I should take a break, though. I have been here for like 3 hours. I should probably stand up. All right, hold on. Carol, pause.
Pause.
Pause. I need to take a break. I gotta do that real quick. We'll get some snacks and stuff. You still chilling for a bit? I know it's probably getting relatively late for you. You still hanging out?
Yeah, but I haven't started on the Masters yet. I'm kind of done for a month.
Fair enough. Well, then I'll be back in a couple of minutes then, and me and Zinder will continue looking at some neat shit here. Chat? Feel free to stand up, stretch your legs, get some snacks, whatever. You're not missing anything for a few minutes, but don't go far, because we've been through 2 of the 4 new classes, not to mention fucking everything else in the Advanced Player's Guide. I might also have tomorrow just be an Advanced Player's Guide stream. There's just so much stuff in here. Half the stream has been 2 of 4 classes, and I skipped literally all of the Oracle feats. BRB, everybody. Man, this Advanced Player's Guide is gonna be everything I wanted. I am pleased. Wakabalki.
Oh, hello.
Hello, comrade.
How's it hanging?
Hello, assorted other chat comrades.
Yeah, my
Pretty
real
good.
comrades.
Hey, me, what?
Just
No,
making
fuck
sure
you
chat
just
knows
say to
what
me?
I'm saying. I didn't say anything to you. I'm just making sure chat knows they're not my comrades.
Okay, I see. I walk away, the entire chat is just shitting on 5th edition. Here we go. It's impossible. And let me, I'll throw you this right now. Somebody asked earlier why people still play 5th edition when stuff like this exists. I direct you to the chat right now. 5th edition, like the content of either game or what you prefer is completely irrelevant. Dungeons and Dragons has such universal market penetration that in any conversation about another tabletop game, Dungeons and Dragons will become the subject of conversation. Like, even if you accepted all other factors, that alone is the answer to your question.
And a lot of, if you're a new player, I think Dungeons and Dragons is a much more appealing alternative
Way easier to get into.
Anything else, really. I've said it a lot in that I think D&D 5e's simplicity is both its greatest strength and weakness.
Oh yeah, and I don't think anybody's going to disagree with that. That's 100% accurate. And I think Paizo's taken really good steps at 2nd edition to make this much, much more new player friendly, but it's still fucking crazy. There's still a lot of stuff going on in here. Still a ton of rules. There was a... Right, I remember what it was. There was a question I had the other day, and I'll present this to the class. Chat, I will posit this to you, and you can give me your thoughts, and we'll see what everyone thinks. So, here, in this little browser window, is the Dragon Instinct Barbarian. This is a hypothetical situation that it's in no way related to our upcoming Age of Ashes session. Completely unrelated. Don't worry about it. Don't think about it too hard. So Dragon Instinct Barbarian. When you rage, summon the Fury of a Dragon. Pick a dragon. You get dragon powers. While raging, you get bonus rage damage. And the damage type... I just realized Dalrin's been playing this wrong literally forever. Its damage type changes, which is just Exhibit A. He's an incredibly meticulous human who thoroughly enjoys dumpster diving and spreadsheets, and he's been playing this wrong the whole time. Because all the damage he does isn't lightning, just the bonus rage damage is lightning. His weapon is still doing weapon damage. Which also obsoletes the question I was about to ask, but we'll continue anyway. So, assume you misread this. Anyway, your rage action gains the arcane and evocation traits, as well as the trait matching the damage type. So when he rages, for instance, as a blue chromatic dragon, his rage gets the arcane, evocation, and electricity traits. Okay? So, let's look at the arcane trait. The arcane trait is denoting the arcane spell tradition, one of the 4 schools of magic in 2nd edition, right? And evocation, of course, is one of the, I guess, is Archives of Nethys. Yeah, traditions, not schools. Evocation is one of the schools. There's the abjuration, conjuration, divination, enchantment, evocation. Those are all the schools. So he has those 2 traits, right? Now, golems. Actually, let me just go to generic golem. Golems.
But I love Cray Golem.
I mean, I'm probably gonna end up at Clay Golem because finding any of the actual rules for a trait on Archives of Nethys is literally impossible.
Because
there's all I gotta find this on not Archives of Nethys. Archives of Nethys is impossible to navigate for stuff like this. Okay, let's try this. Give me not archives. I need not archives.
Blast Up Games is really good for feats, at least. I don't know if they offer creatures.
Let me look, because the problem is that golems have a rule that denotes... it doesn't look like they do. Alright, so this is... we're going to work within the framework of what Archives of Nethys has, which is very, very little. If you look at the bestiary at golems have a subset of rules regarding their magic immunity. Is it down here? Oh, it's at the very bottom. Okay. So golems are immune to spells and magical abilities other than their own, but each type of golem is affected by a few types of magic in special ways. They have a category that says what kind of magic still hurts them, what kind of magic heals them, what kind of magic will slow them, and then there's usually a small subset of specific spells that a golem is weak to. For instance, clay golem, one of the lowest levels of golem, who has no interaction with electricity, immune to an electric dragon rage. It's not a spell, but it has the arcane and evocation traits, which give it a magical tradition and a school of magic. He's not outright immune to the concept of electricity damage. If you had a physical taser and you tased the golem, it would still take electric damage, because its resistance is only physical. Is he immune to a blue dragon barbarian's electricity damage? Probably, but that's my point. Like this is still, and there you go. Pontagon, the rage action is the buff they put on themselves. The strike doesn't get those traits. Exactly. There is a solid argument for both. I literally considered asking, like, a Paizo guy, which of those applies. A non-specific hypothetical scenario for a non-specific hypothetical situation or a non-specific hypothetical campaign we stream. So it's not immune to the arcane or evocation tradition, it's immune to magic. And the arcane and evocation traits on the rage pretty heavily imply this electricity is magical. But you can make a real solid argument this way, or either way rather. And shit like this existing is why D&D 5th is popular. Because it doesn't matter how much you slim this down, it is still exponentially more complicated than D&D 5th. Which is the giant circle back to how we started this conversation in the first place. And that simplicity is its greatest strength and its greatest weakness. I don't think you ever have an argument or a debate like that in 5th edition, because it's literally too simple to have mechanics like that. Ryyak in 50 months in a row. You were the shiniest squiddling. Thank you for your continued support. Obviously,
I think I think this is hard to phrase without shitting on Pathfinder. I think Wizards of the Coast have more talented rules lawyers. Like the framing of the feats and how it's written is generally better.
Well, again, second edition's been a massive.
Right? Yeah, because there's a lot more. Yeah, it has, and
they've clearly hired somebody on rules clarity for second edition.
Yeah,
this is
complexity means there's more chance for slip-ups, but almost everything in 5e is very concise.
Yeah, I think that is just. I don't think that's a factor of anyone being worse at writing. I think it is a factor directly of the complexity, because like there's a point. Like, this is exponentially more complex than 5th edition, even Pathfinder 2. So I think, like, at some point, you're going to have weird stuff like Shrink Item. Like, with Shrink Item, beat a conversation. Memes aside, what legitimately happens? I'm going to pose it to you, Zinder, and look up Shrink Item real quick. Because I don't think you've heard this, and without influencing your thoughts, I'm really curious what you think.
Pathfinder 2?
Pathfinder 2, Shrink Item.
Alright, let's see if Marcus knows
I tried to bait Jason Bowman in answering this, but he saw the bait from fucking 10 miles away. Okay.
Who is Jason Bolden?
What?
Who is Jason?
Oh, one of the head Pathfinder devs.
Oh, I see.
So, Shrink Item on the box is a 10-minute cast time, so it's a big-ass ritual. When you target a thing up to 20 cubic feet and 80 bulk. As written, a gargantuan creature is 36 bulk. So as long as they don't overgo 20 cubic feet, I mean, if a gargantuan creature is 36 bulk and your limit's 20 cubic feet, you can have something about the density of a neutron fucking star and you can still shrink it. Shrinks to the size of a coin, regardless of its original size, right?
Yep.
Duration 1 day. Its bulk becomes negligible, full stop.
Right.
It's dismissible. Spell ends if you toss the object onto a solid surface. Notable line at the bottom. If there isn't room for the object to return to its normal size when the spell ends, the spell's duration becomes infinity.
Yes.
Until there is room for it to expand. You kill a woolly mammoth. You cast Shrink Item on the corpse of the woolly mammoth. You eat it. What is the ensuing series of events? literally came up in my other campaign.
I wonder. It depends, right? If you digest it.
Step one, can you modify the shrunken item? Do you digest it, or is it like eating a penny and you poop out a tiny woolly mammoth?
Yeah.
Can you modify the shrunken item?
Let's say it doesn't get digested. The moment you shit it out, you're on a very shitty carpet. Very shitty gargantuan carpet.
But when you shit it out, it's not going to be in an area where it can return to its normal size. It's going to stay tiny. You're going to have a penny-sized mammoth nugget in your poo.
It depends on where you
And then
shit.
in your chamber pot. In some inn that you, in lieu of Yelp to leave a poor review, leave a tiny poo mammoth in their bucket, and when the fucking servants go to empty that shit, a mammoth is going to explode in their poop dumpster. Like... But what if you do digest it?
Well, it's just gone.
Do you break the South Park record for size of a shit?
No, because if it's digested, it's gone. There's no mammoth left.
So does digesting it end the spell? Now, you would say digesting it, changing its state, ends the spell?
I'm not saying it would end this. Well, I guess if it's completely gone,
Welcome,
right? But then it's gone, and then the
to the
spell
swimming
ends.
pool.
Doesn't matter because it's gone. They can't return to normal size because there's
Is
nothing
it
left.
gone?
to
No, it's not gone. It's poop. Freydarski, 41 months in the pool. You were the shiniest swiddling. This is a thing that actually came up in Age of Ashes, as a theory concept, because they have been exploring the depths of the Mwangi Expanse for like literally weeks on end, and they can only, even with a bag of holding, can only carry so many rations.
Speaking of, did they ever fight that golem I presented you?
Yes, they ran away immediately. So
Oh, god damn it!
I didn't want to tell you and ruin your dreams, but.
Oh no!
But I'm not
it's
gonna
a
lie to
cool
your face if you
concept.
ask me directly. I put in the 3-stage golem and they just ran away. Like,
Oh, I'm so sad.
I was also very sad. That's okay.
It's bullshit.
It's okay, Zender. Maybe someday.
Ah.
Anyway, it was a theory for trail rations because they killed a dragon, basically, like a lesser dragon,
Right.
and shrink itemed it to keep it originally to use its dragon hide to make stuff out of. But then they thought, can this solve our jungle rations problem? Can we have a tiny penny-sized dragon and take a knife and cut off tiny chunks of it and then toss them out so they resume their normal size, cook it, and eat it? Or does the entirety of the dragon have to remain one contiguous object that will then grow back up? And even then, you can keep it, throw it out, cut a piece off, have dinner, shrink it again. So, I mean, like...
You're gonna have to ask a Pathfinder dev. I don't have the brain for this.
I did ask a Pathfinder dev, but I tried to. I mean, because the origin of the question was leaving the dragon shit in the chamber pot of an inn we didn't enjoy, and that was like the actual question. So I asked them about like shrink item the log of a massive tree and burning it into a handful of ash, and then throwing a massive battlefield clouding ash out from your hand, because once it left your hand, it would have enough room to expand. And an entire tree's worth of ash and soot. And he's like, that's bait, and didn't answer it. He was right, it was bait. That's okay. I may have made it more sus than the original question, what it could have been in the first place. I could have just asked him about the poop and he probably would have answered. Oh well, anyway. K-Rool! Swashbuckler. Now, for those of you unfamiliar with the Swashbuckler, this is Jack Sparrow. This is fucking Jack Sparrow right here. Many warriors rely on brute force, weighty armor, or cumbersome weapons. For you, battle's a dance, where you move among foes with style and grace, maybe. You dart among combatants with flair, and land powerful finishing moves with a flick of a wrist and a flash of the blade, all while countering attacks with elegant ripostes to keep enemies off balance. Harassing and thwarting your foes lets you charm fate and cheat death time and again with aplomb and plenty of flair.
Plenty of fair, huh?
I mean, probably plenty of affairs too. This is style points, the Marshal. And in first edition, oh, they still do, you quite literally have a mechanic called panache. It is literally style points. you build up style points, but in first edition, you had style points at the start of the day, and you spent them to do cool things. In second edition, you build up style points through a fight, and then spend them on MOBA ultimates. Which is,
It sounds like a Solarian from Starfinder.
yeah, from what you told me about it, yeah, it kind of sounds kind of similar. So, these lads, these absolute units, these pillars of legend.
Right. Who cares about proficiencies? Go down to Panache.
Panache! You care as much about the way you accomplish something as whether you actually accomplish it in the first place. When you perform an action with particular bravado, you can leverage this moment of Virv to perform spectacular, deadly maneuvers. What the fuck is Virv? This state of flair is called Panache. And this is actually, it's more like the Devil May Cry style meter now. You are either in Panache or you are not.
The style meter is eternal.
You gain Panache by successfully doing skill checks assorted with specific actions that have a bit of flair, including tumbling through enemy spaces, and other actions determined by your swashbuckler style. The GM's discretion after doing something particularly daring, such as swinging on a chandelier, sliding down a drapery. You may gain Panache if the result is high enough, usually very hard to see for your level. When you have Panache, you get a 5-foot status bonus to your speed and a +1 circumstance bonus to tumble through or do any of your style Panache actions. The Precise Strike class feature causes you to deal precision damage while you have Panache. So you get your sneak attack comes in while you have your style meter up. If your style meter's up, you got sneak attack. Otherwise, you don't. And you can use powerful finisher actions, including confident finisher, to end your Panache. So this is... It's like Dynasty Warriors supers.
It's really cool. I really
Because
like
you
it.
turn it on, you go nuts, and then you end it with a giant explosion. All right. You pull your devil trigger, and you go nuts.
Oh, yes. Bang, bang, bang. Pull my devil trigger.
Normally, you gain and use Panache only in combat. You can only have... This is we're fighting folk here. So you have instinctive style that allows you to gracefully handle everyday events and life and death situations alike. Choose a style. Battle Dancer! To you, a fight is a kind of a performance art, and you command your foe's attention with mesmerizing motions. You're trained in performance and gain the fascinating performance skill feat. Hold up. Fascinating performance.
Yep.
When you perform, compare your result to the will DC of one observer. If you succeed, the target is fascinated by you for 1 round. If the observer is in a situation that demands immediate attention, such as combat, you must critically succeed, and the perform action gains the incapacitation trait. You choose who you're trying to fascinate for your ready check, and then you're immune for 1 hour. If you're an expert, you can fascinate up to 4 observers. If you're a master, up to 10. If you're legendary, there is no limit.
This Battle Dance is a Devil May Cry taunt.
Yes, exactly. It's exactly that. You gain Panache during an encounter when the result of your performance check to perform exceeds the will DC of an observing foe, even if the foe isn't fascinated. So you can perform just to get your Panache up. Braggart! You
Can
boast.
you... Okay, there's an interesting side thing with Battle Dancer. Okay. Can you do it to someone who's immune? And as long as you exceed the will DC, you just look at the Panache.
Yeah, absolutely. Because it says the point is that you're doing it, not that they care.
Right, yeah.
It's absolutely Dante taunting people. He doesn't give a shit what they think. He's doing it because it's fun.
Working motivation.
God damn it. All right. A braggart. You boast, taunt, and psychologically needle your foes. You're trained in intimidation. You gain Panache during an encounter whenever you successfully demoralize a foe.
Boo, you suck.
You're gonna fight me with that? Are you serious? Fencer, you move carefully, feinting and creating false openings to lead your foes into inopportune attacks. You're trained in deception. You gain Panache when you feint or create a diversion. Gymnast, you reposition, maneuver, and bewilder your foes with daring feats of physical prowess. Trained in athletics, you get Panache when you grapple, shove, or trip a foe.
Zerk.
Wit! You're friendly, clever, full of humor, always knowing just what to say in any situation. Your witticisms leave foes unprepared for the skill and speed of your attacks. You're trained in diplomacy and gain the bon mot.
Yeah,
Bon mot.
it's a new feed from this.
Yep. Yeah, so if it says page 2 out there, so I'm assuming it's from here. The bon mot. You gain panache whenever you succeed at a bon mot. Which is what? What the fuck's a bon mot?
It's you throwing an insult to someone during a fight, and then if you succeed, they take minus to diplomacy
Yeah, it's
and
a
will
diplomacy
saves.
check. -3 to perception and will saves.
Perception and will saves. I
And,
feel like I'm proud of how close I got.
Yeah, that was really close. You did
Yeah.
from memory, that was solid. So you dunk their will saves and their perception, and they can shrug that off by taking an action to retort.
Yep.
They can retort! If they call you a bitch back, the distraction is over. Oh god, I love it. Oh, Pathfinder 2nd edition, you beautiful bastard of a system. Alright. Precise strike. You call them a bitch, they feel bad. Precise strike. We have panache. It's not sneak attack. You deal 2 additional precision damage. If it's part of a finisher, it's 2d6. Okay, so it's sneak attack plus 1d6, but it's always 1s unless you're doing a finisher. So you can kind of go in and out of panache while you're fighting. Theoretically. It's called a finisher, so we'll see how that is. Confident finisher. You gain an elegant finishing attack you can make when you have panache. The finisher trait is assigned on... Okay, we should look at the finisher trait first and see if it's like once per combat or something. Finisher.
This
You
is
use
once
a
per
finisher
round.
only if you have panache, you lose it immediately. Once you use a finisher, you cannot use any attacks with the attack trait for the rest of your turn. But you go the rest of the fight. The once per battle stuff, you just it is a finisher for that round. You cannot continue attacking. You are done attacking, you did a finisher. And you make a strike. And if you miss, you still do half your precise strike damage, which at level 1 is 2d6. So if you miss, you still do d6 damage. If you hit, you do your regular strike plus 2d6 damage.
So I probably don't do this and then do like fate and get another point of panache immediately.
Yeah, get your panache right back up.
Yeah.
Or just tumble. I like the tumble through always is panache. Opportune Riposte! It comes online at 3, my dudes. Oh, yeah. Reaction, foe within your reach, critically fails to hit you. Hit him. Yeah, hit him.
Fuck off, Yinsu.
Begone, plebeian. I thought when I read this in the playtest, I was very disappointed that it only triggers on a critical failure. I have since come to know that honestly, again, that happens a lot. Critically failing strikes is very, very common. You will get this out if you were on the front line. It will happen. And you don't even need to be in panache to do it anymore. You see the picture?
Right, it doesn't cost to do.
The iconic swashbuckler. Fucking smirking. Ready to stab the shit out of somebody with actually a super sick looking rapier, honestly.
Yeah, she's really cool.
She's probably one of the cooler looking iconics. I think.
I'm not having for pants, but the rest is really cool.
Her boots too big for her goddamn feet.
Yeah.
Look how big her
It
boots
looks like
are.
she has broken ankles, by the way.
Does kind of. Why are her boots so big? Oh, she's got chaps. That's what it is. Got chaps over her pants and some giant boots. Fancy boots.
Yeah, little buckler.
Okay. You get skill feats at 3, 7, and 15. So you get a little bit extra skill feats. Oh, are you ready for this? Are you ready for this, chat? Are you ready for vivacious speed?
Gotta go fast.
Are you ready for the
Welcome,
soul
Mr.
of
Whitley,
2E
to the
Swashbuckler?
Squiddy Pool.
From the makers of
Button.
Speedweed.
Also, this is really awesome. Really
It's
wish this was
swashbuckler
out when I
class.
suggested my Patreon character.
Destronets. Yeah, it could have fit really well. It's okay. That would have been a... Oh man, now I'm thinking. That would have been super neat. She could have been like a reserved swashbuckler, but still. 46 months to pull you the shiniest squiddling.
I really want
Anyway.
to write an NPC for like each of the new classes.
Well, the good news is a lot of these actually are unofficially an Extinction Curse. A lot of this stuff is. I mean, like Mr. Shuss likes a catfolk. There's a lot of APG
Yeah.
stuff that was in Extinction.
Yeah,
Phase
yeah.
already.
Now, I just think it would be fun to ride the NPC for another campaign with this.
Vivacious
Like,
speed. When you have panache, you have 10
Go
foot more
fast.
speed. 15 at 7. 20 at 11. 25 at 15. 30 at 19.
Man, you still didn't have
830
the bonus.
foot passive bonus to your speed for being in panache. And you still get half of it when you're not in panache.
Which is sweet, like a little free when you get your first general feat, you can be 35 speed always. And 40 speed when you have panache. Mugs hate them.
I made the music play super fast.
Oh, nice. I was wondering why you weren't saying anything.
Yeah, I was turning the music speed up.
Honestly, I was thinking your internet died
Swashbucklers.
again.
What?
I was thinking your internet died again.
No. Swashbucklers are fucking monks are mad. Monks are crying. Swashbucklers are speed gods. They're so fast. That last bit was 2 times speed. Well, it didn't sound like anything. They get reflex at 7, it's like a rogue.
Ooh,
Exemplary finisher! At 9, the finisher starts doing cool things. If you're a battle dancer,
hell yeah.
what?
Braggart, if it's immune to your demoralize, it ends.
You re-demoralize them. Battle dancer steps. Fencer, they're flat-footed. To everyone until your next turn. Gymnast, if they're grabbed or stained or prone, you get a circumstance bonus to the damage roll equal to twice the number of weapons damage boost. And wit, they get so mad they take a -2 to their attack rolls against you, making it more likely for them to critically fail, so you can riposte.
Kid bun mode, motherfucker.
Oh, what is this? Continuous flare. Will not equal to the heights of your panache in combat. You have a dramatic flare about you in any situation. Whenever you succeeded a check during exploration that would have granted you panache in combat, you get a +1 circumstance bonus to further checks for actions that would grant you a panache in combat. Benefit ends when the exploration changes to a different scene. Or shifts to an encounter or downtime. Okay, neat. Alright, weapon, cool stuff. Keen flare when you strike with a weapon or unarmed attack.
Hey, improved critical! It's
Hey,
back!
crit on 19s! They got improved critical, boys! We're in there! Oh! Oh, boy. Oh, it's the first. It's back. Oh, it's back. I think the only thing that had this previously was a 24th level unique creature from Bestiary 2. The Jabberwock is crying. Someone help him. Alright. Eternal Confidence. When you strike as part of a finisher or opportune riposte, you can give the strike the failure effect from the confident finisher action. Wait, what? Okay, when you strike as part of a finisher
Or opportunity post.
or opportune riposte. Okay, so you can do a little bit of, you get that little bit extra damage if you fail.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a lot of words for something very simple. Obviously, we're looking at the fucking feats. Their feats matter. Buckler gives you +2 shield. Disarming flare when you succeed to disarm. Oh my god, they can actually disarm. The circumstance bonus and penalty from disarm lasts until the end of your next turn. Disarming does something if a swashbuckler with this specific feat does it. Oh, they can use an interact action to adjust their grip and remove the effect. So it's an action, but still, it's doing something. It's stun
Oh,
one. It's
you
giving them
also get
stun one.
Banash when you're gymnast.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay, so this is actually neat. Dueling Parry. Your other hand is free. This is literally you can raise a shield with a free hand.
Yep.
I love it. I love it. Why would you take buckler expertise when you could just take that but having a free hand? I feel like there's gonna be more buckler things later.
Probably.
But This is just raising his shield with an empty hand. Stop it. Stop it. He slapped your hit sword. Flying Blade. You have Panache. This lets you do it with ranged actions, ranged attacks. Focus Fascination. You need only a success rather than a critical success to fascinate
nice.
your target in combat.
But only works against one.
Only on a single target, yeah.
Yeah,
Still
still really good. Yeah.
Goading Feint. On a feint, you can get the following. You can replace feint with this instead. Take a -2 circumstance penalty to all attack rolls against you for the end of its next turn or its next attack roll. So instead of giving them flat-footed, you'd reduce their attack. Cool. Nimble Dodge, yielding.
That's the rope, yeah.
One for all. Pick an ally within 30 feet. This action counts as sufficient preparation to aid that ally. When you use aid, you can roll diplomacy in place of whatever it is that you would be using to aid them. So
That's
you can.
really lame.
It's interesting
I
because
yeah,
you can aid AC and attack rolls. So if you've already
true.
swung once or twice, you can use your last action to use diplomacy to aid one of your allies' attacks.
Yeah.
And
Oh, they get your next. Nice.
human racials actually have a lot of aid and other bonuses. Oh, they get your next. Oh, I love this one. After you trigger, you're about to roll initiative. You don't roll. You go last. You gain panache. Do it, pussy. Come on. Go ahead, hit me. Ladies first. Oh my god.
I love how cocky the fucking swashbuckler is on the
I
picture.
love it. I love how cocky the swashbuckler is in the fucking mechanics, dude.
No, like, look at the picture. Look at the smile.
I have blocked one of your 6 swords, but I'm sure this will be fine. She's absolutely cocky. She looks pissed. Like, she left 2 of her arms down, like, she's raging. This Marilith is fucking raging. Alright. Antagonize.
Very good.
When you successfully demoralize its frightened condition, can't decrease to less than 1 unless it attacks you. Good stuff. Good stuff. Charmed Life! There it is. Reaction. When you make a saving throw, +2 bonus to the saving throw. Not limited. You can do as many times as you want, but it's not passive anymore. Finishing follow through. If you gain panache, if you finish, it brings your target to 0 HP.
Pretty good.
Just keep going. Tumble behind. When you tumble through successfully, the player you tumble through is flat-footed against the next attack you make. You can Dark Souls roll? Hello? This is just fucking Dark Souls. Because it's easy. It does a lot of damage. You can backstab fish, dude. And tumbling through gives you panache. You turn your panache on and they're flat-footed. This is bullshit. They're mad. Unbalancing finisher. You attack with a flashy assault, leaves your target off balance. If you hit and deal damage. Oh, that's a new finisher. This is a finisher.
Yeah.
But if it hits, they're flat-footed until the end of your next turn. Just like,
And not just to you, they're just flat-footed.
yeah, they're just flat-footed. Pretty good. Flamboyant athlete. Your
Yes.
panache allows you to do incredible things. While you have panache, you get climb and swim speeds. The DC of your jumps decreases by 10, and you can move. You can jump 5 fucking feet. You can clear a small woman. Guardian's
Jump over
Reflection.
Selwyn.
Yeah, well, it's 3 feet normally. You can almost clear Selwyn normally. You can clear Selwyn's hair with this feat.
Yeah.
Alright, trigger an ally within your melee range step on attack. You can see them, and a +2 circumstance bonus to AC would turn the critical hit into a hit or the hit into a miss. Okay, so
Very specific.
that's some very specific terms here. The other hand has to be free. I thought we were going to be building off the buckler. We're building off the free hand. You parry for them.
I think having a buckler counts as having a free. It didn't 1E anyway.
It might still count as having a free hand.
Yeah.
You just parry as a reaction. You're like, no. And you can only use it on your friends. You can't use this on yourself. You're like, nah, hit me, bitch. Don't hit that,
Yeah.
hit me. It's
It's very
literally
nice that you can only use it if it does something.
That is actually nice. I don't think that is a fighter feat too. I was feeling I could see that before. So there is in chat. It's a fighter feat too. I don't know if the fighter feat has that condition. Impaling finisher. You stab 2 foes with a single thrust or bash them together. Make a bludgeoning or piercing melee strike and convert the attack roll to the AC of 2 foes. One must be adjacent to you and the other must be directly behind them. So you're fighting in a hallway like at least 45% of Pathfinder. And you do damage to both of them. You literally run a dude through and stab the guy behind him. Holy crap. Okay, leading dance. Performance check. If you get panache if you succeed. If you critically succeed, your foe is also dancing. You both move up to 10 feet in the same direction, remaining adjacent to each other. You don't trigger reactions from the target.
You fucking grab him into a dance. You're like, oh, shit, yeah.
Sure.
Why not?
He was like, let's go over there. Like, fighting on a cell rigging. Yeah, this is like the... They keep with you. It's awesome. If you critically fail, you just fucking fall over. Oh my god, I love Slash Book Fair. All these classes are so good. Swaggering initiative. You gain a +2 circumstance bonus to your initiative roll, and you draw a weapon before the fight starts. You're like, okay, let's go.
That's just solid.
But Barry.
Always good.
Agile maneuvers, those are normal. Attack of opportunity comes in at 6.
Yep, as usual.
Combination finisher. Your finisher strikes have a lower multiple attack penalty. -3 if you're using an agile weapon, or 6 if it's your third attack. So you can roll into your finisher a little better.
Yeah. -3 isn't too bad.
Oh no, that's pretty good. That's Hunter's Flurry. Alrighty, can you leading dance a guy into another one and impale the 2 of them? That's fucking 5-head thinking right there. That's the kind of giant brain we need.
Yeah. Oh, you absolutely can.
Abso-fucking-lutely you can. 10 feet. I mean, they stay in the same position, so you can't, like, rotate around them. But if you have 2 enemies next to each other, even if you regular succeed, you can go back diagonally 5 feet, which would line them up, and then you just stab them both. You're like, thank you! Giant noggin. Alright, on a failure with your confident finisher, you do full precise strike damage. Interesting. So you can build into confident finisher, too, instead of taking these new ones. Vexing Tumble. Stride up to half your speed and make an acrobatics check. Compare the result to the reflex DC of every enemy whose reach you began in or entered during the movement. What the fuck? If you succeed, you don't trigger reactions from any of them. And if you critically succeed, you roll against each one. They're flipped, but what the fuck? This is like Dark Souls rolling through a crowd of enemies. You are literally just spam Darkwood Grain rolling. I don't really see how this would ever be useful, but it's funny. Bleeding finisher, give him persistent damage. Dual finisher for a dual wielding swashbuckler. First that's come up.
Sweet.
You make 2 strikes, 1 with each weapon, 1 each against a different foe. It's 1 action, and your multiple attack penalty doesn't increase till you've done both attacks. Solid. Nimble roll. You can use Nimble Dodge on a reflex save. If you use Nimble Dodge and the triggering attack fails or critically failed, or you succeed or critically succeed, you can also stride 10 feet.
Wait, what does it mean? Why is it... Wait, hold up a second. Isn't that all 4?
What?
Well,
No,
you
if
use
the
Nimble
triggering
Dodge
attack
and...
fails or critically fails, or you succeed or critically succeed,
Right,
it's a save.
yeah, I was like, wait, isn't that just all
That's
all
why
saves?
that's everything. So if you nimble dodge and they miss, you fucking this is Dark Souls. This whole class is just Dark Souls rolling. What is this? Why is it all rolling?
Because rolling is cool, bro.
Stunning finisher. You can give them some stunned. Even if they succeed, they can't use reactions until their next turn. Which, by the way, I have finally put together why stunned 1 is different and better than slowed 1, because they can't use reactions. Like, that just kind of put it together for me. So if you gain bravado with vivacious, or panache with vivacious bravado, you get temporary hit points equal to your level plus your charisma modifier. until the start of your next turn as an action. You can do that every time you get panache. Okay.
So you can do it once per round.
Ah, Buckler, finally. It's only level 10 before the Buckler starts upgrading. Buckler dance, it's a stance. While you're in Buckler stance, your Buckler is constantly raised.
Oh, daring do, here it is.
When you already have panache, you can roll twice and it's the higher result on checks that you would get panache for. Oh.
Yes.
Oh, yes. Oh, it's so good.
Oh my god, you can intimidate so well with this. And
This
you can
is
just
an
make him
amazing
not
intimidate
intimidate.
build. The Braggart Swashbuckler has got to be the best intimidate build now. Okay. Dueling dance, part of dueling parry. This is also a stance. So your dueling parry is constantly up. Your free hand is constantly giving you +2 AC. You're this guy and you don't care anymore. Reflexive riposte. You get a
twice.
second reaction that can only be used for riposte. Targeting finisher. Choose a targeted shot, dude.
Yeah,
But it's
it's
a
back.
swashbuckler finisher. Beautiful. Arm, they're enfeebled too. Oh, till the end of your next. I read the line. I got confused.
Yeah.
Okay, so enfeebled 2 until the end of your next turn. And on a critical hit, they're half of that for 1 minute. If I put him in the head, they're stupefied 2. Hit him in the legs, they take a minus 10-foot speed penalty. That's flexibility right there. That does a lot of stuff. Enfeebled 2 is really good. That's for most enemies going to be -2 attack and damage. Pretty hot. Cheat death. Triggers, you would be knocked unconscious. Instead, do not. But become doomed 1. It does only last 10 minutes.
Yeah. This has like one really, really big application.
Cheat death?
Yeah. If you get crit, you become doom 1 instead of dying 2.
Oh, that's a good point. I mean, when you recover from a crit, you're still only wounded 1, so it makes sense.
Right, yeah. It also means they have to use another attack to even bring you down.
Yeah, because you don't go down. They're like, fuck you,
Yeah.
idiot. You get crit for 75 at 2 HP, and you're like, nope.
Yeah.
You also don't get gimped by death effects. You have to take damage. You have to take damage to reduce you to 0. So something that just says you die or are knocked unconscious is still going to get you.
Yeah.
Mobile finisher. 1 action. Stride, then strike. It's got to be stride, then strike. Can't be strike, then stride. But as 1
Yeah.
action, that's pretty hot.
It is a finisher.
It is a finisher, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Make a jump and attempt 1 single action finisher at any point during your jump.
That's awesome.
Immediately after the finisher, you fall to the ground if you're in the area, even if you haven't finished your jump. If the distance you fall is no more than the height of your jump, you take no damage and land upright. God.
That's so
awesome.
cool.
That's so fucking cool.
I don't know how useful it is, but it's so cool.
Yeah, that's so cool. Impossible riposte. You can use opportune riposte with the trigger of a foe outside your reach. Critically fails an attack roll against you. When you use this against a ranged attack, your strike deflects the triggering effect back towards its source.
Oh, God.
Oh my god. For instance, if you use the opposite riposte to deflect a ray of frost, your strike would deal cold damage. Not the fuck.
Oh, it's the no you.
What? I cast disintegrate. No. I could just.
Yeah. I cast no.
I love it. That's the hottest no you of our generation. Oh my god, that's beautiful. That is on the same tier as the jumping finisher. How are you gonna fucking choose, dude?
Take both.
Take both.
Take both.
Perfect finisher. Mega strike.
Nope.
Roll twice. Take the better.
It's fine.
Twin defense is so there's some twin 2-weapon fighting support in here.
Yeah.
Oh my god, impossible riposte. This might be my new favorite ability in 2nd edition. Fucking God, that's so good. Okay.
Mata. Hit him with the Genji.
Deadly Grace. When you crit with a deadly weapon, you double the deadly die. If you
Sweet.
crit with a non-deadly weapon, it gains the deadly D8 trait.
Alright, solid.
Neat.
Not flashy, just cool.
Felicitous Riposte.
Ah, yes, advantage on reposts!
Oh my god.
Oh,
my
yes.
god. Yes. Oh, the riposte build's coming together, boys. You get roll twice in the attack roll, take the better result, and you fucking deflect. It's just ranged attacks. There's no fucking restrictions. If a volcano giant throws a 9,000-pound boulder at you, you can somehow deflect it. It doesn't
No, you know
have...
what? The way you do it, right? You remember that fight against Armstrong at the end? He tosses like the fucking big things at you.
Yeah.
You're
alright,
cutting through
so
it.
Fuck this shit, yeah.
Right, yeah, you cut through it. Most of it goes away, but some of it just goes back at him. And that's how
Because
you
there are literally no restrictions. Because PF1E, this would have had restrictions against, like, cut from the air and strike from the air. You couldn't use on large effects or like, siege weapons. It's like, go nuts, dude. Go nuts.
Yeah,
No,
it's not
Curly,
gonna
thanks
repost
for
reactions and as such are not affected by multiple attack penalties.
Yeah, reactions do not, yeah, it's during a turn, so reactions never have multiple attack penalty. Incredible luck. When you use Charm Life, you get advantage. That's
Sweet.
incredibly strong.
Just great, yeah.
Reaction to get +2 and advantage on a saving throw. Amazing.
It is also 18 at this point, right? So
Yeah,
getting
we're
to
in the
big
amazing
stuff.
tier. Lethal finisher. You stab your foe in a vital organ, possibly killing them immediately. If you hit them, you forego your precise damage. Instead, your target makes a fortitude save. If you critically hit them, their saving throw is one outcome worse. If they critically succeed, you still deal 6 bonus damage. If they succeed, you deal 6d6 bonus damage. If they fail, you do 12d6 bonus damage. And if they critically fail, you do 18d6 precision damage. I honestly thought that was going to say they die immediately. But
Yeah, doesn't happen.
that was actually not kind of underwhelming. I was expecting instant death.
Yeah.
But it's got the death trait, come on. But,
Yeah. It's probably death. Maybe.
I mean, 18d6 bonus damage, because that's on top of your hit.
Yeah.
18d6, it's bonus damage.
It's solid.
That's meaty. I also like that if they critically fail, it's quadrupled, not doubled. I guess it's less than doubled from the regular fail. Parry and riposte. Your parries and finishers allow you to riposte the slightest provocation. You can use opportune riposte if they regular miss.
Sweet.
If you have damaged them with a finisher on your last turn and have a circumstance bonus to AC from the parry weapon trait, dueling parry, or twin parry, which there's like no way you don't have by this point. Because you're certainly going to have one of those stances. So, after you hit him with a finisher, until your next turn, you can parry any misses. Oh my god, yes. Oh god, 20. I don't know if my body is ready for 20th level swashbuckler feats, dude. Okay. Okay. Inexhaustible counter moves. You can react whenever a foe leaves a gap in their defenses. At
Wait,
the
hold on a
start
second.
of each enemy's turn, you gain an extra reaction to do opportune, riposte, or an attack of opportunity.
You have infinite AOs. You get one on each.
But it's only 4 of them. They don't stack up. But you get one for everybody.
Right, yeah, so an enemy moves, you AO them, and someone else, like it goes to another enemy, they move, you AO them again. Because you're getting an extra reaction for each of their turns.
Fighter does have this for attack of opportunity specifically. Fighter's got this one. But it also applies to opportune riposte, so it's just better. It's just better than the fighter version.
Yeah.
Fighters are crying. Panache Paragon. Is this about to say you always have panache?
No, it's about to say you always have haste.
That's even better. Oh. Oh! You always have haste and you can use it for any panache action. It's even better than I thought it was gonna be. Beautiful. Beautiful.
Oh, here we go. Here's the witch.
The beautiful fucking.
Color
goddess.
me is interested.
Yeah, I'm gonna preface this next one by saying I'm preemptively bored before looking at this, and I don't care. We're gonna look at it anyway, and maybe I'll be pleasantly surprised. But for some reason, I just have witch filed with like wizard and sorcerer in the incredibly vanilla fullcaster category. That they just don't do anything interesting. They're just casters. They do magic. That's what they cast spells. Alrighty. But a witch, I mean, they do have some stuff. As a witch, you command powerful magic, not through study or devotion to any ideal, but as a vessel or agent for a mysterious otherworldly patron that even you don't entirely understand. The entity might be a covert divinity, powerful fae, manifestation of natural energies, an ancient spirit, or whatever. But the point is, you have a special familiar that your patron communes with you through, and powerful hexes to use.
Yawn.
So, yeah, it's a spellcaster. It's a sorcerer. You have a bloodline, and you have bloodline abilities, with the added flavor that you have to prepare your magic through your familiar. This is legally not Warlock. Yes, this is legally distinct from Warlock. Wizards no sue. Alright,
No,
witch.
that there's a really big difference between Warlocks and this.
Because the Warlocks are cool.
Yeah, it is absolutely that Warlocks are cool.
I've just never
Warlocks
been a
are
witch
fucking
fan,
dope.
man.
Yeah, no, me neither. At least the fox
Yeah.
is cute.
Patron. You weren't born with the power to cast spells, nor have you spent years in devotion. Your power comes through a potent being that's chosen you as their vessel to carry forth some agenda in the world. This entity is typically mysterious and distant, revealing little of their identity and motivations. They grant you spells and other magical powers through a familiar. It could be whatever, it doesn't really matter. The patron can be fucking anything. So you get more of your patron's power, you might learn some about who they are, but they do whatever. Choose a patron's theme, which determines your spellcasting tradition. Okay, so they got the sorcerer thing going, where they can be maybe not necessarily an anything caster, but maybe an anything caster.
Yeah.
A skill and a cantrip and a spell. Okay. The familiar is a little nugget that you hang out with. He gets a bunch of familiar abilities. Here's your spell book. You have to commune with your familiar in the morning to ready your spells. He knows some stuff. You're a prep caster. You're a wizard. Every time you gain a level, it's literally wizard spell progression. It's wizard spell progression. If your familiar dies, your patron replaces it during your next daily preparation. Well, your patron doesn't give a fuck. If your familiar dies, like, stop it. Here's another one. And, it literally has no repercussion. Okay, your familiar dying has absolutely zero repercussions whatsoever. Fair enough.
Nice. I actually like that a lot.
I'm on board
'cause
with
it's
that,
so
honestly.
shitty. Yeah.
Okay, witch spellcasting, you can cast spells, yeah, yada yada, you're a prep caster, you're hiding spells, you're a prep caster. Hexes. Your patron and
at
familiar
Fox,
teachers. Huh?
Look at that fox. It's a cute fox.
Fox is actually pretty cool. I mean, we got like 10 out of 10 on the iconic art so far. I don't know why she has a boomerang on her forehead, but I mean, it looks witchy.
Yeah, I didn't even notice a fucking boomerang.
She quite literally just has a boomerang taped to her forehead. I'm
It's a returning weapon, bro.
Okay. She's got this really cool nine-tailed fox. So I mean, as I was gonna say always, as is the vast majority of the case, their iconic art is super sick. And then also there's Amiri, and we don't talk about Amiri.
Poor Amiri. She
Poor
got done
Amiri,
dirty.
dude. She got done so raw, like, because she was really cool exactly until second edition came out. And then she apparently has been spending the years between first and second edition dealing with a very chronic crack addiction. Like, poor Amiri. Poor Amiri got gangrene and starved for 10 years, I know. Amiri looks
Alright.
here, I'll show you. And
So
I mean,
hexes in second edition are focus spells. That's interesting.
yes, they are not cantrips. They are your focus spells now.
Yeah.
This is just focus spells. This focus spell stuff. Focus spell stuff. Focus spell stuff. There are hex cantrips still that you can cast as much as you want that come in addition to your. So there's both kinds. There are spammable hex cantrips and there are hex focus spells.
But you can only cast 1 hex per round.
Oh shit! Good catch. Only cast 1 hex per round. Good idea. Good point. There you go. You got me. You got me. Good eyes. Because I'm really.
Yeah, I mean that actually makes it somewhat interesting.
fucking
I'm
scrolling.
actually
Yeah, I mean,
really
that does
interested in
add-
seeing the hexes.
Does add an interesting thing. Okay, literally nothing they get through generic leveling is interesting. So we're gonna have to look at.
I mean, they get offensive ropes, dude. Oh, it says defensive ropes. I'm an idiot.
The point is that you tried. And that's
Oh, I've been
check
the
with some
dumbest thing I've
squid
ever
stars.
said.
Let's get some fucking squid stars in here. It's like the what was it, the Eye of Robes from the 2E reveal back at PaizoCon, the fucking Eye of Robes. Alright, so each patron has a theme. And they all have a different kind of theme here. Curse, which makes you an occult caster. And gives you Evil Eye. Fate makes you an occult caster, gives you Nudge Fate. Fervor makes you a divine caster, gives you Stoke the Heart Knight. You're occult, Shroud of Night. You can be arcane with Rune, getting Discern Secrets. Yeah, Primal, so you can. You have access to any spell. It's just like a sorcerer. Just like a sorcerer picks their bloodlines and can be anything. A witch can pick their theme and be anything. So that's cool. I'm not reading any more of this because what we're going to do is we're going to jump down to page 237, looks like where they start, and we're just going to look at the hex.
Oh, I thought there was not going to be more of this bullshit that closed down the other tab. I'm an idiot. No.
So we're looking at the ones that say Cantrip 1. So Clinging Ice.
I
Freezing
imagine
Sleep
that's the winter one.
And Heavy
Yep.
Snowfall, collecting on the target's feet and legs, dealing D4 cold damage, and they make a reflex save. Once the spell ends, the target's immune for 1 minute. If they fail, they take a circumstance penalty to their speed. 1 action. As a cantrip, why 30-foot range, do D4 damage, can slow them. This is a cantrip that doesn't. This is a cantrip that doesn't require any resources, and it's better than fucking Ancestor's first focus spell. Why is it so bad, chat? Why is it so bad?
Ancestor tries.
Cantrip. Alright, Discern Secrets from the.
Okay, wait. Which page are we on?
I just want one more, but 238.
238. Okay, sweet.
Like Ancestor, you're even fucking trying, dude.
You're
Alright,
doing your best, bro. It's just not
one
very
action,
good.
when you cast a spell, your target can recall. Oh, what? Recall knowledge, seek, or sense motive. So you can cast this to recall knowledge, seek, or sense motive with a +1 bonus through the skill or perception, and the bonus, and you can sustain it for up to a minute to keep it on them. Or you can cast it on, somebody who would be better at that. Like for seeking, you cast on your ranger, and they immediately roll it.
Yeah.
That's neat. That's interesting. Evil Eye. Evil Eye was the witch hex in first edition. 1 action, sustained for up to 1 minute. Fix right on the target. It now is just frightened. However, frightened is really good now. It's frightened 1, and their condition cannot be reduced below 1 as long as you are sustaining the spell and you can still see them to make eye contact.
That's okay.
That's pretty neat, actually. Because you keep a -1 to their everything on them. That's solid. That's solid.
But that is for a 1-action tax every round.
Yeah, it is. It is, but it's still on a boss. I'd absolutely keep that going. 100%. Okay, none of these are cantrips. Nudge Fate. You read slightly into the future and give Fate a tiny push to achieve the result you desire. Once during the duration, the target fails an attack roll, skill check, or saving throw. And a +1 bonus would turn a critical failure into a failure, or a failure into a success. So upgrade at 1 tier, but not to a crit. You retroactively grant them a +1 status bonus. Huh.
Yeah.
That's just you give them a +1 to their next attack roll, but worse. Because you have to continue sustaining it until it's valuable.
Well, it's not their next attack roll, because you can do it at any point during their free
yeah,
attacks, for
because
instance.
it hangs out until it would be useful.
Yeah.
And it is only one action to cast. I mean, if you got this is not a bad third action. Like, it's the third action of your turn, and you got nothing else to do. You're like, yeah, fucking Nudge Fate. Like, that's not a bad third action. And then yeah, you can just drop it the next round if you don't feel like sustaining it. I actually think this is better than it initially reads. I think this is more useful than you would initially think.
I think it's perfectly fine.
Yeah, it's perfectly not amazing, decent. Shroud of Night. Drawing your hand in a sweeping gesture, you shroud the target in a veil of night. The target's eyes are blanketed in darkness. If you cast Hex on a willing ally, the ally can choose which result it gets. And if they fail, they are dazzled, but it's not called that. Oh, it's because it's worse dazzled, because if they have dark vision, it does nothing. But if they don't have dark vision, they're dazzled. Why would you use this on an ally? It literally says right there, for instance, one with light blindness. It says it on the screen. Bleak Panther 007, thank you for the follow. Like, if you got a fucking Dampier buddy or something, or a Tiefling who doesn't like it when it's really bright outside.
I feel like a lot of these, don't seem particularly useful the longer you go.
They do feel pretty universally weak. The winter one that just does damage seemed alright. But a lot of these, the Evil Eye seemed alright. I mean, this seems alright. A lot of these seem pretty weak. The cantrip hexes do, I'm thinking that too. It's not just you. Stoke the Heart. The target gets a +2 status bonus to damage rolls for as long as you sustain it up to a minute for a single action. Also solid. +2 status bonus to damage rolls at level 1's pretty hot. And then it does continue to scale very slowly. I mean, yeah, it heightens every 2 levels to add 1.
Right.
But damage increases are kind of few and far between. So that's, I guess, not bad. Wilding Word. You convince a wild creature you're a kindred spirit. Target must make a will save. Regardless of the outcome, it's immune. Yeah. If they succeed, they take a -2 penalty when they would attack or do anything that would harm you. If they fail, they become sickened 1 every time they damage you, and if they critically fail, they become sickened 2 every time they damage you. So this isn't wild empathy. This doesn't make them stop hitting you. It just makes them think that you specifically are their ally or a kindred spirit, and it makes them sick when they hit you specifically. They really front load the investigator, oracle, and swashbuckler for the witch to be like, hey, I can make that guy see better if the sun's too bright. Yeah, I mean, I at least was very aware going into this that this is the resident sleeper section of the new classes for sure. Some people are really excited about witch. I'm sure as shit not one of them, but some people are. So there's all the cantrips these various things give you. They also give you a spell and some other shit, I guess. So witch lessons. A witch knowledge comes from their patron in the form of lessons, which you can learn by selecting feats. Each lesson grants you a hex and teaches you familiar a new spell. And any of the spells you can prepare.
Hexes begin at 238.
Yeah, I'll look at those. We'll look at those later. I guess that actually we should look at them now, because like the hex is the core essence. So these lessons are not tied to your theme. So you can select these hexes independently of your theme. Your theme gives you the cantrip, but then you can take whatever fucking hexes you want. Okay, so then let's cackle. There's a hex.
Good old cackle.
A lot of the feats also give you.
Cackle's actually really good.
Let's go back down to Hexland, I guess. Let me return to hexes. I guess we're just gonna look through all the hexes, because really, like, this page right here is what makes the witch what it is. It's the same as looking through the domain spells and the special powers for a cleric. They're gonna sit there and do 9th level caster things, and their unique spells what makes them interesting. Well, kind of interesting. So Blood Ward, 30 feet, constant focus point. You consolidate warding enemies with a gesture. Designate one of the following creature traits. That target gains a +1 status bonus to its saving throws and AC against creatures with that trait. And sustain for up to a minute. And then if that's one action, at the 5th level, the status bonus increases to +2. Okay. Yeah. Cackle lets you sustain a spell as a free action.
Yeah, I think Cackle's really solid.
Cackle immediately makes the witch much more valuable because you can sustain your fucking hexes as a free action. So I mean, like,
yeah,
that's kind of a game changer. You can sustain whatever hex you're doing for fucking free. Just cackle forehead.
Just cackle forehead.
I was reading these alphabetically this way. I don't really care where they came from because you can see the level where they come in from. And honestly, like, I don't even super want to read through these because these are it's just spells. I'm just reading a spell list, but it's a spell list that's for witch specifically. I don't even want to read these. Take it. The point is, what are the two that were super big? I'll look at the two big boy ones.
Cackle was like the big boy originally.
Lesson of Death and Lesson of Renewal is Curse of Death and Restorative Moment. Those are her two big boy ones. We'll look at those two. Those are the two highest ones. So Curse of Death, the one I just immediately decided I didn't feel like reading, is 2 actions. Take a target makes a Fortitude save. If they succeed, they're afflicted with a Curse of Death at stage 1, and the curse can't increase beyond stage 1. If they fail, they're afflicted with stage 1. They critically failed at stage 2, and the Curse of Death fatigues them and does some damage. Riveting.
It's not very cool, is it?
Not, no. I already forgot what the other one is. I'm just gonna look for Focus 5. Something say Focus 5, please. Fuck. Something say Focus 5.
Restorative Moment.
Restorative Moment. You manipulate the threads of time around the target, giving them some of the benefits of a day's passage. Decrease the value of any doomed to drain conditions by 1, and can make a saving throw against any affliction with a stage length of 1 day. Woo! Yay! Well, I'm bored with Witch. How about you?
Very.
It's not like, I mean, it's a caster. It's a caster and it does caster stuff. Like, it's just a full caster.
At least it has Cackle.
You can have a Leshy familiar with Wart Witch. You can get Conceal Spell, there's a bunch of familiar stuff. He listens, Living Hairs back. Eldritch Nails.
Okay, let's look at the shit that's relevant to us
Shot the
specifically.
brain off a brain collector, which is what?
Like Barbarian, for instance. All the new Barbarian stuff.
Well, I want to go through the classes and see what kind of cool stuff they have.
Yeah.
So it's not just new classes, comrades, and this is the less exciting stuff because it's already classes that exist. But every existing class got sweeping fucking improvements. Starting with the Alchemist getting an entirely new research field, the Toxicologist, which is all about poisons. And before we dive into this, give me like 1 second real quick again. I'm gonna go blow my fucking nose. Like proper
Blow my
style.
brains out.
Blow my brains out. I'll be right back. Hold on. Hold on.
So, Chad, how's your day? You guys good? This is my stream now. Which one's never happening? Oh god, he's coming back.
I have located
Pretend like I never said anything.
the source of my woes. I thought I was just having a really weird itchy nose or need to like blow my nose or something. I went to the bathroom and it turns out that one of my beard hairs, mustache hairs I suppose, decided to rebel and grow straight upwards into my own nose. Which is what kept fucking bugging me. It's gone now, so we're okay. Alrighty, so Toxicologist becomes a Poison Master. Lord of Poisoning. You can apply injury poison you're holding to a weapon as a single action, and can change the DCs of your infused poisons to your class DC. Oh my god, so they did it, chat! They made poisons usable! The DC becomes your class DC! They made usable poisons! You can play a poison character! Anyway. When using advanced alchemy to make poisons, you can spend 1 batch of reagents to create 3 poisons in any combination instead of just 2 of the same poison.
Sweet.
You learn some new stuff, You can apply 2 different injury poisons to the same weapon. The 2 poisons can be up to 6 levels lower than your level, and you can't use poisons made without spending a batch of infused reagents. Applying 2 poisons is a separate action for each. Combine the 2 poisons on the weapon into a double poison with the lower of the 2 poisons DCs, but the effects of both.
And the poison DC doesn't matter because you just use your research field.
Yeah, usually class DC. That's pretty sick. And this isn't all toxicology stuff. This is just new shit they get. Subtle delivery. You can deliver toxins with a blowgun. Your blowgun strikes can apply injury poisons even if they deal no damage due to a creature's resistance. If you critically succeed in an attack using a blowgun loaded with a dart you've poisoned and the target fails, they critically fail instead. Demolition charge. You can rig your bombs. In an activity that takes 1 minute, you attach between 1 and 4 bombs to an inanimate object within your reach. This creates a hazard in 1 square, and the hazard stealth DC to detect it and thievery DC to disable it equal to your class DC. It has the following reaction. If the creature moves into space, the hazard fucking blows up, dealing the damage of 1 to 4 bombs immediately.
I can already tell you one thing that's going to happen at some point in one Pathfinder campaign. Someone's going to sneak into someone's house, and they're going to plant 4 bombs, and they're going to blow that person up. Like, while he's sleeping, they're just fucking wrecking that shit with explosives.
Healing bomb is back. Your Chirurgeon alchemists are a little bit better now because you can yeet your healing directly at your allies once more, starting at 4th level. If you throw an elixir or life bomb at a willing target, you hit even on a failure, though not on a critical failure. If you strike with this elixir bomb, hits a living target, they regain hit points as if they'd consumed the elixir. Magical.
Yeet.
Tenacious toxins. Your durations are longer. Sticky poison. If you strike with a poison weapon, would expend its poison without your target attempting an initial save. If they were resistant, you critically failed or something. DC 5 flat check on a success. Your weapon stays poisoned. Even if you do manage to hit them, DC 17 flat check. Your weapon still stays poisoned anyway. So that's cool. Perpetual breadth. Add 1 item from the list of options from a field. This just gives you new stuff. Pinpoint poisoner. When you strike a flat-footed creature, they get a -2 penalty on their saving throw against the poison. Unstable concoction. When you use quick alchemy, you can create an alchemical item from your formula book is level up to 2 higher than your advanced alchemy level. You can spend up to 3 additional batches of infused reagents when creating this item to stabilize it. Upon activating the item, attempt a flat DC 10 check. For every additional batch you use, reduce DC by 2. On a success, it functions normally. On a failure, it fucking explodes in your hands. But you can throw bombs 2 levels higher than you should be able to. Neat. Chemical contagion. If a creature within 30 feet of you critically fails its initial saving throw against the poison you created, it also poisons someone adjacent to them. So it's mostly poison or shit, but there is some cool
It's
stuff.
the Corona.
Barbarian. The Rona. New Superstition Instinct. Superstition makes its return, but being promoted so far from a one-off feat to a whole-ass instinct, chat. You gotta love it. Anathema. Willingly letting people cast spells on you because that's the whole point of superstition. You can still drink potions. You can invest and activate most magic items you find. Items that cast spells, obviously the same shit. If an ally insists on using magic, don't need despite your unwillingness. You have no reason to believe they'll stop. Continuing to travel with them is anathema. There is once again the "stop, you stupid idiots" text that Pathfinder, that Paizo has realized that the role writer that they have hired has come in to prevent gamey shenanigans and stupid arguments from those guys because they've realized that a huge amount of tabletop players are those guys and have taken a fantastic step to stop it with this final clause here. Your bonus, you get a +2 status bonus on all saves against magic, and your rage damage is doubled against creatures that can cast spells. Once every 10 minutes when you rage, you regain hit points, you actually heal. You regain hit points equal to the temporary hit points you get from raging. So you get the temporary hit points, and you also heal for that many hit points.
Sweet.
Neato.
That's really good with the reaction that puts into rage.
And then at 7, your rage doubles again against creatures that can cast spells, or goes to 12 if you're greater raging. Raging resistance at 9. Choose 2 associated magical traditions. Oh, you pick 2 traditions. Okay. And it can't be occult and primal, and it can't be arcane and divine. And you resist to all damage you take from spells cast from those 2 traditions. That's interesting. That's actually really interesting. You pick whether you want to be immune to wizards or clerics. So much fuck wizards in here. Here's all the new stuff. Adrenaline rush. When you're raging, you're encumbered and maximum bulk limits increase by 2. Also, you get a +1 status bonus to break shit. Ooh, a new Dragon Instinct perk. While raging, you get a +2 status bonus to saving throws against emotion effects. So, hey, so
Makes
where's
sense.
Dalren? Call Dalren.
That makes a lot of sense because that's really the whole thing about dragons, right? They're really good against emotion effects.
Our Dragon Barbarian's rage isn't even rage. It's just like disdain. He's just like, you are worthless. Just fucking smites people. This one is amazing for flavor on Dalren. Does he actually want it? Probably not at this point in the adventure. Bashing charge. Stride twice. Once during your movement, if your movement passes through or ends adjacent to a door, window, fence, wall, or similar obstacle, you can try to bash it open with a +1 circumstance bonus and just continue going. That's actually great because there are an impressive amount of times that people's ideas have been fucked by the fact that you have to your movement stops and you have to take a second action to open the door and then make another action to move through it. Like, it's literally a whole turn. But you can just fucking cannonball through doorways, no. The FBI, open up! Barreling charge. You stride attempting to move through your enemy's spaces and make a melee strike. Roll an athletics check and compare the result to the fort DC of every creature whose space you move through. Moving through its space on a success, but ending on a failure.
Just walk through and slap.
What?
Just walk through and slap.
Oh, it's just if you want to go through a bunch of people. It doesn't do anything to them. It just barrels through them. Okay.
Well, you still make a melee strike, right? Just you stride,
you make a strike. I'm stupid. Yeah, you make a strike.
Yeah.
For some reason, I was thinking a strike was the roll you were doing to go through. Okay, so you do punch everybody. Tumble through muscle edition. Yeah, it's overrun. It's overrun is what it is.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Oversized throw. The great heave you see is the chunk of your surroundings. Object must be your size or one size smaller than you. Make a ranged strike with it. The object is a ranged weapon that deals D10 bludgeoning damage with a ranging of 20 feet. 2d10 at weapon specialization and 3d10. It's just throw a big thing.
Cool, but probably worthless.
Yeah, that number is really low and very dice.
Yeah.
Spiritual guides, new addition to the spirit instinct. Trigger, you fail a perception check or a skill check. Though no one sees them and only you can hear them, the spirits around you constantly chatter. Save when you're raging. Sometimes they're even helpful. You can heed the spirit's guidance to reroll the triggering check using the second result. Okay, reroll. But it's not roll twice, take better. It's just reroll.
Yeah.
And then supernatural senses. Can always rely on your senses when your target's concealed or when you target a concealed or hidden opponent while you're raging. The DC is reduced to 3 or 9. That's neat. You sniff so good you get to ignore concealment better. Inner strength. 1 action. Shake it off for enfeebled. Mage Hunter. From the new instinct. Trigger, a creature within your reach casts a spell. Punch them. If you critically hit, you disrupt their spell.
Smells like bitch in here.
No! Stop it! I hate magic! Nocturnal sense. Your senses gain an even greater clarity. While raging, you gain dark vision. And your scent grows to 60 feet. Scouring rage. You have an instinct that allows you to change your additional damage from rage to a different type. When you rage, each adjacent creature takes damage equal to your level of the same type as your additional damage. Holy shit, Dalren can literally go Super Saiyan and electrocute everybody around him when he rages. Okay, that's neat. It's a free action too, which means not only do you not have to do it, if you do it, it doesn't take any actions. So if you're around your allies, you just don't do it.
It is also it is functionally once per combat.
Yeah, because of the raging.
Yeah.
Functionally once per combat, yeah. Dragon Blade goes zzz. Disarming assault. You attack with enough force, knock the weapon out of your foe's hands. Make a strike if you hit. You attempt to disarm them. You fucking whack them so hard you knock the weapon out of their hands. You can only try it once per turn, but there's no reason. That's actually great. The disarming is rough in second edition. You have to critically succeed to actually disarm them. This is literally just free attempts.
Yeah.
So, like, just fucking go for it, dude. You'll get it sometimes. Follow-up assault. If you used your previous action to whiff, make a strike with the same weapon, and you gain the backswing and forceful weapon traits, which means +1 damage per damage die and +1 to hit. I believe is what
Sweet.
that means.
That's just good. Friendly toss. Rip.
Rip. Chat. Can we get some Fs? Can we get from some Fs for the beautiful Zerg and Lizardman moments we could have had?
I'm also never suggesting Mono get this because I'm sure he'd use it on me in a very inopportune time.
Don't show him this.
Exactly.
Mono can't know. He can't know about friendly toss. Man, he wanted to do this with Lizardman so many times, and now there's actually rules for it. He even gets to take a swing when he lands. Yeah, Ponto's got a good point. You're adjacent to an ally. Not a willing ally. An ally. You have no say in this. You are going. Damn it. Alright, let me get the music back up. I don't want to talk about the potential we could add here. Determined dash. Stride twice. You ignore difficult terrain, greater difficult terrain, anything imposing a penalty to your speed. You can make an athletics check instead of an acrobatics check to balance. How? This doesn't prevent you from being harmed by hazardous terrain. You can increase the number of actions activity takes to 3 to stride 3 times instead. How? How do you athletics a tightrope? How do you do that?
By being cool, duh.
You're so angry the plank of wood gets wider. It fears crossing you. Impressive landing. You fall. Oh my god, there's a superhero landing barbarian feat. As a reaction, you slam into the ground, shattering it around you. Your fall is 10 feet shorter. You land on your feet. All adjacent spaces are difficult terrain. Creatures in those spaces take 5 bludgeoning damage and are flat-footed until the start of their next turn. Holy
That's
shit!
awesome.
There's a superhero landing for barbarian. It's a reaction too, so it doesn't actually eat your action. That's awesome. I thought that said overpowered charge. Overpowering charge. When you use barreling charge, move through a creature's space, they take bludgeoning damage equal to your strength modifier. Holy shit, you can trample. So barreling charge is 2 actions that gives you a fucking melee strike against every enemy you move through. And
Oh, look,
also
it's
an athletics,
discombobulate.
and an athletics check to keep going. And then you also trample them. This kind of seems bananas, that you can just run everybody over. You can use this with high jumps as long as you clear 10 feet. Yes, but jumping 10 feet is hard. Jumping 10 feet vertically is hard. It's very hard. I think...
Just get cloud jump, bro.
Yeah, like, you would need, I think, literally cloud jump. It's the only thing I can think of that would let you realistically ever have. You jump 3 feet vertically, and it goes to, I think, 4 feet with a flat, like, DC 40 athletics check or something. Like, vertical jumping, they put pretty realistic limits on. I'd say possibly even overly so. Jumping 10 feet up is actually really fucking hard. But if you had 2 barbarians, one of them could friendly toss the other.
And then
Make
he
an
gets superhero
impressive
landing. Yeah, see, I like how he thinks.
Resounding blow. You hit him in the head so fucking hard that they're deaf.
Discombobulate.
Discombobulate. 2 actions. It has to be a bludgeoning weapon. You fucking hit them so hard they're deaf. Discombobulate. DC 30 go 5 feet. That's what it is. Silencing strike. You punch them in the fucking mouth. They make a fortitude save. If they fail, they're stunned 1 and has a 50-50 chance to take any linguistic actions or verbal spellcasting components. Why is Resounding Blow 2 actions to do nothing, and Silencing Strike is 1 action to fucking turn off casting? And they're stunned 1! What the fuck? Is this a mistake? Are these supposed to be backwards? If they critically fail, they're just stunned 3. Like, they just don't get their next turn. Oh my god. Alright. Yeah, cats get a 50. Like, let's. Here's the thing. The verbal component is every fucking spell in the game. Every spell that's not 1 action has a verbal component. Every fucking one. It's a 50-50 chance to not be able to cast next turn. 1 action. Is it Flourish? Can you just fucking pound their ass? You can Silencing Strike, Silencing Strike, Silencing Strike.
Oh yeah. Lol.
Is this OP as fuck, or am I missing something? This seems like legitimately completely overpowered. Because stunned stacks. Like, this is your new attack. You don't do regular attacks anymore. You just Silencing Strike. That seems a little busted. If you critically hit somebody as a reaction, you can attempt to grapple them. Hi, Zerg. Welcome to 10th level. Yeah, there's no flourish traits? It's not part of the superstitious thing? The DC is your class DC? So it's scaling? There's no reason to not, this is just your new default attack. That doesn't seem right to me. This seems totally overpowered. It's Googling something. What are you thinking?
I am, yeah. Just Googling some traits.
Incapacitation does mean that if they are higher level than you, they're 1 degree of success better on the saving throw.
Yeah.
Surely the stun doesn't stack. I'm pretty sure stunned stacks natively. Like, stun is you lose an action. If you get stunned again, you just add it to your existing stun value. I'm on stunned right now. Let's see. Stunned. Stun includes value. Every time you regain actions, you reduce the number you gain by your stun value, reduce your stun value by the number of actions. You're stunned for, you do 3 actions, you stun 1, blah, blah, blah. It doesn't, maybe it doesn't. Maybe stun doesn't stack. I thought stun stacked.
Yeah, but there's no reason to do this over, like, not do this over just punching. If
This
there's
is
no
literally just
cooldown, right,
better
you just keep
punching.
doing it.
There's no cooldown, there's no downsides, there's no, like, that's pretty out of character for 2nd edition. It's very rare to give you a power that's just better. There's usually, like, conditions or requirements or a downside. This seems really OP. The incapacitation trait is the only downside I can see. Which still, even if they're higher level than you, if they can still critically fail, and then they regular fail, so this is your new attack action. How does Resounding Blow have a requirement of wielding a melee weapon that deals bludgeoning damage and is 2 actions, and this is 1 action with nothing?
I mean, when Circus rage, like, you had to rage, but when Circus raging, he's using the monkey fists, which are bludgeoning.
Yeah, I mean, basically, almost everything Barbarian gets have to be rage.
Yeah.
That's like everything. Fucking everything's rage. Anyway, that one just seems weird. Okay, Embrace the Pain. A reaction when you get hit. When they hit you, as a reaction, you can grapple them.
Alright, hi, Zerg again.
Hi, Zerg. Zerg's gonna have a great goddamn time. Zerg is gonna, like, it's Tangle of Battle and Embrace them. Zerg's gonna have a fucking wonderful time being Giant Monkey, man. Sunder spell. This one's superstition. Make a strike with a melee weapon against a creature, object, or literal spell manifestation like a wall of fire. If your strike hits, you attempt to counteract the spell effect on the target. Your counteract level is half your level rounded up, because that would be your spellcasting level. And you use the result of your attack roll for the counteract check. I punch the darkness! He could literally punch a darkness spell. He could punch a wall of force out of existence.
I just like you can punch a wall of fire to wink out.
Yeah, you can punch the darkness, dude. This is Brick's fucking dream. The wizard cast darkness. I punch the darkness, but not sarcastically. I punch the prismatic spray. Oh, it's 2 actions. Okay. I went back up because if it was 1, I realized you could ready a Sunder spell for when they cast anything, and you can punch the spell out of their hand. You can punch the fireball before it explodes. That's 2 actions, so you can't ready it. Okay. Unbalancing sweep. 3 actions. Choose up to 3 adjacent creatures and attempt to shove or trip all of them. And you don't increase your multiple attack penalty until you've done all 3.
Sweet.
No action economy value, just better odds.
Yeah,
of succeeding,
it's just you don't lose any.
You can punch yourself. Can you punch a debuff off of yourself?
Yes.
Yes.
If there's a manifestation, you can.
It's a strike.
Yeah.
So you are going to take your own melee damage because you're punching yourself. But you can punch the magic out of yourself. What the fuck? Okay. Impaling thrust. You impale your enemy and hold them in place. Make a melee strike with a piercing weapon. If it hits and deals damage, your target is grabbed.
Hey, you become a grapple monster.
Yeah, it's 2 actions. That's exactly monster grab. It's worse monster grab because monster grab is 1 action after they've hit you. This you have to invest both actions up front.
Yeah.
But it is basically monster grab because you auto succeed. And when they're no longer grabbed, they take persistent bleed equal to the number of weapon damage dice. That's pretty cool. Yeah. Stay. Sunder enchantment. When you sunder a spell, you can instead attempt to counteract either an unattended magic item or one of your target's magic items, and you punch the fucking magic out of their sword. Okay.
That seems terrible. You lose so much money.
Well, yeah. Well, it's for 10 minutes. It's not permanent.
Okay, then yeah.
Same as your magic stealing thing at level 20.
Yeah.
It's not permanent. So, go for it. Furious Vengeance. Your enemies, Oh, it's an attack of opportunity that triggers when you get crit. You just hit them back.
Like, what the fuck, bro?
You bitch, that hurt! Penetrating projectile. 2 actions. You have a ranged or thrown weapon. Make a ranged strike against every creature in a 30-foot line. This ignores lesser cover, cover, and greater cover granted by creatures. Roll damage once and it hits everybody.
Sweet.
You throw a fucking javelin through everyone.
The ultimate yeet.
Shattering blows. Your forceful blows shatter objects with ease. While you're raging, you ignore 5 points of hardness. Ooh, they get a new capstone, and it's called Unstoppable Juggernaut. Alright, what do we got? You've become a brutal, unstoppable force of nature. Able to shrug off mortal wounds with ease. You gain resistance equal to 3 plus your con modifier to all damage, and your resistance from raging increases to 8 plus your con modifier. In addition, if you reduce to 0 hit points while raging, you can end your rage as a reaction to stay at 1 hit point. If you do, you become wounded too.
No, thank you.
Probably never use that, but the first part's cool. First part's just a bunch of, it'd be like 13 resistance if you got a 20 con at a high level, which is neato.
Well, I'd say the 2 con. Or you could have. No, you will, because you have the investiture items.
Yeah, I'm sure you'll get to at least 20. You could get to 22 if you were really heavily invested in it, but I'm sure you'll get to 20 at least. Bard. New Muse. Muse the Warrior. If you muse a creature, blah, 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 blah. If it's a deity, it's probably Gorham. It just says that up front. As the bard with Warrior Muse, you gain the martial performance feat and add fear to your spell repertoire. Martial performance. You become trained with all martial weapons. And that goes to expert. Oh, it's a new thing from this. Why isn't that list? Oh, it is. Oh, it is right here. Oh, okay, it's below. I was like, what the fuck? Okay, it's right here. Yeah, it gives you abilities. It gives you weapon fighting, gives you martial training, and gives you expert proficiency, so you can do fight more gooder.
Fight more gooder.
Fight more gooder. You can change the shape of your composition spells. Whenever you cast a composition spell whose area is an emanation, you can change it to a cone. It's 10 feet larger. Neat. You get some new composition cantrips in here. Song of Strength? I'm gonna look. You've piqued my interest. What's the Song of Strength?
Probably gives damage.
One
I bet it gets
action
+2
cantrip,
damage.
+1 status bonus to athletics checks.
What?
It was way worse than we thought. We were aiming
That
we
is
were aiming
bullshit.
way too high. Way too high. Okay.
Shit game.
Just athletics. Well, they're kind of... Hymn of Healing was one of the new things you can get at level 1. Cast a focus point. Target gains fast healing 2. When you cast the spell and each time you sustain a spell, they gain 2 temporary hit points. So you cast it, they get 2. Their turn starts, they get 2. You sustain it, they get 2. Their turn starts, they get 2. They're getting 4 a round. At level 1. For up to 4 rounds. Pretty sick, actually. It's pretty good. Pretty gusto. And that just
I am
increases.
gonna hit the bed. It is
every
getting
level.
late.
Yep, fair enough.
Ugh.
See you later, Zindern. Thanks for coming
Take
and hanging
care.
out. You've given us some great memes.
You're welcome. Have
Been a
fun
good
with the rest
time.
of it. Or what you'll get to.
Yeah, as far as we get. we'll
Make
see
sure
how
to
far
look
we
at a
get.
gnome ancestor feat, the one we talked about.
Oh yeah. I gotta look at that one, obviously.
Yeah. Take care.
See you later. All right. Okay, here we are. We get back up to where the fuck we were. Combat reading. Using a performer's cold reading techniques, aura reading, or other tricks to discover your foe's strengths and weaknesses. Jam rolls an occultism check against the deception or stealth DC of an enemy of your choice who is engaged in combat and you can see. Maybe a distance for distance, a penalty for distance. This is another one of those. Highest weakness, immunity, lowest saving throw. So this is a weird little knowledge check that you can do with occultism instead of whatever the actual knowledge spell would be. Okay. Courageous Advance. If your next action is to cast Inspire Courage, which it is because you're a bard and that's the one that's good, one ally who gains the status bonus can immediately use a reaction to stride. I mean, you're gonna be using Inspire Courage because that's the good cantrip. So, like, that happens a lot. And you can, that's the +1 attack cantrip. And you get somebody to move immediately. And you spend an action, you basically give your action to one of your allies for them to stride with. A lot of application there. Those are always good. Flexibility is good. Assured Knowledge. When you recall knowledge using any skill, you can take Assurance. Okay, so this is Assurance for all of the recall, for every recall knowledge check you'll ever make. Has to be an Enigma Muse. Like the story, inspired defense composition cantrip, you can raise the shield, and one ally gets a status bonus and spell can immediately raise the shield. Okay, neat. Part of the Warrior Muse. Educate allies. I don't know what versed is. Song of Marching is a new spell. Accompany. You use your performance to supplement an ally's spell casting, providing magical energy for their spells. Attempt a performance check using a very high DC. That's meaty. Very high is +5. That's plus fucking 5. That's a big old DC. It's DC 19 at level 1. That's girthy as shit. And spend a focus spell or a spell slot. If you say, oh, but the fucking payoff! You give them a focus point or a spell slot. But that's some giant balls. Because you're giving up a focus point or a spell slot to try a very high DC to maybe give your ally a focus point or a spell slot back. It is performance and you are a bard. Whoo! There's a lot of party resource reallocation in these new bard abilities. You can move a lot of your own resources and actions around to your team in a way that's very interesting. Battery bard! The battery bard is coming together. What does your bard do? Doesn't matter what my bard does. You need to worry about what the barbarian does, because you can do a lot more of it. Call and response. Your composition takes the form of a call and response chant, which lets your allies continue the effect without you. Your next action is to cast a cantrip. Becomes a call. While the spell's active, one ally affected by the spell can respond as a single action to extend the spell's duration by 1 round. Oh, that's cool. So you can make your cantrips last longer if somebody else wants to give up their action to extend your ability. It goes both ways. Okay, new warrior muse stuff. Creature does, like, fucking anything, and you have Inspire Courage. This is AOO. This is just AOO. This is AOO, but also if they make an auditory effect. So Bard gets attack of opportunity now with the Warrior Muse. You can actually make a pretty wappity Bard. Slightly conditional. I mean, you have to have Inspire Courage on, but everything up here is the AOO text and also auditory effect. That also now provokes. Neato. Soul Sight. You gain Spirit Sense to 60 feet. You can sense the spirits of creatures, including living creatures, most non-mindless undead, and haunts. As with your hearing and other imprecise senses, you still have to seek to locate an undetected creature. Detect spiritual essence, not physical bodies. It can detect spirits projected by spells. It can't detect soulless bodies, constructs, and objects. Huh. Annotate composition. You spend 10 minutes on a focus point to transpose a composition spell on a special scroll. You or another creature can later activate. It must be a single action. Hold on. If the chosen composition spell requires a performance check, the GM rolls it as a secret check. I see. And if you have Inspired Heroics or Lingering Performance, you can use one of those as well. Any creature that can read the language can activate the item. Oh my god. Any of your party can make your own composition cantrips. Can use them. You can just be like, hey you! I want to go fight. You're the Inspired Courage bitch. Take this. Okay. That's interesting. It's, yeah, long and short of it, one-legged, is you can turn your focus spells into scrolls that require no actual ability to use. Any of your allies, any creature even, that can read the language can activate the item as a single action. You can't get the focus points back while it's out there, so you can't, like, create an Inspired Courage scroll, refocus, get the point back. Create an Inspired Courage scroll, refocus, get the point back. But that's really interesting. I'm really tired of my job. Can you do my job while I go hit people? Ooh. You can hand your action to somebody, but it's a wappity. Ode to Ouroboros, which allows you to temporarily spare your allies from death. You've piqued my interest, sir. You've piqued my interest. I'll be back. Ode to Ouroboros. Reaction. Trigger a creature's dying condition would make them die. The target's dying condition remains 1 below the value at which it dies. You can, at a 60-foot range, as a reaction, just say no to dying. Like, nah. And so a creature's dying condition would reach the value at which they would die. That's a really vague... That's actually a super vague trigger, too. If you're wounded 2, and somebody KOs you with a crit, you would normally go immediately to dying 4. Because you go to dying 2, because you were crit, and then that's increased by 2 because you're wounded to 4. But Ode to Ouroboros would actually stop that, because your dying condition would reach the value at which you would die. You could go down at doomed... The way this is written, you can go down at wounded 3 and live, because you just would not go to dying 4. You could be wounded 3, doomed 3, go down and live. Because it just says you go to 1 lower. Period. Just don't die, forehead. It does not stop doomed 4. But you could get, like, theoretically, just fun theory crafting. You could be wounded, like, you could be wounded 90. You could be wounded 3, go down, Ode to Ouroboros, you stand back up, you're wounded 4. You go down again, Ode to Ouroboros, you stand back up, you're wounded 5. Because you won't die. It just prevents death. Huh. That's neat. I am not. It was 114. It was 114 or 144. I can't remember which. 114. Witch and Bards are both focus casters, but Bards have so much better stuff. Yeah, Bards just have better stuff, really. Like, Bards are so much... Witch is so boring. That's just me, I guess. Alrighty. You gain the benefits automatic knowledge skill feat. I don't know what that means. Reverberate! You dare deal sonic damage to the Bard! Make a performance check against the DC. If you critically succeed, you reduce the damage by 4 times your level. The caster takes damage equal to the amount of damage you reduced. If you succeed, it's only twice your level. If you critically fail, you fucking kill yourself. I mean, like... Neat. Alrighty, Courageous Assault is the one where you give somebody a strike. When the ally you choose for Courageous Assault crits with the strike that you gave them, it chains. You use Courageous Assault, you inspire courage, you select an ally, they get to swing as part of your turn. If they critically succeed, select a second ally. It explicitly doesn't continue past that. Is that strong? Probably not. Is it cool? Yeah, if it could have chained infinitely, my greed would have gotten the better of me, but this isn't very good. I don't feel like this needs the restriction. I don't think this needs this restriction down here. I don't think that's necessary. They have to crit to get the chain. I don't think you need this exemption here. Earworm. You can get a song stuck in your party's fucking head. Choose a composition cantrip and spend 10 minutes repeating a melody, chant, speech, series of motions, or similar performance that embodies the cantrip. This is get killed by your party, the spell. You implant the earworm within all allies who can hear you. Once you've created the earworm, you can make a performance check as a free action to activate it. This check's very hard DC on a success. You cast the cantrip on all allies. Okay. So, if you have a 10-minute rest, you can preload one cantrip that you can try to cast as a free action. It needs a performance check that if you critically fail, your party member just fucking decks you. It does. You just get fucking destroyed. Unless Courageous Assault is a once per turn restriction, your next action has to be cast Inspire Courage. So if your next action is use Courageous Assault again, your first Courageous Assault's ruined. If you crit somebody as a Warrior Muse, you can, for free, cast a single action cantrip. Neat. Vigorous Inspiration. Your next action to Inspire Courage, you and all effective allies get temporary hit points equal to 3 plus your key ability. That's pretty good. Courageous Onslaught. One ally gains a status bonus in a spell, can stride, and then strike. Oh, God. Oh, we're getting in there, boys. Now we're spending one of our actions to give an ally 2 actions. That can then snowball into a 3rd action. That's pretty good. Resounding Finale. You get to be a Maestro. You have to be benefiting from a composition and take sonic damage. Your composition spell ends immediately, and everyone gets resistance equal to twice the composition spell's level. Sick. All in my head. If you take damage from a strike or a spell, it doesn't have the death trait or would kill you instantly. Using your occult connections and incredible powers of persuasion, you convince yourself the triggering damage is a figment of your imagination. What? Okay. The damage changes from its usual damage type to mental damage and gains the non-lethal trait. What? Bard, stop. You can't just... Oh, it's on my head. Your guts are on the floor. Oh, no, I'm imagining that. I can see your blood. It's on my sword. Oh, no, that's a very vivid hallucination. I'm fine. I'm just going to take a nap for a moment. Okay. Hashtag not my damage. Your Inspired Courage is a discordant shriek that imbues your allies' attacks with powerful sonic reverberations. They deal an additional d6 sonic damage. That's pretty good for affecting your whole party. Gets d6 sonic damage on every strike. You learn Pied Piping, which I'm gonna assume, as it's a 20th level spell, just fucking does what it says on the tin. You can flexibly cast all of your spells. All spells in your repertoire are signature spells. You become a pseudo-spontaneous caster there. I hate Lem. I hate his stupid face. Alrighty. The moment that many of you have been waiting for. Champions of Evil are here, chat. The anti-paladin has returned, along with his 2 new friends, the lawful evil and the neutral evil champion. These are pretty neat. They're interesting. So, let's go. So a champion has a code, right? Like the champion of good, you have your overall code, which says that, like, I will let things happen. No neutrals. No, Paizo's already said they're probably not making neutral champions. What the fuck is a champion of neutrality? That's stupid. If they said, like, if they are stricken with inspiration or come up with a cool idea, but they have openly said they're probably not doing neutral champions, because that's stupid. They might do, like, lawful or chaotic champions that can, like, override the lawful, like the paladin or the anti-paladin. So, you have a code. You have your tenets of evil. And you guys, with all of your, like, 1 second of thought suggestions in the chat. I appreciate you guys trying and thinking. What is the code of neutrality? I swear that I will never commit any acts that are good or evil. I will remain neutral. Then if there's no code, then it's not a champion. I swear that I will have no solid impact on the events happening around me. You need mechanics. Champions need a code. They need things to put together. They need reactions, they need spills, they need skills, they need ability. Like, there's nothing you can do with that. Like, you can't. So, here are the tenets of evil. Here are the tenets of evil, for an example. And as an evil champion, you will lose your powers if you break these tenets in the sequential order. The top tenet is the first one, it's your primary directive. That overrides lower tenets and the tenets of your code. I will never perform an act anathema to my deity, or willingly commit a purely good act, like giving someone something solely out of charity, casting a spell with a good descriptor, or using a good item. I am evil. I am a champion of evil. I am here to be evil. I will never put another person's needs before my own. And I will never put my own needs before those of my deity. Though you can perform acts that others might consider helpful, it must be done with the expectation it ultimately furthers your own goals, or those of your master. This is the evil code. You have to fulfill these 2 tenets to retain your evil powers. Now, as an evil champion, the first of our new friends is the Tyrant, the lawful evil champion. Might makes right. And with that, they gain some new stuff. They gain some new tenets. Let no one who is lesser than you wield power over you or lead you. Enforce established hierarchies of masters and servants. Top oversees, I love this one. Top oversees controls of illegitimate hierarchies, such as democratic governments, or the arrogant echelons of celestial planes, and fill power vacuums by taking that power for yourself. This is the code of the tyrant. Bind the weak to serve you. This tenet doesn't require you to spare foes' lives if you think they'd be disloyal if pressed into servitude, or does it require you to keep more servants than you find practical or useful. Feel free to yeet them into the dumpster. The Desecrator. The neutral evil champion. Evil for the sake of evil. No law, no chaos, only evil. You take what pleases you. You spread your influence, and you will subvert or corrupt everything in your path that is pure and good, and sow doubt among those upholding such ideals. Real simple code. It has exactly 1 tenet. Fuck good. That's it. Fuck good. I'm evil. Do bad. Go out and do bad. Commit evil. I love it. Real fucking simple. Go be evil. Just go eat orphans. Oh. And our returning friend, the Anti-Paladin. The Heart of Anzu. Pure force of chaotic evil. Dishonorable, dishonest, committed to breaking the false hopes of kindness. You must not bind yourself with any law or oath beyond that of your own code. You can still select the champion's oath, that's your own personal oath. Act dishonorably, take advantage of others, lie, cheat, and steal to get what you want. Destroy that which offends you and that which stands in your way, including, and perhaps especially, the forces of good and law that oppose you. This tenet doesn't force you to take action immediately if it would mean you would die, nor does it require you to destroy something that might be useful if corrupted towards your ends. Handshake that one dude and coup de grace him. True Anzu moment. Take what you want, give nothing back. Exactly. Now, each of these new champions gets a new reaction. Starting with the Tyrant, who is receiving the Iron Command. And you'll notice a little bit of a change. A little bit of a departure. The trigger for almost all of the good champions, the reactions are pretty much the same thing. An enemy damages an ally. The trigger for all of the evil champion reactions is an enemy damages you. I don't give a shit about my allies. Iron Command. You put an impertinent foe who dared to harm you in their proper place. You command them to kneel before you in obedience. If they dare refuse, they must pay the price. This is Glimpse of Redemption, but evil. They can drop prone as a free action, kneeling immediately. Or they can straight up take mental damage, no save. In addition, your strikes against the triggering creature deal an extra damage until the end of your turn. It's evil or negative, and it increases every level, or every threshold rather. You can hit me or you can win the fight, your choice. Selfish Shield, the Desecrators. You gain resistance against the triggering damage equal to 2 plus half your level when somebody whacks you, regardless of damage type. And your strikes against the triggering creature deal an extra point of damage. This is the thing that this is on the end of each of these, just like the good champions had one. This is just you get resistance. You just give yourself resistance. And Destructive Vengeance, the anti-paladin's response. Bloodshed begets bloodshed as you drag your enemy toward oblivion. Increase the amount of damage you take by d6 and deal d6 damage to the triggering enemy. And then you get the bonus damage. Punch yourself in the face. Also punch them in the face. This is probably the weakest of the three, but it's neat. You get a Divine Ally, just like a regular champion, and you get a Divine Smite, just like a good champion. If they refuse your Iron Command, if they don't kneel, they take persistent evil damage. And for a Desecrator, your resistance goes up. For an anti-paladin, enemy damage by the initial damage also then proceeds to take persistent evil damage. And the champion's reactions all level up, like the good champions did. But the good champions upgraded your reaction to help your allies, whereas the evil champions' exalted reactions fuck their enemies. When you use the Iron Command, everyone within 15 feet must kneel, or they take the mental damage. If any of these peasants dare touch you, they will all kneel. Or they'll take some mental damage. Which is not a ton, but it's still there. And it's fucking flavor as hell. Desecrator. Use your reaction. All enemies in 15 feet take a -1 status penalty to attack you until your turn comes around. These would make such good boss fights. Anti-Paladin. Your Destructive Vengeance is now a 15-foot explosion, dealing half the damage to everyone. But it's each enemy's. It's not everyone. It actually does not hit your allies. Only the enemies. They hit you and you fucking blow up. You just blow up. There's a bunch of champion feats, which I've looked through. They're not all anti-paladin. There are all some new ones. There's some new ones for everyone. Like, there's a once per day free action that if you start a turn with no focus points, you just get one. There's some new oaths to slay aberrations and to slay evil celestials. Oh, no, it's just like good celestials if you are evil. Some new stuff in here. It's my good. A lot of these are just kind of reflections of a lot of... this is the Divine Ally Shield upgrade. A lot of these are just evil reflections of the good ones. You got some interesting stuff in here, like Sacrifice Armor. Reduce damage you take by an amount equal to twice your armor's level and your armor immediately brokens. Hello, Nell. The power has returned. You can once again sacrifice your armor. But it doesn't take damage. It just breaks immediately. But twice your armor's level is a pretty decent amount. And you get a bunch of neat stuff. You get some cool things in here. You get some new litanies for the evil champions. Gruesome Strike is an action that when you have to have your weapon empowered from your reaction with the extra evil damage. You whack them, and it doubles the damage, and they make a fort save, or they get fucking drained 1. So that's a pretty good whap right there. Pretty solid whappity. And there's an upgrade to Sacrifice Armor. You can use Sacrifice Armor to reduce any type of damage. It has to be physical originally, but now it can be anything or anything that takes a reflex save. And when you Sacrifice Armor against a crit, it's just not a crit anymore. Bunch of evil stuff. All the anti-paladin stuff is uncommon because the tenets of evil are uncommon. So they are not inherently allowed. The default to anti-paladin and all the evil codes is that they are not included, which is obviously understandable. But there is a new solid Sacred Defender capstone feat for any champions. You are a great warrior. You gain resistance 10 to bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing damage caused by creatures and effects opposed to your tenets. In addition, creatures and effects that roll a natural 20 on an attack roll against you don't improve their result by 1 degree of success. Does that matter? That's really fucking cool from a flex on them perspective. The nat 20s no longer do anything to you. But if they rolled a 20, they probably crit you anyway. I mean, that's probably 10 higher than your AC. It's a safe assumption. It's probably 10 higher than your AC. But what it does is it means that you are completely immune to peasants. Because when you're 20, your AC is in the 40s. Anybody who can't hit that on a natural 20, the failure does not get upgraded to a success. So this is probably way better for an evil champion. You just become immune to peasants. A tyrant is literally unassailable by the peasants he rolls over. Exactly. They cannot hurt him. They can't touch him. So we're going to go a little bit faster because the cleric didn't get anything particularly super interesting here. They got some things that are neat. Rapid response is really fucking cool. A reaction triggered by an ally going down, you immediately stride to them with a plus 10 foot movement. There's some cool stuff in here, but it's not like no big game changers, just some new feats. Radiant Infusion. If the next action you use is to cast Heal to restore hit points to a single creature, it also deals positive damage with its melee attacks. Kind of neat. Magic Hands is the business right here. Magic Hands is the goddamn business. When you succeed at a medicine check to treat wounds, you no longer roll the d8s. They're just 8. That's pretty cool. That's definitely better earlier and then falls off incredibly hard later when that's an incredibly minor amount. But it's great for battle medicining things because in combat that's just 8 and 8 instead of and 8 8 8 8 on 48. So that's pretty cool. Interesting things in here. You can channel your own health into your heals to heal somebody a little bit extra. Through spell is kind of, it just means you ignore cover. It's cool flavor-wise. You can Magic Hands a Bone Oracle. It's Magic, Money, and Healing. It gains a Divine trait. Yep, becomes magical. You can Magic Hands a Bone Oracle. It's magic now. That's correct. This one's interesting if you go back and forth between heal and harm because everything when you cast heal, you can kind of do both. This just gives you extra a reaction to save better is always good. But nothing crazy for the cleric. Same with the druid. Nothing super crazy for the druid. There's a meta magic here with current spell now, which is when you cast an air or water trait. you gain a +1 circumstance bonus to AC and +2 against ranged attacks. So you meta magic a spell to manipulate some of the air and water currents to protect you. It's pretty neat. It's pretty neat flavor-wise. Meta magics are always a good option for your third action as a caster. And you can there's a Leaf Order Super Leshy adventure here where you can do fancy Leshy things. Their meta magics, I think, were the coolest. They got the most flavorful meta magics. So spell, you fold your spell into a seed. If your next action is to cast a spell, the spell instead plants itself in an adjacent square. Within the next 10 minutes, you can direct your sown spell to sprout and produce the spell's effects as a reaction, which is triggered when a creature enters the sown spell space or a space adjacent to it. So this is something that Shemu has wanted and a lot of people want. This lets you basically ready a spell, which is something that no other class can do. This is the only way that I know of to ready a 2-action spell. And you can ready it for 10 fucking minutes. So yeah, you can make a spell trap druid. You can only have one spell sown at a time, but still, readying a normal spell is a very powerful function in 2nd edition. And that's absolutely something I can see Arvis taking later on. That's really cool. Fighter gets some neat but fairly general stuff. It's really funny that you can take combat assessment, which is just an action where you whack somebody, and if you hit them, you can recall knowledge. You hit them with knowledge. Let's see what else we got. You can whack somebody you have grabbed, which can inflict beefy fucking stuns. If they successfully save, they're still stunned 1. Dazing Blow is great. Rebounding Toss this is what Jellicoe Bounce had in Extinction Curse. So like I said, there are definitely bits of this that have leaked into Extinction Curse because they were clearly developed side by side. So Rebounding Toss is what he did when he threw bowling pins and they just bounced off of people and he caught them again. That's a thing now. They also get the Barreling Charge tree on Fighter. They get cut from the air, which just as a reaction gives you +4 AC against the triggering attack, and then if it misses, you whacked it out of the air, which just doesn't do anything. It's just cool fucking flavor. And then yeah, you get Overpowering Charge. Overwhelming Blow is a fun one. 3 actions, whack a motherfucker. If it hits, it crits. If it crits, it's also deadly D12. Hit a guy. You crit. But then you're also stunned 1 and flat-footed until the start of your next turn. Which is really bad because that means you can't take reactions. But it's pick a dude and fuck him. I mean, that's a pretty good power here. Smash in the air. Here you are. You can cut from the air spell attack rolls. So Fighter's got some neat stuff. Monk is the same. Kind of got some just generally neat stuff. Gorilla Stance. You lower yourself to the ground and literally walk on your goddamn knuckles. The only strikes you can make are Gorilla Slams. They deal 1d8, are brawling, backswing, forceful, grapple, non-lethal, unarmed. And you get a +2 circumstance bonus to athletics checks to climb. And if you succeed, you critically succeed instead. Gorilla Monk is pretty funny. We have Zen Archer returning via Monastic Archer stance. You can only strike with this. This is Zen Archer. It's back. You can only use bows. Period. And you become trained in all the bows immediately. And you do go all the way to Master. You do go all the way to Master here. You can also get Drunken Monkey stance, where you enter a seemingly unfocused stance that mimics the movements of the inebriated. Bobbing, weaving, leaving false openings. +1 to deception checks to feint. You can only make stumbling swings that deal D8. If an enemy hits you with a melee strike, it becomes flat-footed against your next stumbling swing. No check. If they hit you, they're flat-footed against your next stumbling swing. Drunken Panda stance is returned. But then you can add the monk trait to racial weapons. Which means weapon monk got way more options. Weapon monk got way more options. That's pretty cool. Shooting stars stance lets you throw shurikens like a crazy motherfucker. There's so many stances. Cobra stance. You do Cobra Fang strikes that deal poison damage. You punch them for poison damage. How? Unclear, but you do it. They're agile and deadly D10. And you gain poison resistance. How do you slap somebody for poison damage? Don't know, but you're doing it, so there you are. Punch them in the blood. P-foul stance. Now we're getting into weapon business now, right? We're getting the weapon shenanigans here. You can only strike with your weapon, your monk sword. And in a stance, after you hit, you can step as a free action. Pretty cool. Really strong, actually. You can gorilla pound people. 1-inch punch is beautiful for flavor. You make a whack. If you spend 2 actions in a hit, you do an extra die. If you spend 3 actions, you do 2 extra dice. And leveling up doubles this stuff. So at level 18, for 3 actions, you add 6 additional weapon damage dice to your single weapity, which is really great because it kind of allows you to combine a lot of your damage into one punch, rather than having to deal with multiple attack penalty. And you can literally poison people with your cover stance punch. How? Again, unclear. But if you hit them, they take D4 persistent poison damage. How? Unclear. Utterly unclear. Imagine fighting a guy who has got nothing. And he just takes a weird fucking snake stance and punches you and you're poisoned. He punches you hard, you die of blood poisoning. Like, what the hell just happened? I mean, there's a certain point where you accept that you've been bested. And I think a monk punching poison into your blood is probably around that place. That's your monk. It doesn't have the key trait, though. Key's a trait. It's not a trait. I lied to you. It could be key shit. P-foul strut. Step twice and then strike. This is one action, by the way. Step twice and then strike. Cool. Let's see. We have flinging blow. Select a man. Hit them. They make a fortitude save or they're pushed 10 feet away from you and knocked prone. You just yeet them. Medusa's Wrath. Focus spell. We gotta look at that. We gotta look at Medusa's Wrath, obviously. Medusa's Wrath. You make an attack filled with Medusa's petrifying power. Punch a guy. And if you hit them, they're slowed 1. If you critically hit them, they're slowed 2 and have to make a fortitude save at the end of each of their turns. On a failed save, the slow condition increases by 1. If they successfully save, it decreases by 1. When they're unable to act due to Medusa's Wrath, they're petrified. Imagine a dude punching you so hard that you turn to stone. This is the future of Monk. He punches you so hard you turn into a fucking statue. Like, yeah, petrified permanently. Like, they're dead. They're dead. They're done. That's it. GG. GG, well played. I see you have chosen death. What's up, Shemu? How you doing, buddy? I'm in Discord if you want to come hang out and I'm going to show you some cool shit. You missed Anti-Paladin and you missed the new Druid shit. However, I would really like to show you a Druid feat while we're not terribly far from it. I would like to show you a Druid feat. You don't invite Manshot to Discord. I mean, Manshot can also jump in Discord if he wants to. Manshot, if you want, yeah, you can jump in Discord. And Manshot has forgotten Pathfinder. He was sworn off. He was sworn off of the tabletop games. Hello, Jemu.
Hey there. What
You want to
up?
hear something cool? So there's a new druid-specific meta magic that they get at level 14 called Sow Spell, where instead of casting a spell, you cast a spell into a seed, and you plant the spell in an adjacent square nearby, and then you can direct it to activate when an enemy comes near it. So you, with a druid, now have access to the only way to ready spells in the game.
I could set traps.
You can set a seed pod spell trap, yes. You can only have one out at a time, but you can absolutely set a seed pod spell trap.
To what types of spells could be stored in these traps?
Nope.
Oh boy!
It can't be a 3-action spell, I guess, but that's pretty much it. The seed holds 10 bears. The 10 bears are angry. They also added Drunken Monkey stance for Monk. 1 millimeter punch!
Yeah.
Alright, hold on. This is an improvement to 1-inch punch.
Awesome.
When you damage a target with 1-inch punch, you can focus your key to send the foe flying. They make a fortitude save and are pushed back 5 feet on a success, 10 on a failure, 10 per action on a critical failure, which can be up to 30 fucking feet. He can 1 millimeter punch, 1-inch punch lets you strike as 2 actions or 3 actions. And at level 18 with a 3-action punch, it adds 6 additional weapon damage dice. And now can also yeet them 30 feet.
If they have drunk monks now, I already know what my next character class is gonna be. Like, what? That's awesome. Drunk monk style.
Drunk monk style. Yeah, what? Oh, hold on. You have a good point here, Blade Tiger. We've raised the canon discrepancy. Does the metric system exist in Galarian? Do they know what a millimeter is?
Oh, shit.
Who is using the metric system in Galarian? Because I'm pretty sure literally everyone uses feet. And inches. I assume we'll discover some backwards-ass nation somewhere. At like the crown of the world deep in Antarctica. That uses the metric system for some reason. Tianjia, it's a monk, you casual. You can also punch somebody You can punch somebody so hard they get petrified. You can punch poison into people's blood somehow.
I showed up right for the poison punching. That sounds very interesting.
Triangle shot.
Yeah.
You string 3 arrows to your bow and fire them all at once. Make 3 range strikes against a single target. This is 2 attacks as 2 actions. Combine their damage. Your stunning fist applies the triangle shot, even though it isn't a flurry of blows. If all 3 strikes hit, they also take 3d6 persistent bleed.
Thanks.
Level 20. Your fists are deadly d10. Fair enough. Simple. Keyform sounds like you can just fly with your key powers. Alright, Ranger, what do you get? What do you get that's cool? What do you get? What do you get? And what sounds cool in here? What sounds cool?
They added a
Soothing
whole lot of new
mist.
classes and stuff.
4, yep, and all of them except Witch sound super interesting. Witch also exists. It's not bad, it's just like a wizard or a sorcerer, like it's just a caster. Go look at it. Should I go look at it? Keyform spell, page 229. This is an 18th level feat. There's Keyform. Keyform. 1 action. You take on a special key form. Your hair changes color and begins to glow.
God.
You literally go Super Saiyan. Oh my god, you go Super Saiyan.
Oh my god.
Your hair changes color and begins to glow. You gain a fly speed equal to your land speed. Choose force, lawful, negative, or positive damage. Oh my god, it's so long. All your strikes deal 1d6 additional damage to the chosen type. Your entire body is surrounded by a glowing corona. It's the same color of your inner key. It's a 5-foot emanation that deals 2d6 damage to creatures who start their turn adjacent to you. If it overlaps with the darkness effect, it counteracts it. As a single action, you can flare your corona to become a 30-foot emanation. In your key form, your emotions surge to the forefront, and it's difficult to moderate your attacks. Your weapons and unarmed attacks lose the non-lethal trait.
Yes.
You take a -2 status penalty to saves against emotion effects, but gain +2 to saves against all other mental effects. Holy shit. You
That's
literally go
cool.
Super Saiyan. Directly go Super Saiyan. Everyone's saying DBZ, and I'm just sitting here picturing the Avatar state. Yeah, Avatar state also. Okay. So, as a ranger, if they successfully recall knowledge, can recall knowledge in the second creature. It's kind of neat, I guess. A whole lot of this is warden spells. Almost all these feats are new focus spells. Almost every single one of these. They are all focus spell related. They gave rangers way... Oh, they didn't have magic before. Oh, rangers didn't have... Right, they took magic away from rangers. They were fully martial in 2nd edition. They have magic back. They got magic back. All right. And it is exclusively brand new spells. Let's take a look at some of them. I don't know how many I'm going to read, but we'll take a look at a couple. Alrighty. Enlarged Companion. That's what it says. Okay, it's something different than that. Gravity Weapon. You build up gravitational force and funnel it into your blows. On your first weapon strike each round, you gain a status bonus to damage equal to twice the number of weapon damage dice. For 1 minute. That's pretty cool. Heal Companion. Which is just heal, but you can only cast it on your animal companion. And it only has the 1 and 2 action version, because the 3 action version won't work. Magic Hide. Mage Armor for your companion. You cause plants in the area. Ranger's Bramble. All squares that contain plants in a 5-foot burst, so it's a 2x2 little nugget. It casts a much smaller Entangle. For any creatures critically failing to save, also take 2d4 persistent bleeding damage. Snare Hopping. 2 actions, teleport a snare you set up to another location within range. Oh shit, didn't step in my trap. Boop! You can't teleport under somebody's feet, but...
You can put it behind them, right?
Yeah, or directly in, where you can step back and then teleport in front of you. You're like, do it, pussy. Like, just warp it right in front of you.
Just do it already.
Do it! That's Soothing Mist. 2 actions. Call for the magical mist of positive energy. Restores 2d8 hit points. And ends a persistent damage effect on them. No check. It just happens. What levels? That's the 2nd level. And every level, it does d8 per level. And just instantly removes a persistent damage effect. Oh, that's sick. Alright, so the big thing Rangers got was their magic back. They also get a new level 20 capstone for Flurry build or Snare build. Flurry build is what Esphus was. When you perform an impossible flurry, your first attack with each weapon instead takes the multiple attack penalty. Wait. Your first attack takes the multiple attack penalty as though you had already made an attack. All subsequent attacks take the maximum multiple attack penalty as though you'd already made. That requires me to know something that I don't know what it is. Okay, and you can create endless shorter lived snares. Once per minute, you can craft the snare you've prepared for quick deployment without expending the snare. That's pretty neat. Rogues got two new rackets. And we're going to zoom back in now because we're back to shit that's cool. Eldritch Trickster. This is some sick business right here. This is legit making me want to play a Ranger in 2E, and I was entirely uninterested in 2E until Tuesday. Well, there you go. So a rogue knows magic, can throw plans into chaos. You dabble in just enough to handle these problems. Choose a multi-class archetype that has spellcasting feats. You start at level 1 with that dedication feat immediately, which means you have cantrips. And you can choose the spellcasting ability score for the multi-class archetype you chose as your key ability score. which means you can play a non-dex rogue. If you start with wizard, you can play a rogue with your key ability as int. Which means all of your key ability scaling things, your rogue DC and everything, are going to key off of your int instead of your dex. Interesting.
Huh.
It's interesting. Be a wizard rogue. This is basically Arcane Trickster from 1E, kind of. Mastermind, where others might use sleight of hand or a silver tongue to achieve their objectives, you rely on your giant brain to craft intricate schemes. You likely view your operations as a chess game, always planning 10 steps ahead where others might plan 3. You own at least several fedoras. If you successfully identify a creature using recall knowledge, they are flat-footed until the start of your next turn. If you critically succeed to identify them, they're flat-footed for a minute.
How did you know? Ah!
You
That's
understand them so thoroughly that they're just flat-footed to you.
That
You
seems
can also
super
make
good.
It's pretty neat. Then they got some stuff in here. They got the swashbuckler Dark Souls roll. They got a couple of the swashbuckler feats are also here. Tumble Behind shows up. You get Curb Stomp. Make an unarmed melee attack against a prone target. If you hit, they're flat-footed to all attacks until the end of your next turn. You just Curb Stomp them. Predictable! By observing an opponent, you get a sense of their next move. Choose a target and attempt a perception check to sense motive. If you critically succeed, you gain +2 AC against the creature until the start of your next turn and +2 to your saving throws. If you succeed, you just get +1 instead. And if you critically fail, you leave yourself open because you suck at reading stuff. They pulled a bunch of stuff from Swashbuckler and Investigator. They got jealous. Harder they fall. When you trip a flat-footed foe, they take bludgeoning damage. If you critically trip a flat-footed foe, they take all your sneak attack damage. That's pretty neat. Analyze Weakness lets you add sneak attack bonus precision damage after you successfully do a knowledge check on somebody. If your last action, Shove Down lets you as one action shove and trip an enemy. So you can be an angry brute rogue. There's an intimidation thing in here. Watch your back. Attempt an intimidation check against the will DC of a target. If you succeed, they get +2 to perception checks against you, but -2 against fears like Demoralize. So you're like, hey, I'm gonna eat your fucking bones. And they definitely know where you are, but you're also gonna eat their bones. Tactical Entry. For reaction. Requirements: you rolled stealth for initiative, and nobody's acted yet. You stride. Doesn't trigger any reactions. Before the fight starts, you get a whole ass stride. You get one full move that they can't AOO.
Wow.
Pretty good. Pretty good. Inspired Stratagem from the Investigator. Loner Spell. During your daily preparations, you gain the assistance of an allied prepared spellcaster to prepare a spell for you. Your ally must be able to prepare and cast it, and the spell must have a target's entry. Your ally loses a spell slot at the corresponding spell level, and you gain the ability to cast that spell. Hey, can I see that? They also get Predictive Purchase. That comes through. They get a whole bunch of new debilitations for their sneak attacks. A whole bunch. They can convert one of their actions into a reaction, because rogues get a lot of reactions. They get Stay Down. A reaction if a prone foe within your reach tries to stand up. Make an athletics check. If you succeed, they don't stand up. On a critical success, they can't stand up. Sit on the fucking ground. Yeah, I don't like this picture that much either. It's okay. That is what it is. They get Reconstruct a Scene, too. And they get Implausible Purchase. They also get Steal Spell. When you use Legendary Thief to steal the impossible, you can steal a prepared spell or spontaneous spell from the foe. It's randomly selected from the highest level spells the foe knows to a maximum of 8th level. The target loses the spell, and you can cast the spell. You somehow can steal the fucking prepared spells out of a cleric. You can steal the divine ass magic out of a fucking cleric.
How does
Sorcerer-
that work?
I don't know. Sorcerer actually gets a bunch of new bloodlines. Genie, Psycho Pump, Shadow, Nymph. And they get a bunch of feats that are here for a regular caster. So, I mean, they got some new meta magics that are pretty interesting, actually. Wizard gets a new thesis. The Staff Thesis. You begin play with a staff of your invention. It has a cantrip and a first level spell in it. Gains no charges normally during your preparations. You have to expend spells like it's first edition. You can craft your makeshift staff into any other type of staff. For the new staff's usual cost, adding the 2 spells you originally chose to the new staff you craft. And starting at 8th level, you can expend 2 spells instead of 1 when preparing your spell, so you can charge it up a little further and up to 3 and 16, so you can become a staff wizard. Okie dokie, and then there's a bunch of I'm a wizard stuff. New animal companions, you can have a monkey, or a bat, or an arboreal sapling, whatever the fuck that is. Now let's scroll down and see familiars. There's a bazillion more familiar perks. Like a bazillion more familiar perks. There's also some neat, specific familiars. These are brand new, so we'll take a look at them. Specific familiars are precise things that have their own stat block and traits and abilities that are, you don't build a bear like you do the reusable visual familiars. And it's exactly what it says it is. It grants the abilities it says it has. And it gets familiar stuff. So there's a fairy dragon. You can get a fairy dragon, which is amphibious, has dark vision, can fly, manual dexterity, and touch telepathy. They have a requirement. So, like, these are the 6 abilities a fairy dragon has. You have to be able to have a familiar with 6 abilities before you can take a fairy dragon. But then the bonus is they have a breath weapon. It breathes euphoria. Pure, powdered fedoras pour forth from its mouth. And in that moment, your enemies are euphoric. Make a fortitude save, and if they fail, they're stupefied and slowed. They actually can do stuff. There's an imp, who is always lawful evil. Needs 8 abilities. They can turn invisible once per hour. And the imp can offer a non-fiend a bargain, granting a boon of good luck. That can be you. It lasts for 1 hour. If the creature dies while the boon's in place, they go to hell. Once during the hour,
Oh shit!
they can re-roll an attack or saving throw and use the higher result. But if you die, you go to hell immediately.
Oh,
'Cause, you
man, that's
know.
a horrible way to lose a character there.
Contracts. Spell slime. You need 4 abilities. They have a nose. They can sniff. They can smell magic of their tradition within 30 feet. And they have an ooze defense. Easy to hit, relax weak points. It can't be crit and is immune to precision damage, but its AC is as 10 plus your level instead of yours. And it gets focused rejuvenation and recovers 2 hit points per level instead of 1. It can regenerate itself really effectively. Oh, this is a full screen fucking dinosaur ass bitch. What happened here? How'd this situation occur? How'd they find a buried treasure chest in the middle of a jungle while a Tyrannosaurus Rex is running at them? So, this, I think I might honestly just stream more Advanced Player's Guide tomorrow. I'm having a good time looking through all this. But this, I'm going to save for tomorrow. Archetypes.
Boy.
They have added real archetypes, not just dedications. And there are a bazillion of them. Oh, we're still in them. We're still in the D's. They're alphabetical. There are
Wow.
so many archetypes. Anyone can take these. Some old classes came back as archetypes, like Vigilante and Cavalier. Yeah, some of them are half classes. Some of them are 2 or 3 page spreads with a ton of feats. They have so shit. They have so much available. Huge pile of new feats. Huge pile of just new general stuff. There's one more thing that I promised Zindern I would show you guys before I left today. Which is the 8th level feat. The 7th level feat that Selwyn is taking. Selwyn's taking Ancestral Paragon as her general feat at 7th level to get a new 1st level Ancestry feat. And she is taking Empathetic Plea, which is a solid fucking meme. It's a reaction that triggers when you're attacked by a creature you haven't been hostile towards yet. The way you cringe or use those puppy dog eyes you've been practicing makes the attacker fucking feel bad. You use a diplomacy check against your attacker's will DC. And if you critically succeed, they lose the action, they don't attack you, and they cannot attack you. They can make no hostile actions towards you until the beginning of their next turn.
It's before it's confirmed if it hits you or not.
Before they roll the attack.
Oh, shit.
They don't even get to go yet. If you succeed, they take a -2 to damage on any strikes against you this turn. 4 if you're an expert, 6 if you're a master, 8 if you're legendary in diplomacy. And if you fail, they don't feel bad anymore. Notice that if you succeed, notice that the temporary immunity is in the failure category. It's diplomacy versus will DC. If you succeed, you can fucking keep doing it. As long as you aren't hostile towards them, you can continue making empathetic pleas. No, wait, please!
Bro, I'm not even attacking you. What are you doing? Leave me
I
alone.
hit you!
I'm hitting the other guy.
You can literally be hitting their friend. But if you haven't hit them specifically, you can make an empathetic plea.
Oh boy, he's gonna use that a lot.
That's Selwyn's 7th level feat.
Wow.
I didn't do shit! I love it. Oh, it's beautiful. What a goddamn meme. I also want to show you one more. Where was it? Oh, it was this? Yeah, it was Project Persona. While we're on the gnome page anyway. At 5th level, gnomes get unconditional glamored armor as a racial feat. So,
Just get it.
you just get it.
Wow.
Just a 5th level racial feat with a completely no restrictions whatsoever. You just look like you're walking around in your fucking pajamas while you got your full plate on. This book's really awesome. The Advanced Player's Guide is so fucking good, dude. It's so good. They've added so much good into this. Like, everything's amazing here. Everything's amazing. Also, I'd like to point out that the only restriction on empathetic plea is the traits. This will work on absolutely anything that's not outright immune to mental effects. Like a fucking bugbear or the Wendigo from Strange Aeons. You could empathetic plea the Wendigo. It's so stupid. Oh god, I love it. You can empathetic plea the fucking Starseed at the end of Strange Aeons. Like, no, please stop. What? Or like a random bear. Oh, it's beautiful. It's a beautiful feat, Chad. It's a beautiful feat. A lot of solid memes in here. You got the most powerful fucking puppy dog eyes known to man. It's a force not truly understood by science yet. Must be able to, yeah, they must be able to hear it. Like, hear and see you is a nothing requirement. And they have to not be immune to emotion or mental effects. That's the entirety of the conditions. That's it. That's 100%. It has to be able to see and hear you and not be completely immune to mental effects. I think there is very little in the world that is immune to emotion effects. There are things that give you bonuses and penalties to them, to saves against them fairly regularly. So like there might be some modifiers on there, but I haven't seen shit that's like immune to emotion effects. So really, if it is conscious and not mindless, you can empathetically hear. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. Shenmue, all the stuff for the Advanced Player's Guide, this is way too like spooky right now. All the stuff for the Advanced Player's Guide was day one uploaded to Archives.net, so you can actually start looking through it immediately.
Oh, sweet.
Via the internet, so you can look up all the new druid abilities and features, new spells, new feats. Every single class got a bunch of new feats and abilities. Druid got a fuckload of new feats. There's a bunch of new general and skill feats, and of course, as you guys did just level up, and I think everyone gets a general feat at 7, I believe. You can use any of the general to skill feats from the Advanced Player's Guide because it's out now. I would also recommend possibly looking at the Oracle dedication because.
Really?
If this class had been out when you made Erebus, I wholeheartedly believe you would have made it an Oracle.
Oh, really? Wow.
Yeah, you remember Oracle from first edition?
Not
It was what
really.
Ren was in Skull and Shackles. It's where they have a mystery and they have a curse.
Vaguely, yeah. That sounds familiar.
So they added Oracle back in. And one of the mysteries that you can have is, where is it? Where are the mysteries? Where are the I'm scrolling like a madman here. One of the mysteries they added in was Tempest, which is the fury of the wind and waves pounds in your heart, giving you a mysterious connection to the plains of air and water, possibly Gazra, Dagon, or elemental lords of air and water. When you deal physical damage with an air or water spell, you also deal an additional 1 electricity damage per spell level. Just at period always.
Wow.
And you get a couple of new revelation spells, which are unique to Oracle. The revelation spells that you get. Where's the level 1? Let me jump down here again. Tempest. No, they're all together. They all start with T. They're all Tempest something. Tempest Touch is the first level one. That is a 1 action touch spell. Zaps somebody for 2d4 damage, bludgeoning and cold. And it also slows them. 5 or 10 foot movement speed penalty if they fail or succeed. And the third level one is Thunderburst, which is Fireball, but it's Sonic.
Oh my god.
It does 2d6 bludgeoning. It does half bludgeoning, half Sonic damage. Does a little bit less damage than Fireball, but also deafens them. And as it heightens, the blast gets larger. The blast gets 5 feet bigger every 2 levels. And then the 6th level one is Tempest Form, which turns you into either air, water, or mist. You become completely amorphous. You gain resistance 10 to physical damage. You're incorporeal, basically. You can slip through tiny cracks. You don't breathe. If you become air, you can fly, and you can create gusts of wind as a 2-action activity indefinitely. You can just keep doing that. It doesn't take any spells or anything. You just cast Gust of Wind for free. If you become Mist, you can also fly. And you give concealment for anything that's passing through you. And if you become water, you can swim. You're completely invisible in the water. You can electrically charge yourself as a single action. And anybody that touches you or slaps you takes electricity damage. So it's a pretty solid pile of fuck-offitude there. But whenever you use any of those 3 related spells, your curse manifests. So with this curse you have, the Perpetual Storm, Even at calm and at rest, your hair and clothing are blown about by gentle winds. You're slightly damp, and your touch often comes with a static shock. The first time you use one of those abilities for the day, your minor curse manifests, where you literally gain a whirling storm around you in a 5-foot emanation that puts out any non-magical fires, and you become weak to electricity. And any electricity spells that have bonus effects for a creature wearing or holding metal treat you as though you're wearing and holding metal because you're like a fucking lightning rod. If you do another ability, your curse increases to moderate, becomes a 10-foot emanation with rain on the winds, which gives a -2 penalty to any ranged attack rolls that are targeting you because the winds blow it away, but also that originate from you. You become more weak to electricity, up to 5 or half your level, but the rain gives you an equal amount of fire resistance. So they're like, this is all double-edged sword shit. And the major curse gives you a 15-foot emanation of a hurricane.
Oh.
All the area around you is difficult terrain for everybody except you. And any creature that touches you or hits you with a melee attack takes electricity damage. And anytime you refocus is 10 minutes to regain your focus points, your curse subsides back to minor. It's fucking neat. You should take a look at the Oracle class. It may be a dedication you're interested in. I'm not sure.
That hurricane thing is kind of nuts, yeah.
Some of them are crazy. Some of the curses are actually insane. The Life Oracle, when they have their master, or their major curse manifestation, whenever they cast a spell, it's 5th level or higher. They also cast a 3-action heal as part of the spell. That's 4 levels lower than the spell they just cast. Their healing spells use D12s instead of D8s.
Nice.
And so it's a 30-foot burst of D12s of healing, in addition to whatever you actually cast, which could also be heal. But you are not healed by the heal spell that comes out. In fact, whatever it heals, you take twice that much damage.
Ooh.
You literally are pouring your own life force out with your magic.
I like that, though.
It's really cool. It's super fucking cool. Oracle's awesome. Oracle's awesome. Investigator's awesome. Swashbuckler's awesome. But yeah, I'm ending my thing. You were around for some solid Monk Poison Fist memes. Chat, honestly, I really do think I might just do some. What do you guys think, chat? Would you rather, I mean, obviously this is a skewed audience here. I'll do a Twitter poll for whether we want to do more Advanced Player's Guide investigations tomorrow or whether we want to continue playing Ghost of Sushi Meat. I'll pull it. Because asking here, obviously, you guys are all here for the Advanced Player's Guide thing, so I mean, this is a skewed audience. But thanks for coming hanging out for a bit, Shem. You might be doing this tomorrow, too, perhaps.
I may try to swing by again, see some of them archetypes.
Dude, the archetypes are so goddamn cool. But yeah, all that stuff is up, and you can look it all up on Archives and Memphis. I'm hop by Discord. I'll see you later.
Later.
And chats, you as well. We'll be back tomorrow with something. Oh, like I said, I'll throw a poll up on the Twitter. So if you're here, you get the advantage because you know that's happening, and I'll just let it run until like tomorrow before stream. Figure out if we want to play Ghost of Sushi Meat some more, because I mean, Ghost is also super fun. But it can also wait a minute because the Advanced Player's Guide is awesome, and I am thoroughly enjoying investigating. You may think we hit the high points here with the new class abilities, but all we did was the new class abilities. There are 5 new races, and every race also got a bucket of new things, and there's like 40 archetypes. There's so many. There's so many archetypes. Chat, thank you guys for coming. Hopefully I'll see y'all tomorrow either way. This Saturday, this table here is getting some solid use for our Age of Ashes Gen Con show. Still gonna be on twitch.tv/officialpaizo. It's gonna be a good bit later than it usually is. It's gonna be starting at 6 p.m., so that'd be 2 hours ago from now. I'm not gonna say it's the finale for Chapter 2 of Age of Ashes, but I am gonna say, since we're doing a special Gen Con show here, I'm trying to cut down on required knowledge to onboard. So I didn't even make a recap video. We are literally going to start rafting through the swamp towards the Cinderclaw Fortress. We're going right in. We're going right into the ending, my dudes. With an only 4-player party now. I mean, I know that's what it's written for, but my concern grows. Okay, everybody. They're gonna try really hard not to die. We'll do their best.